Every match feels like a new beginning. But what if it is the start of a nightmare? On Daily Story, we uncover the dark side of dating apps where late night chats turn into chilling encounters and simple swipes hide unsettling truths. Stay with us, because the story you are about to hear is one you won't forget. So, there I was, another Tuesday night, staring at my phone, swiping through an endless parade of faces on some dating app. You know the drill. It is a grind, a never-ending cycle of hopeful messages, lukewarm replies, and dates that make you question your life choices. I would been through my fair share of duds, the ones who talked exclusively about their cats, the ones who had a weird obsession with cryptocurrency, the ones who just were not there. I was pretty close to throwing in the towel, honestly. My friends kept telling me to put myself out there, but out there felt less like a vibrant social scene and more like a digital wasteland. Then she popped up, Ilara. Her profile picture was captivating. Not in an overly airbrushed, influencer kind of way, but naturally striking. Dark, wavy hair framed a face that seemed sculpted, with high cheekbones and eyes that were an unsettlingly brilliant shade of green, like polished emeralds. Her smile was subtle, almost a hint of a smirk, suggesting intelligence and a touch of mystery. Her bio was short, enigmatic curiosity seeker, lover of quiet moments and profound conversations, seeking genuine connection. No emojis, no trendy catchphrases, just a simple, elegant statement. It stood out. I swiped right. Of course. My finger hovered for a moment, a rare flicker of genuine interest among the usual apathy. And then a match. I almost dropped my phone. I would have been matched with plenty of people, but something about Alara felt different. Special. Her initial message was equally intriguing. Instead of a generic hey, she wrote, your profile mentioned a love for vintage sci-fi. Any particular era or author you are drawn to. It was specific, thoughtful, and immediately sparked a conversation. We talked for hours that first night, messaging back and forth, delving into everything from classic literature to the ethics of AI. She was witty, articulate, and her insights were sharp, often catching me off guard in the best possible way. It felt effortless, like we would known each other for years. After a few days of this digital dance, I finally asked her out. She agreed, suggesting a quiet little coffee shop downtown that I would never even heard of, tucked away on a side street. It is a hidden gem, she would type, perfect for avoiding the usual chaos. I liked that. I liked her. The first date was, for lack of a better word, perfect. She was even more stunning in person, those emerald eyes sparkling under the soft cafe lights. Her voice was low, melodic, and she had a way of listening that made you feel like you were the only person in the world. We talked for what felt like minutes, but the barista was already cleaning up, signaling closing time. 3 hours had just vanished. I walked her back to her car, a nondescript silver sedan, and we stood there for a moment, bathed in the glow of a nearby street lamp. I had a wonderful time. Alex, she said, her smile warm. Me too. Ilara, more than wonderful. We exchanged a brief chase kiss, and it felt like a jolt, a real connection. I floated home that night, a feeling of genuine hope bubbling inside me. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. The next few weeks were a blur of perfect dates. We explored art galleries, cooked dinner at my place. She was an incredible cook, by the way, with a knack for exotic, flavorful dishes I would never encountered. We went hiking in the local nature preserve, and she moved with a quiet grace, pointing out birds and plants with an almost encyclopedic knowledge. She was intelligent, kind, adventurous, and utterly captivating. But even amidst the honeymoon phase, a tiny, almost imperceptible whisper of unease started to creep in. It was not anything she did directly, more like a subtle absence. One evening, after a particularly lovely dinner at my apartment, we were scrolling through my phone, looking at old photos. Oh, this is my cousin's wedding. I would said, showing her a picture of a large family gathering. Everyone was there. She smiled politely, but did not offer any equivalent stories. It struck me then she never talked about her family. Not really. She would mention my mother or my father in passing, but never names, never anecdotes, never any indication of siblings or extended relatives. When I gently probed, she would say, "Oh, we are a very private family. Scattered, we keep to ourselves." It was not a lie exactly, but it felt evasive. Then there was the digital footprint thing. It started innocently enough. I was curious, wanted to see if she had a LinkedIn profile, maybe a professional portfolio, or even just an IU2B page with more pictures. The usual modern-day background check. I typed Alara in our city into GutGoo. Nothing. I tried Alara and her last name, which she would give me verbally, but I would notice she never wrote it down, not even signing a card. Still nothing. No social media profiles, no professional listings, no academic records. I tried a reverse image search on one of her dating app photos, the one with the enigmatic smile. The results were a jumble of generic stock photos and unrelated images. Her picture, the exact one I was seeing, did not appear anywhere else online. That was the first real flicker of alarm. In this day and age, it is practically impossible to exist without some form of digital trace. Even if you're not a social media fanatic, there are usually old school records, a mention in a local newspaper, a professional directory entry, something. Alara, it seemed, had absolutely nothing. I brushed it off at first. Maybe she was just exceptionally private. Maybe she had a common name, and I was not searching correctly. But the thought, once planted, began to sprout. The next time we met, I tried to be casual. I was trying to find your LinkedIn profile the other day, wanted to see what kind of cool projects you have worked on. I said, trying to sound lighthearted. She laughed, a soft musical sound. "Oh, I am not really a LinkedIn person. Alex, I prefer to keep my professional life separate from my personal one. And I am a bit of a Luddite when it comes to social media. Too much noise, not enough signal." It was a perfectly reasonable answer, but the way she said it, the slight shift in her eyes, made me feel like I was stumbled onto something she did not want to see. Luddite. She was incredibly tech-savvy when it came to her phone, always knew the latest apps, and navigated streaming services with ease. It did not quite add up. My curiosity, which had initially been a gentle prod, began to morph into something more obsessive. I started digging deeper. I asked her about her past, her hometown. She said she grew up in a small town upstate, but when I mentioned visiting, she became vague, saying it is not really there anymore, just a ghost town now, or my family moved away years ago. There is nothing left to see. Every answer, while seemingly plausible on its own, when pieced together, formed a tapestry of evasiveness. I tried searching for her name and the supposed ghost town she mentioned. Still nothing. No historical records of a town vanishing. No local news articles about a mass exodus. It was like the place, and by extension, she had simply materialized out of thin air. I started to feel a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. This was not just privacy, this was an absence. A void. I confided in my friend, Mark, who works in security. "Dude, I am telling you, this woman I am dating. Alara has no digital footprint. None. I have tried everything." Mark, ever the pragmatist, chuckled. "Relax, man. Some people are just off the grid. Good for them, honestly. Maybe she is just really good at scrubbing her data. But it is too good." I insisted. It is like she does not exist. No old photos, no high school yearbook entries, no public records. Nothing. I even tried those sketchy background check sites, just out of desperation. Blank slate. Mark raised an eyebrow. "Okay, that is a little weird. Even the most off-grid people usually leave a breadcrumb or two, like a library card application from 20 years ago, or a mention in a local paper for winning a spelling bee. He paused and his eyes lit up. Tell you what, give me her full name and any other details you have approximate age, any past employers she has mentioned, anything. I will run some deep web searches, see if I can find anything. I have got access to some pretty niche databases. I hesitated. It felt wrong, almost like a betrayal, but the gnawing suspicion was too strong to ignore. I gave him what little information. I had her full name, the vague age range she would given, and the even vaguer creative consultant as her profession. A few days later, Mark called me. His voice was different, no longer amused. Alex, you are not going to believe this. I can't find a damn thing. Not a single verifiable record. It is like she is a ghost. I tried everything short of hacking into government databases, and there is just nothing. It is unprecedented. My blood ran cold. Mark was serious. He was usually the guy who could find anyone's embarrassing high school photos with minimal effort. If he could not find a Lara, that meant something truly unsettling was going on. The next time I saw a Lara, everything felt different. Her mesmerizing eyes suddenly seemed to hold a secret. Her perfect smile, a carefully constructed facade. I started noticing things I would previously dismissed as quirks. Her apartment, which I would only visited a few times, was always immaculate, almost sterile. No personal clutter, no family photos, no mementos. It felt less like a home and more like a beautifully staged showroom. She never invited me over spontaneously. It was always planned, always after she would have time to prepare. One evening, we were at my place, and she was in the kitchen making one of her elaborate meals. I went to grab a bottle of wine from the fridge and noticed her purse sitting on the counter. It was a simple, elegant leather bag, always meticulously organized. My eyes fell on her wallet, slightly ajar. A driver's license peeked out. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. Proof. A tangible piece of her existence. I glanced at her back to me as she chopped vegetables with practiced ease. My hand trembled as I reached for the wallet. I pulled out the license. The photo was undeniably a Lara. The name matched, but the address was an Old P. Oh, box in a town I would never heard her mention, hundreds of miles away. The issue date was recent, only a few months old, and the license number it looked legitimate, but something about it still felt off. It was too pristine, too perfect, like it had just been printed. I slipped it back, my mind racing. 8P. Oh, box. Why not a physical address? And a recently issued license. Had she just moved? Or was it something else? The paranoia was now a constant companion. I started keeping a log, writing down every inconsistency, every vague answer, every unsettling observation. I felt like a detective in my own life, sifting through clues, trying to piece together a puzzle whose picture I was terrified to see. One night, I was scrolling through my phone, looking at our shared photos. We had a few selfies, some candid shots from our hikes. I noticed something disturbing. In every single photo, Ilera was perfectly composed. Her smile always the same, her eyes always fixed on the camera, almost too intently. My expressions varied. I blinked. I laughed. I looked away. But Ilera, always picture perfect, almost like a mannequin. And in none of the photos was she interacting with anyone else, not even a casual passerby in the background. It was always just us, or just her. A memory surfaced, chilling me to the bone. The day we went hiking, we would pass a group of tourists. I would wave, but Ilera had subtly angled herself away, her face obscured by her hair. At the time, I would thought she was just shy, or perhaps enjoying the solitude. Now, it felt like a deliberate act. I decided I needed to take a drastic step. I needed to see inside her apartment. When she was not there, it felt ethically wrong, a violation of trust. But the alternative living with this growing dread, This certainty that something was profoundly wrong was worse. I knew she had a recurring weekly appointment on Wednesday mornings, a yoga class she never missed. I also knew she kept a spare key hidden under a specific garden gnome outside her door, a detail she would mention casually once during a conversation about home security. At the time, I would found it charmingly naive. Now, it felt like an invitation. Wednesday morning arrived, cold and drizzly. My heart pounded as I drove to her apartment complex. I felt like a criminal, my hands clammy on the steering wheel. I parked a few blocks away and walked the rest of the way, pulling my hoodie low to obscure my face, even though I knew no one would recognize me. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor. I found a garden gnome, a chipped ceramic frog, and my fingers fumbled for the key. It was there, cold and metallic. I let myself in, the click of the lock echoing unnaturally loud in the silent apartment. The first thing that struck me was the smell. Not unpleasant, but neutral, like air freshener and faint potpourri, designed to mask any lingering scent of a human presence. The apartment was, as always, meticulously clean. Every cushion fluffed, every surface polished. No dust, no stray hairs, no forgotten coffee cups. I started my search, my movements tentative at first, then growing more frantic. I opened drawers in the kitchen neatly organized, all new, matching cutlery, not a single chip plate. The bathroom pristine, a single toothbrush, a few high-end, generic toiletries. No personal items, no old prescriptions, no worn-out towels. The bedroom was next. The bed was made with military precision. The closet held a collection of elegant, neutral-tone clothes, all perfectly hung, not a wrinkle in sight. No old concert tees, no comfy sweatpants, nothing that spoke of a life lived. I checked under the bed, in the nightstands. Nothing. Then I went to her desk. A sleek laptop, a few art books, a single unmarked journal. My breath hitched. This had to be it. I opened the journal. The pages were blank. Every single one. It was a brand new, empty journal. Frustration mingled with a rising tide of terror. Where was anything? Where was the evidence of a life? I was about to give up, my hope dwindling, when I noticed something odd. A faint seam in the wall behind a large, framed abstract painting. The painting itself seemed out of place, a jarring burst of color in an otherwise muted room. I reached out and pushed against the frame. It shifted, revealing a small, almost invisible latch. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely operate it. With a soft click, a section of the wall swung inward, revealing a dark, narrow passage. A hidden room. My heart was now a drum corps in my chest, pounding out a rhythm of pure dread. I reached for my phone, its flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. The air in the passage was stale, heavy, and carried a faint, almost metallic smell. The passage led into a small, windowless room, no bigger than a walk-in closet. It was sparse, but what it contained made my blood run cold. On a small industrial metal shelf, neatly stacked, were several items. Not human organs, like in the story I would read online the other day, but something far more insidious in its modernity. There were hard drives, dozens of them, labeled with neat, almost elegant handwriting. Each label had a name, a date, and a single, chilling adjective. Sarah 2018 vivacious. David 2020 ambitious. Emily 2021 creative. Next to hard drives were a collection of old smartphones, all wiped clean, but each with a small, handwritten tag attached by string. Again, names, dates, adjectives. Michael 2019 charismatic. Jessica 2022 kind. And then on a small, separate shelf, a collection of photo albums. Not digital, but old-fashioned physical albums. I picked one up, my fingers trembling. The cover was blank, but inside, glued to the thick pages, were photographs. Photos of people smiling, laughing, living. But the faces, they were all distinct, different people. Yet, in every picture, there was her, Ilara, but subtly different in each one. Different hairstyles, different clothes, different subtle facial features, but undeniably her. She was a chameleon, subtly shifting to blend in with each collection. My eyes darted back to the hard drives. Sarah Vivacious. I flipped through an album. There was a Lara with a woman who matched the Vivacious description, laughing at a picnic. David Ambitious. Ilara in a business suit, shaking hands with a man who exuded ambition. She was not just erasing digital footprints. She was assuming them. She was becoming these people. Or, at least, she was absorbing their essence, their identities, and then discarding the original. The blank journal, the pristine apartment, the lack of any personal history, it all clicked into place. She was not just private, she was a blank slate, a predator that moved from life to life, leaving no trace of her true self, only the echoes of those she consumed. My gaze fell on a single, open space on the shelf, next to a newly labeled hard drive. The label was blank, waiting. My breath hitched. I looked at a small, framed photo on the shelf, distinct from the albums. It was a selfie, me and Ilara from our first hike. My face was slightly sweaty, my hair wind-blown, a genuine, unguarded smile on my face. Ilara, beside me, was perfectly composed, her emerald eyes staring straight into the lens, that subtle, knowing smirk playing on her lips. And underneath the photo, a small, handwritten tag. It read Alex Vibrant. The metallic smell in the room suddenly intensified, morphing into something sickeningly sweet, like formaldehyde and decay. I heard a faint sound from the main apartment, the subtle click of the front door. She was back. My heart leaped into my throat. I was trapped in her hidden room with the evidence of her horrifying collection. The realization slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. She had not just been dating me, she had been studying me, cataloging my essence, preparing to add me to her macabre collection. My vibrant spirit, as she would subtly refer to it once, would be her next acquisition. I spun around, desperate, looking for an escape. The hidden door behind me was the only way out. I could hear her footsteps, light and graceful, moving through the apartment. She was calling my name, her voice as melodic as ever. Alex, are you in here? I am back a little early. Yoga was canceled. My mind screamed. She knew, or she would know any second now. I had to get out. I had to run. I had to expose her. But how? She was a ghost, a phantom, erasing every trace. Who would believe me? I heard her footsteps approaching the bedroom. My hand instinctively reached for the hard drive labeled Alex Vibrant. I had to take something, anything as proof. But as my fingers grazed the cold metal, the hidden door swung open. Ilara stood there, framed in the doorway, her emerald eyes no longer warm but cold, piercing, devoid of any human emotion. Her subtle smile was gone, replaced by a look of serene, almost predatory calm. Alex, she said, her voice a whisper that chilled me to the bone. I believe you have found my little sanctuary. I stumbled backward, my breath catching in my throat. There was no terror in her eyes, no anger, just a chilling sense of purpose. She stepped into the room, and the passage behind her clicked shut, plunging us into near darkness, save for the weak beam of my phone's flashlight, which now felt like a spotlight on my impending doom. You were always so curious, she continued, her voice unervingly calm, so observant. A truly vibrant spirit, as I noted. It is a shame, really. I had hoped to enjoy your company for a little longer. I gripped the hard drive like a lifeline, my knuckles white. What are you? I stammered, the words barely audible. She tilted her head, a faint, almost imperceptible smile returning to her lips. I am a curator. Alex, a preservationist. In this fleeting digital age, so many unique essences are lost, forgotten. I simply ensure they endure. And you, my dear Alex, with your beautiful curiosity and your vibrant spirit, you will make a most exquisite addition to my collection. Her eyes, those emerald eyes, seemed to glow in the dim light. I knew, with a certainty that reached into my very bones, that I was looking at something ancient, something inhuman, something that had walked among us for centuries, leaving no trace, consuming identities like a feast. The last thing I remember before the world went black was the cold, hard floor against my back, the metallic tang of the air, and Alara's face, leaning over me, her eyes reflecting the dying light of my phone, a silent promise of my digital erasure. I do not know how long I was out. When I woke, I was in my own apartment, in my own bed. Everything seemed normal. Too normal. My phone was on my nightstand, charged. My clothes were laid out. The sun was streaming through the window. But the hard drive I had clutched, gone. The phone, the photos, the memory of her hidden room, it all felt like a terrifying nightmare. I scrambled out of bed, heart pounding. I checked my phone. No calls from Alara. No messages. I went to the dating app. Our match was gone. Her profile erased. It was like she had never existed. I frantically searched for her online again. My own phone, my laptop, my work computer. Nothing. Not a single trace. Mark, my friend, when I called him, sounded confused. Alara. Who is Alara? Alex, are you feeling okay? My blood ran cold. She had not just erased her own digital footprint. She was erasing mine from her existence. And worse, she was erasing her existence from the minds of others. The horror was not just that she had no digital footprint. It was that she could make anyone's digital footprint disappear. And now, the only one who remembered her, who remembered the truth, was me. I tried to tell people. My friends, my family. They looked at me with concern, suggesting I was stressed, maybe needed a break. They did not remember any Alara. It was like she had never been a part of my life, except in my own traumatized memory. I live in a constant state of paranoia now. Every new match on a dating app, every friendly stranger, every too perfect smile, sends shivers down my spine. I check my own digital footprint obsessively, ensuring every photo, every post, every piece of my online life is secure, accounted for, because I know she is out there. A curator of souls, a ghost in the machine, moving silently through the digital ether, collecting the vibrant essences of unsuspecting individuals. And I know, deep down, that she has probably already started working on a new label, a new hard drive, waiting for the right moment to complete her collection. And my vibrant spirit, my very existence, will be the next to vanish without a trace. The thought alone is enough to keep me awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence, wondering if I am already gone. You know, sometimes I still catch myself staring at the ceiling, picturing that light-sealed room, the one where I met Elias. It is funny how a single hour can rearrange your entire perception of reality, like someone just reached in and twisted a few wires you did not even know were there. After the lights came on and he was just gone, the silence in that room was not empty. It was heavy, thick with questions and a faint, almost metallic tang that I still can't quite place. I stumbled out of there like I would have been in a car crash, my senses still reeling, my mind buzzing with his voice, the way his laughter had filled the void, the sheer, unnerving intimacy of a connection forged without a single glance. Chloe, bless her heart, was waiting for me at the coffee shop across the street, nursing a lukewarm latte and looking at me with a mixture of concern. And I told you so. She would have been right, of course. It did feel like a horror movie. But it was not the kind with jump scares and mass killers. It was the kind that crawls under your skin and whispers. Well, she asked, her voice tight with apprehension. Are you okay? He seemed normal. I just shook my head, sinking into the chair opposite her. He was gone. Chloe. When the lights came on, the room was empty, like he was never there. Her eyes widened, mirroring the dread that was starting to curdle in my own stomach. What? That is not possible. How could he just disappear? I had no answers, just a knot in my gut and a memory of his voice, calm and deep, asking me about my deepest fears, my secret desires, things I would never told anyone, let alone a complete stranger in the dark. He would seem to know things, not just about me, but about the world, about the spaces between things. For weeks after that, I was a ghost myself. I would wander through my days, going through the motions, but my mind was perpetually replaying that hour. I checked the dating app. Of course, his profile was gone, vanished, like he would scrub himself from the internet, leaving no trace. I even tried searching his name, Elias, online, but it was like looking for a grain of sand on a beach. Nothing. No social media, no news articles, no mention of anyone with his unique perspective, his unsettling wisdom. It was as if he was a figment of my imagination, a shared hallucination in a lightless room. Chloe tried to get me to talk about it, to rationalize it, to call the police even. But what would I say? Officer, I met a man in the dark, and he vanished when the lights came on. They would probably send me to a psych ward. No, this was something else. Something unexplainable. The experience had left a void in me. A strange, aching emptiness that craved the intensity of that connection. The raw, unfiltered intimacy that came from stripping away sight. The world suddenly seemed dull, muted. People's faces, their expressions, their clothes, they were all just distractions now. Layers obscuring the true person underneath. I found myself looking at strangers, wondering what they would be like in the dark, what their voice would truly convey without the filters of appearance. It was a bizarre, almost pathological curiosity. I tried to shake it off. I went out with friends, tried to focus on work, but Elias was always there, a phantom presence at the edge of my thoughts. He would open a door in my mind, and now I could not close it. I felt unmoored, disconnected from the mundane, but adrift in a sea of questions. Eventually, the loneliness started to creep in. Not the loneliness of being alone, but the loneliness of feeling fundamentally different from everyone else, of carrying a secret experience that no one could possibly understand. I missed the connection, the feeling of being truly seen, even if it was only through sound. One rainy Tuesday night, about a month after the Elias incident, I found myself staring at my phone, the dating app icon glaring back at me. I would deleted it, then re-downloaded it, then deleted it again, caught in a cycle of wanting to forget, and an irresistible urge to find something else. Something that might fill that Elias-shaped void, or at least help me understand what had happened. I was not looking for love. Not really. I think I was looking for a sign, a clue, or maybe just another strange encounter to prove that the world was not as predictable as I once thought. I opened the app, swiped left on a dozen smiling faces, a dozen profiles that seemed utterly unremarkable. Then, I saw it, a profile that made me pause, a familiar prickle of unease and curiosity rising in my chest. Her name was Nyx. Her profile picture was not blurry like Elias's, but it was odd. It was a black and white shot heavily filtered of what looked like a dense, ancient forest at twilight. No face, just trees, shadows, and a sliver of what might have been a winding path disappearing into the gloom. Her bio was even sparser than Elias's. Just 2 words, see what others miss. It hit me then. That same strange pull, that same inexplicable urge to swipe right, even though every rational bone in my body was screaming at me to run. It was like I was drawn to the edge of a cliff, knowing it was dangerous, but unable to resist the view. I swiped right. Instant match. A chill ran down my spine. That was fast. Too fast. It felt like she was waiting for me. My finger hovered over the message icon, a feeling of dread mixing with a perverse sense of excitement. I typed out a hesitant hey. Her reply came almost immediately. Hello. I knew you would find me. My heart hammered against my ribs. Knew I would find her. How could she possibly know that? I tried to rationalize that maybe it was a generic line, or she saw I was online and swiped right at the same time. but the words still felt heavy with implication. Oh, I typed back, trying to sound casual. How so? You have a certain resonance. She replied. A frequency. Some people just hum at a different pitch. And you have been tuned. Tuned. The word echoed in my mind, bringing back the memory of Elias's voice, the way he seemed to perceive things beyond the ordinary. My curiosity, once a gentle tug, became a relentless current. We started talking, messaging back and forth over the next few days. Her messages were always intriguing, sometimes poetic, sometimes unsettling. She never asked about my job or my hobbies, not in the usual way. Instead, she would ask questions like, what does a silence say to you? Or do you ever feel the weight of forgotten things? It was like she was peeling back layers of my psyche, getting straight to the core things, much like Elias had. She seemed to pick up on my moods. One evening, after a particularly frustrating day at work, I sent a short, grumpy message. Her reply, the air around you feels thick tonight, like static before a storm. Did you feel the old anger, stirring? It was unnerving. She was seeing things, feeling things that I had not even consciously acknowledged. Then came the first real tremor, the first crack in the facade of a strange but interesting online conversation. We were talking about local history, something I would always had a casual interest in. I mentioned the old abandoned mill on the edge of town, a place kids used to dare each other to visit. Ah, the Blackwood Mill. Nix wrote, a place with many echoes. You know, they never found all of him. All of who? I asked, confused. I remember the story of a night watchman who disappeared there decades ago, presumed to have fallen into machinery. His body never recovered. It was a local urban legend, a cautionary tale. Mr. Abernathy, she replied. The night watchman. The official report said he was likely ground up by the gears, dissolved in the river current. But that was not quite right. They found a single tooth, a molar, lodged in a crevice of the main gear shaft, and a small, petrified bird's nest, perfectly intact, clutched in what remained of his hand. It was not reported. Too inconvenient for the official narrative. I stared at the screen, a cold dread washing over me. The tooth, the bird's nest. I would heard the story 100 times. I would even looked it up years ago, out of morbid curiosity. The official report, as Nick said, was vague. No specific details about remains, just presumed lost. But a tooth, a bird's nest, that was new, that was specific, and utterly bizarre. Why a bird's nest? How do you know that? I typed, my fingers feeling clumsy. Her reply was swift. Some things are just known. You just have to listen to the whispers the wind carries from forgotten places. I tried to shake it off. Maybe she would read some obscure local history book, some self-published conspiracy theory. But the details felt too precise, too intimate to the event. I decided to do some digging. It was a slow news day at work, so I spent an hour poring over old newspaper archives. I found articles from the time of Abernathy's disappearance, police statements, even an interview with his distraught wife. Not a single mention of a tooth or a bird's nest. Nothing. The reports were frustratingly generic, focused on the search efforts and the eventual decision to call off the investigation. I even tried searching for a Blackwood Mill Abernathy tooth bird's nest online. 0 results. It was as if that specific detail simply did not exist in the public record. My skin crawled. I tried to dismiss it as a morbid imagination on her part, a way to seem mysterious. But the details stuck with me, a tiny, unsettling burr under my skin. Then, a few days later, Nick sent another message. Did you look? Did you see what I told you? My breath hitched. She knew. She knew I would check. That was not a guess, it was an affirmation. A confirmation that she expected me to verify her claims, and that she knew what I would find, or rather, what I would not find. I looked. I typed, my voice in my head barely a whisper. I did not find anything about the specific details. Of course not, she replied, almost smugly. The official narrative is a carefully constructed cage, but the truth often flutters just outside the bars. And then she dropped another one. Another unpublicized detail, this time about a different local cold case. The disappearance of the Holloway sisters. Two young girls who vanished from a campground deep in the state park about 15 years ago. A massive search, no trace, eventually presumed abducted or lost to the elements. Another local tragedy that had haunted the community. The Holloway girls. Nix wrote, they were not taken by a person, not in the way the police thought. And they did not wander off. They were drawn by the sound of bells. Tiny, silver bells, tinkling deep in the woods, just beyond the edge of their campsite. The parents reported hearing them, faintly on the night they disappeared, but the police dismissed it as stress-induced auditory hallucinations or animal bells. But it was not. And when the search parties went in, they found something the public never knew about. A circle of scorched earth, perfectly round, about 10 feet in diameter, not far from where the girls' tent was. And in the center of that circle, a single iridescent feather, unlike any bird known to this region. It vanished before the forensics team could properly examine it. The officer who found it swore he saw it shimmer and then just dissolve. My blood ran cold. Bells. A scorched circle. An iridescent feather that dissolved. This was not just a morbid detail. This was something out of a fairy tale, a nightmare. It was utterly fantastical, yet delivered with such chilling conviction. And again, I knew, instinctively, that this was not public knowledge. The Holloway case was tragic, but there was never any hint of the supernatural, never any mention of bizarre findings. I did not even bother searching this time. I knew what I would find: nothing. My rational mind was screaming, trying to find an explanation. A hoax. A deeply disturbed person. But the way she presented these facts, the casual certainty, the knowledge that I would not find them in any official capacity, it was terrifying. My fear started to mingle with a strange, morbid fascination. Who was this person? How did she know these things? Was she connected to these events? Was she responsible? The thought sent a jolt of pure terror through me. Then, the messages started to become more personal. Far too personal. You always were fascinated by the quiet places. Were not you? Nix wrote one evening. Like that old abandoned house near your childhood home. The one with the overgrown garden and the broken swing set. The one where the whispers started after the Miller family disappeared, and the police just called it a runaway case. My breath hitched. The Miller house. I had not thought about that place in years. It was a local legend from my youth. A family, the Millers, had lived there, and then one day, they were just gone. No note, no struggle, just an empty house. The official story was that they would packed up and left town, owing money, but everyone in our neighborhood knew it was stranger than that. We kids used to dare each other to go near it, swear you could hear faint cries, or the sound of someone humming a lullaby, even when no one was there. I had spent countless hours staring at that house from my bedroom window, imagining what happened. It was a secret fascination, a childhood obsession, something I would never told anyone, not even Chloe, and certainly not something that had ever been in the news beyond a single brief local report about the property being abandoned. How did she know that? My hands trembled as I typed. How do you know about the Miller house? Her reply was a single, chilling sentence. The darkness remembers, even if you try to forget. And then the kicker, the message that made my blood run cold, that connected Nix to the unexplainable event that had started all of this. You are still thinking about the darkness. Are not you, she wrote, about Elias. He saw it too, you know, the things that hide in the shadows. He understood the language of the unseen. He was trying to show you, to open your eyes. but you are still blinking are not you. My phone clattered onto the floor. Elias. She knew about Elias. She knew about the darkness. She knew everything. My mind raced. Try and make sense of it. Was she working with him? Was she a part of whatever Elias was? Was this some elaborate, terrifying game? I felt a primal urge to block her, to delete the app, to throw my phone into a river and disappear myself. But a stronger, more insidious compulsion held me in its grip. A desperate, terrifying need to understand. To know how she knew. To know what Elias had truly been trying to show me. My phone buzzed again. Another message from Nyx. You are scared, she wrote. Good. Fear is a key. It opens doors. You are ready now. Ready to truly see. Then, the invitation. The trap. Not in darkness this time, she typed, but where the true darkness lingers. A place where the whispers are loud enough to hear. Meet me at the Miller house. Tonight, midnight. Come alone. And bring your fear. My heart pounded like a drum against my ribs. The Miller house. The place of my childhood nightmares. Now resurrected as a setting for my adult terror. Every fiber of my being screamed at me not to go. Chloe's warnings. The horror movie cliches. The sheer insanity of it all. But beneath the fear, there was that relentless current, that unholy compulsion. Elias had opened something in me, and now Nyx was pulling me deeper into it. I felt like a puppet, my strings being tugged by an unseen hand. I tried to block her. I clicked on her profile, searched for the block user option, but there was not one. The button simply was not there. I tried to delete her messages, but they reappeared moments later like phantom text. I even tried uninstalling the app, only for it to reinstall itself on my phone a few minutes later. Nyx's profile pictured the dark forest glowing ominously. It was like she was embedded in my device, in my life. The hours crawled by, each tick of the clock amplifying my dread. Midnight, the Miller house. The words echoed in my head, a chilling mantra. I tried to convince myself it was a prank, a sick joke, but the specific details, the knowledge of Elias, the impossible reappearing messages, this was no prank. This was real, and it was waiting for me. As darkness fell, a thick, oppressive fog rolled in, blanketing the town in a shroud of gray. It was a kind of fog that swallows sound, that makes familiar streets feel alien, perfect for a midnight rendezvous with the unknown, against every shred of common sense. I found myself walking toward the Miller house. My legs felt heavy, each step a battle against my own instincts. The streetlights were dim halos in the fog, and the air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood and decaying leaves. The Miller house stood silhouetted against the swirling mist, a gaping maw of shadows and decay. Overgrown vines snaked around its porch, choking the windows, making it look like a monstrous, sleeping thing. The broken swing set I remembered from childhood was still there, barely visible in the gloom, swaying almost imperceptibly in the still air, a silent testament to lives abruptly ended. I pushed open the rusted gate, the screech echoing unnaturally loud in the fog. The path to the front door was choked with weeds, and the porch steps groaned under my weight. The front door was ajar, a sliver of deeper darkness beckoning me inside. Nyx, I whispered, my voice barely audible, swallowed by the oppressive silence. No answer, only the faint, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of water somewhere in the house and the distant, mournful hoot of an owl. I stepped inside. The air was heavy, stagnant, smelling of dust, mildew, and something else, something ancient and cloying, like old secrets. The moonlight, filtered through fog in the grimy windows, cast long, distorted shadows that danced like specters. Nyx, I called again, a little louder this time, my heart thumping against my ribs. A faint sound, like dry leaves rustling, came from deeper within the house. I followed it, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, illuminating cobweb-draped furniture, overturned chairs, the ghostly outlines of lives interrupted. The house was a time capsule of abandonment, a monument to a vanished family. I found myself in what must have been the living room. There was a large, empty fireplace, its hearth choked with debris, and standing in front of it, a figure. She was tall, slender, and utterly still. Her back was to me. She was wearing a long, dark coat that seemed to absorb the meager light. Her hair was black, falling past her shoulders, and for a terrifying moment, I could not see her face. "Nix," I whispered, my voice trembling. She turned slowly, and that is when I truly understood. Her face was pale, almost translucent, framed by that dark hair. Her eyes were not human. They were vast, dark pools, reflecting the dim light with an unsettling, almost predatory intelligence. And in the center of each pupil, I saw a tiny, swirling vortex, like looking into a miniature galaxy. Her lips were a thin, dark line, but when she spoke, her voice was a chilling whisper that seemed to emanate from all around me, not just from her mouth. "You came," she said. "I knew you would. Elias said you had the potential. He saw the cracks in your perception. Elias, he was real, and he was connected to this. Who are you?" I stammered, my legs feeling like lead. She took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled. "I am what sees, what remembers, what knows." The Miller family, they heard the whispers too. They tried to leave. But you can't leave what lives inside the walls, inside the earth, inside the forgotten places. She gestured around the room, and as she did, the shadows seemed to deepen, to coil and writhe. I suddenly felt a profound, suffocating presence, as if the very air itself was alive with unseen entities. "The Abernathy tooth," she continued, her voice a soft, dry rustle. "The bird's nest. A gift from something ancient, something that dwells in the dark currents of the river. It took him, piece by piece, leaving just enough to mark its territory. The Holloway girls, they followed the bells, not realizing the bells were a lure, a summoning. The scorched earth was where they were taken, where the veil thinned. The feather a remnant of the entity that answered the call. My mind reeled. This was not just a person who knew details. This was something else entirely. Something ancient and terrifying. And Elias. I managed to choke out. What about Elias? Nick smiled then, a slow, unsettling curve of her lips. And as she smiled, I saw it. Her teeth were too long, too sharp, gleaming faintly in the gloom. Elias, she whispered, her gaze piercing me, was a seeker. Like you, he tasted the darkness, and he wanted more. He wanted to understand. He thought he could control it, could simply observe. But the darkness, it does not just let you observe. It consumes. It becomes a part of you. He was trying to show you, to warn you, perhaps even to recruit you. But he was not strong enough. Not yet. My blood ran cold. What happened to him? He is still here. Nick said, her voice now a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the very floorboards. In a way, he opened himself too much. He saw too much. And the darkness, it took him. Not his body, not in the traditional sense, but his essence. He is everywhere now. In the whispers, in the shadows, in the places where others vanish. He is a part of the tapestry. She stepped closer again, and I could feel a cold, palpable energy radiating from her, a presence that pressed down on me, stealing my breath. And now, she said, her dark eyes fixed on mine, you are here. You sought the darkness. You crave the unseen. Elias started the process. I am merely finishing it. You have been tuned. You have been marked. You see what others missed because we have shown you. I felt a terrifying realization dawn on me. I was not just a curious bystander. I was a part of this. Elias had not just been a strange date. He would have been a catalyst, a precursor to my own horrifying initiation. "What do you want from me?" I whispered, my voice cracking. Nix's smile widened, revealing those two sharp teeth. "We want you to truly see, to listen, to understand, to become a part of the tapestry. Just like Elias, you will no longer scoff at horror stories, because you will be one. You will walk among them, knowing their secrets, hearing their whispers, and eventually you will become one of their voices." The shadows in the room seemed to surge forward, swirling around me, pressing in from all sides. I felt a cold, unseen hand brush against my cheek, then another, stroking my hair. Whispers filled my ears, a cacophony of voices, ancient and chilling, speaking in a language I did not understand. Yet somehow, I did. They spoke of forgotten names, of unspeakable acts, of the deep, hungry things that lurk just beyond a veil of human perception. I screamed. I do not remember running. I do not remember stumbling out of that house, or through the fog-shrouded streets. I just remember the feeling of pure, unadulterated terror propelling me forward, away from Nick's, away from the Miller house, away from the whispers that were now permanently etched into my mind. I made it home, somehow. My clothes were torn, my body bruised, but it was my mind that was shattered. I locked every door, every window, but I knew it was useless. Nick's was not a person you could lock out. The darkness was not something you could escape with deadbolts. Now, weeks later, I am still here, but I am not the same. I see things. I hear things. The world is vibrant with unseen horrors. I catch glimpses of figures in my peripheral vision, gone when I turn my head. I hear faint, tinkling bells in the dead of night, even when there is no breeze. I smell that metallic sweet tang, like old blood and decaying leaves. Even in my own apartment, I still check the news, still read about the local disappearances, the cold cases. And now, I know the unpublicized details. I know about the strange markings on the trees near the hiking trail, where the college student vanished. I know about the specific, chilling sound the last victim of the local serial killer made, a sound no one else reported. I know about the things that truly happened. Nix's profile is gone from my phone. The app is gone. But her words, her chilling invitation, her promise, they linger. I feel like I am constantly walking on the edge of a precipice, one foot in the mundane world, the other dangling over an abyss of unknowable horrors. I am still blinking, just like Nick said, but I am seeing more and more with each passing day. And sometimes, late at night, when the silence stretches and the shadows lengthen, I feel a strange, cold pull, a whisper from the darkness. A whisper that sounds eerily like Elias. And a part of me, the part that Nick's awakened, the part that Elias tuned, feels an undeniable, terrifying urge to listen, to stop blinking, to truly see. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that one day, I won't be able to resist. One day, I will become one of their voices. And then, I will have my own stories to tell. Stories of things that hide just beyond the edge of perception, waiting for someone to finally see what others miss. And maybe, just maybe, I will find someone else who hums at a different pitch. Someone else who can be tuned. Someone else to listen. Just like you. So, there I was, back on the road. Again. My car, my only real home these days, smelled of stale coffee and the lingering metallic tang of my own fear. I would driven until dawn, just like I said I would. Not to any particular destination, just away. Away from Sarah's boarded-up house, away from the guttural chorus, away from the shadows that had peeled themselves from the walls like a second skin. Away from them. The sun was a weak, watery thing when it finally peeked over the horizon, doing little to chase the chill from my bones or the terror from my mind. Every shadow it cast a long, distorted silhouette of tree. The sharp lines beneath an overpass seemed to pulse, to shift. My eyes darted, my heart hammered. I saw faces in the dark patches, heard whispers in the wind. I knew they were watching. I knew they were waiting. I found a cheap, dingy motel room in a town I would never heard of, a place so small it barely registered on the map. The kind of place people passed through, not stopped in. It felt safe for a few hours. The curtains were thick, the lock on the door felt sturdy, even if it probably was not. I slept in fits and starts, waking up every time the room darkened slightly, every time a car passed by and cast a fleeting shadow across the ceiling. A few days turned into a week turned into 2. I barely left the room, ordering greasy takeout, watching bad TV, just existing. The bleeding from my struggle at Sarah's house had stopped, leaving behind an ugly, purpling bruise on my arm and a fresh set of scars on my soul. Each breath was a conscious effort, each moment filled with a suffocating sense of dread. I was a ghost, not just in the sense that I would shed my old life and identity, but because I felt like I was already dead, just walking around in a meat suit. The loneliness, though that was the real killer. It gnawed at me, a constant ache deeper than any physical wound. It was what had driven me to Mark, then to Sarah, and each time it had almost cost me everything. But the human need for connection, for someone to just see you, to acknowledge you exist, it is a powerful, insidious thing. Even when you know it is dangerous, even when you know it is a trap, the desperate hope for a normal life, for a moment of peace, can blind you. So, against every single instinct screaming at me, against the raw, visceral terror that still made my hands shake, I did it again. I downloaded the dating app. I created a new profile, a new name, a new fake life. My fingers trembled as I typed, each word feeling like a betrayal of my own safety. But what else was there? Live in a motel room until I withered away. Become a hermit, forever hiding in the dark. That felt like letting them win, even if it was technically the safer option. I just wanted someone normal. Just one person who would not try to drag me into a realm of shifting shadows and guttural whispers. I swiped for days, feeling like a predator and prey all at once. Most profiles were a blur. Then, I saw him. Liam. He had kind eyes, a slightly crooked smile, and a bio that mentioned hiking and old movies. He seemed normal, unassuming, harmless, a flicker of that desperate hope, that dangerous, foolish hope ignited in my chest. We matched. We exchanged messages for a few days. He was engaging, funny, and surprisingly patient with my vague answers about my past. I kept everything light, superficial, hiding the gaping chasm of terror and isolation that was my real life. He suggested we meet for coffee. My heart hammered. This was it, the test. I chose a busy coffee shop, one with big windows and lots of natural light. I arrived early, staking out a table near the window, making sure I could see everyone who came in. When Liam walked through the door, my breath hitched. He looked exactly like his pictures, maybe a little taller. He had a casual, easygoing air about him. He scanned the room, his eyes finding me, and that crooked smile spread across his face. Then he did something odd. Instead of walking directly towards me, toward the bright window, he veered. He took the long way around, hugging the wall, passing behind a large display rack, and then inexplicably ducking into the darkest corner of the coffee shop, behind a potted plant, before emerging and making his way to my table. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but I noticed it. My ghost brain, my survivor brain, noticed everything. He sat down, his back to the window, his face partially obscured by the shadow of the overhang. He was wearing sunglasses. Indoors. "Hey," he said, his voice warm and friendly. "Sorry, the sun's just really bothering my eyes today. Migraine coming on." I forced a smile. "No problem. I get those too." A lie, but it felt easier than asking why he was wearing shades inside. He took them off after a moment, but he kept his head angled, avoiding the direct light from the window. His eyes were a startling shade of green, and for a split second, I thought I saw a flicker of something unusual in them, like they were too deep, too absorbed in the light around them. But then he blinked, and it was gone. Just tired eyes, probably from the migraine. We talked for an hour. He was genuinely charming. He asked about my interests, listened intently, and made me laugh. I almost forgot, for a few precious minutes, the suffocating fear that was my constant companion. Almost, but that little red flag, the way he would navigate the coffee shop, the sunglasses indoors, it kept fluttering at the edge of my awareness. Our second date was a walk in the park. It was a beautiful, sunny afternoon, the kind of day that felt like a cruel joke to my sun-deprived existence. Liam suggested it. Great day for some fresh air, he would texted. I agreed, hoping that in the wide open space, under the benevolent gaze of sun, any lingering paranoia would dissipate. It did not. From the moment we met at the park entrance, Liam stuck to the shaded paths. He walked under the dense canopy of trees, even when the path was uneven and riddled with roots. If a patch of sunlight dappled through the leaves and landed near him, he would subtly shift his stride or angle his body so that the light never directly touched him. It was like watching a dancer perform a slow, intricate avoidance routine. At one point, we stopped by a small pond. The sun was directly overhead, bathing the entire area in a brilliant, unyielding light. Liam stayed under the shadow of a large oak tree, his back to the pond, his eyes fixed on the murky water. I stood a few feet away, in the full sun, trying to gauge his reaction. He seemed uncomfortable. His shoulders were hunched, his hands were shoved deep into his pockets, and he kept glancing at the sky, then at the edge of the shadow, as if calculating its movement. Beautiful day, right? I said, trying to sound casual. He nodded, not looking at me. Yeah, really bright. Kind of intense. You are usually the sensitive to the sun. I asked, pushing a little. He finally met my gaze, a strained smile on his face. Yeah, always have been. Fair skin, burns easily. But he was not fair-skinned. His skin was a healthy, olive tone. He was not even squinting. He was just avoiding the light, like it was a physical barrier, or a weapon. My mind immediately went to Mark, to Sarah, to the way their shadows had moved independently, like they were living things, to the way Sarah's house had been boarded up, a prison of perpetual twilight. My heart started to beat that familiar frantic rhythm. No, I told myself, do not go there. He is just sensitive to the sun. Some people are. Do not let them get into your head. Again. But it was already too late. The seed of doubt, watered by the recent horrors, had already taken root. The third date was a movie. Liam suggested an evening showing, which, after the park, did not surprise me. We met in the lobby, which was brightly lit. Again, he seemed to gravitate towards the dimmest corners, his eyes scanning the ceiling, avoiding the direct glare of the overhead lights. He wore a baseball cap, pulled low, even though we were indoors. We bought our tickets and snacks. As we waited into the theater, a blast of bright light came from a nearby arcade game. Liam flinched, a quick, involuntary movement, as if he had been struck. He turned his back to the light, almost instantly. Damn, those things are bright, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Inside the theater, he waited until the lights had completely dimmed before he moved to our seats. He seemed to relax only when the room was, plunged into near darkness, the only illumination coming from the massive screen. He did not even look at me during the movie, his gaze fixed on the flickering images, his profile barely visible in the reflected light. When the movie ended and the house lights slowly began to come up, he stood immediately. Great movie, he said, his voice a little too quick. I have got to run, early day tomorrow. He was out of the row and heading for the exit before the lights were even halfway up, leaving me to stumble out alone into the brighter lobby. This was no longer a quirk. This was a pattern. A deeply unsettling, consistent pattern. He did not just dislike bright light, he avoided it, like it caused him pain, like it revealed something he did not want anyone to see. My paranoia, once a silent hum, was now a roaring symphony in my ears. I started watching him with a terrifying intensity. Every text message, every suggested activity. I filtered through the lens of his light aversion. He only suggested evening dates, or places that were naturally dim, a quiet bar with low lighting, a walk at dusk, a late-night diner. He never once suggested a daytime activity that involved being outdoors in direct sunlight. One evening, he picked me up for dinner. It was already dark, but my streetlights were particularly bright. As he pulled up, he parked a good 50 feet down the street, away from the direct glow of the nearest lamp. He waited for me to walk to his car, rather than pulling up directly in front of my door. When I got in, the interior of his car was surprisingly dark. The dashboard lights were turned down so low they were barely visible, and the dome light was off. "Hey," he said, that crooked smile still in place. "Ready for some amazing Italian?" "Hey," I replied, my voice a little shaky. "Yeah, sounds good. Your lights are really dim in here." He chuckled, a nervous sound. "Yeah, I keep them that way. Helps with night vision, you know. Plus, I just find really bright lights distracting. Distracting, painful, revealing." The words echoed in my head. I started to test him, subtly at first. At the Italian restaurant, we were seated in a cozy booth. Above our table was a small, decorative lamp. It was not particularly bright, but it cast a warm, direct glow. Midway through dinner, I casually reached up and flipped the switch, brightening the lamp just a notch. Liam, who had been mid-sentence, talking about his day, stopped abruptly. His eyes, those deep green eyes, widened almost imperceptibly. He flinched, a small, quick movement, as if he had been poked. He did not say anything, but his entire body tensed. He finished his sentence, but his gaze kept darting toward the light, then to me, then back to the light. He seemed uncomfortable, almost agitated. "Oh, sorry," I said, pretending to notice his discomfort. "Is that too bright for you?" He forced a smile. No, it is fine. Just a little sudden. I am just used to it being dimmer, I guess." He shifted in his seat, angling his body slightly away from the lamp. For the rest of the meal, he barely made eye contact, his attention seemingly elsewhere, his movements a little stiff. I just knew. The memory of Mark's shadow, stretching and twisting like a separate entity, played on a loop in my mind. Then Sarah's, the way it seemed to detach from her, moving with a sinister life of its own. I started to scrutinize Liam's shadow. It was always there, of course, but it seemed too dark, too dense. It clung to him, a perfect, inky silhouette, even in the dimmest light. It never seemed to waver or soften. It was an absolute absence of light, a void. And sometimes, just sometimes, when he moved quickly, I would swear I saw it linger for a fraction of a second just behind him, before snapping back into place, like it was reluctant to follow, or perhaps eager to lead. I could not shake the feeling that Liam was just another lure, another puppet, that they had found me again, and this was their latest, most sophisticated trap. The thought was paralyzing, but I also could not just run. Not yet. I had to know. I had to be sure. My life, what little was left of it, depended on it. A few nights later, Liam invited me to his place. "It is nothing fancy," he texted. "Just thought it would be nice to relax, watch a movie on the big screen, order in." My stomach clenched. This was it, the moment of truth. Every cell in my body screamed at me to say no, to block him, to disappear again. But the other part of me, the part that craved answers, that wanted to confront a monster, that needed to understand, was stronger. I agreed. He lived in an older apartment building on the ground floor. It was late, past midnight, when I pulled up. The street was poorly lit, and the building itself seemed to recede into the shadows. His windows, I noticed with a fresh wave of dread, were heavily curtained, almost entirely obscured by thick, dark fabric. No light escaped. No light entered. It was Sarah's house all over again, but more subtle, more insidious. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. This was different. I was prepared this time. I had my car keys clutched in my hand, ready to bolt. I had my phone, its flashlight function a potential weapon. I was not going to be caught off guard. He opened the door before I even knocked, as if he had been watching me approach. The hallway behind him was dark, lit only by a faint, ambient glow from deeper within the apartment. "Hey," he said, his smile still charming, but something in his eyes seemed different, more intense. "Come on in." I stepped inside, my senses on high alert. The air was still a little cool and smelled faintly of dust and something else, something earthy, metallic. The apartment was indeed dark. The living room, where we entered, had no overhead lights on. A single floor lamp in the corner cast a dim, golden glow, barely illuminating the space. The curtains were drawn tight, blocking out any hint of the outside world. "Cozy, right?" he said, gesturing around. "I like it dark. Helps me relax." "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It is definitely dark." I scanned the room, looking for an exit, for anything out of place. His shadow, in the dim light, seemed to stretch and shift with an unnatural fluidity. It was like a living thing, an extension of him, but also separate. It moved with a subtle grace that was unsettling. He offered me a drink, and I accepted, needing something to do with my hands. As he walked into the kitchen, which was even darker, I saw my chance. On a small side table, near the window, was a single ornate table lamp. I casually walked over to it, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. "Mind if I turn this on?" I asked, my finger hovering over the switch. "It is a little hard to see." Liam froze in the kitchen doorway. He was barely visible in the gloom, a dark silhouette against a slightly darker background. I would not," he said, his voice losing its easygoing charm. It was flat, almost guttural. "It is a little finicky. You might break it." My blood ran cold. That was the first time he would ever refuse me anything. The first time his voice had held that edge. This was not about a finicky lamp. This was about the light. "Oh," I said, feigning innocence. "Okay, no worries." But I did not move my hand. I kept it there, my finger just touching the cold metal of the switch. He took a step out of the kitchen, his shadow stretching towards me, seeming to consume the faint light from the floor lamp. "Seriously," he said, and now his voice was deeper, a low rumble that vibrated in the floor. "I really prefer it dark." I looked at him then, truly looked at him, and saw it, his eyes. They were not just green, they were like emeralds in the dim light, but not sparkling. They seemed to absorb the light, drawing it in, leaving no reflection. And in their depths, I saw something ancient, something cold and predatory. It was the same look I would seen in Mark's eyes, in Sarah's. "Why?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Why do you avoid the light?" "Liam." His smile was gone. His face was a mask of something I could not quite decipher: anger, fear, something inhuman. His shadow, which had been clinging to him, began to ripple, to expand. It stretched across the floor, reaching toward me like a grasping hand. Because he said, and now his voice was no longer just his. It was a chorus, a multitude of whispers and rasps, echoing from somewhere deep within him, or perhaps from the shadow itself. Because the light, it burns. As he spoke, the shadow detached. It peeled away from him, a living, amorphous blob of absolute darkness, rising from the floor. It was taller than Liam, wider, its edges rippling like smoke. I could feel the cold radiating from it, a chill that seeped into my bones. And behind it, where Liam had been, His form seemed to waver, to shimmer. He was still there, but less substantial, less solid. Like a veil had been pulled back, revealing something else beneath. We had been waiting for you. The chorus voice whispered, now coming from the shadow itself, not from Liam. You keep trying to run, little ghost, but you can't outrun your own shadow. You belong to us. Terror, raw and primal, seized me. This was it, the final trap. I did not hesitate. With a desperate cry, I flicked the lamp switch. A burst of blinding, incandescent light exploded into the room. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The shadow, which had been reaching for me, recoiled with a guttural shriek, a sound that was less a scream and more a tearing of fabric. It writhed, shrinking back, hissing and spitting as the light seared into it. It recoiled towards Liam's wavering form, trying to reattach to hide. Liam himself let out a strangled gasp, a sound of pure agony. His hands flew to his face, shielding his eyes, but it was more than just his eyes. His entire body seemed to contort, to twist. His skin, under the harsh light, seemed to stretch and pull, his features elongating, distorting. He was no longer the man I knew. He was something else, something ancient and monstrous, barely contained within the fragile shell of human flesh. Get out, he shrieked, his voice now a desperate, singular sound of pain, fighting against the chorus. Run. It was a warning, or perhaps a moment of some lingering humanity. I did not wait. I did not look back. I sprinted for the front door, fumbling with the lock, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped my keys. The sound behind me were horrific, a symphony of hisses, guttural cries, and the wet, tearing sound of something ripping apart. I burst out into the cool night air, scrambling into my car, jamming the key into the ignition. I did not even bother to put it in drive. I just slammed the gas pedal, reversing wildly down the street, tires squealing, not caring where I was going, only that I was getting away. I drove until the sun rose again, a harsh, unforgiving light that painted the world in stark relief. My body ached, my throat was raw from screaming, and my mind was a chaotic mess of fear and despair. Liam was not just a puppet like Sarah. He was something else. Something that could be hurt by the light. Something that perhaps still had a sliver of its own will. Enough to warn me. But the warning was moot. They had found me again. And again, I had run. But where to? Every shadow I saw now did not just pulse or shift. It seemed to beckon, to whisper my name, a name I no longer had, a name they seemed to know regardless. My own shadow, stretched long and thin by the morning sun, seemed to mock me. It was always there, clinging to my feet, mirroring my every move. You can't outrun your own shadow. And eventually, the dark always catches up. I knew that now, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones. There was no escape, only a temporary reprieve. And the next time, I knew there would be no warning. The faint fingertip print in the dust. It was barely there, a smudge, really, on the sill of the window overlooking the North Woods. A window I swore I kept latched and locked, just like all the others. But it was there. My blood ran cold, colder than the mountain air outside. Ilara, she was not just sending photos. She was taking them from inside my cabin. I did not even remember dialing Mark. My fingers just moved, numb and clumsy, punching in the numbers. The phone rang, once, twice, a third time, each ring like a hammer blow against my skull. Then Mark's voice, raspy with sleep. Hello. What is going on? You okay? No. I am not okay. Mark. I whispered, my voice a thin, reedy thing I barely recognized. She was here. She was inside. I found a print, a fingerprint, on the windowsill. My windowsill. There was a beat of silence on the other end, then a sharp intake of breath. A print. You are sure. Like a human print. Whose else would it be? Mark. The squirrels are not breaking into my cabin and leaving little calling cards. It is hers. It has to be. The photos. Mark, the photos. They were taken from inside, from my bedroom, while I was sleeping. The words tumbled out, frantic, desperate. Okay, okay, deep breaths, man, Mark said, his voice trying to be calm. But I could hear the edge of fear in it now. He believed me. Thank God someone believed me. What do you want to do? You need to get out of there. Now, pack a bag, grab the shotgun, and just drive. Do not look back. Where? Mark, where do I go? She found me here, in the middle of nowhere. She will find me anywhere. My gaze swept around the cabin. Every shadow now a potential hiding place. Every creak of the old wood a whisper. The heavy oak table, the worn armchair, the stone fireplace, all of it felt tainted, watched. Just go, man. Get on the road. Head south. I will figure something out. I will meet you somewhere. Anywhere. Just get out. I can't. I choked out, a new wave of terror washing over me. I can't leave. What if she is waiting? What if she is out there, watching the road? This cabin, it is my only fortress. It is all I have left. It sounded insane, even to my own ears. A fortress that had been breached, a sanctuary that had been defiled. But the thought of stepping outside into the vast, silent woods, knowing she could be anywhere, everywhere, watching from behind any tree, any rock, it was paralyzing. The cabin, for all its compromised security, was still inside. It had walls. It had a door. Even as she walked through them like they were air, they were still there. A delusion of safety, perhaps, but one I clung to with white-knuckled desperation. Listen to me. Mark's voice was firm now, almost an order. You need to search the place. Every inch. Do not touch anything you do not have to. Look for anything out of place. Anything. And keep that shotgun with you. Do you hear me? I hear you. I mumbled, my eyes already darting around. I will call you back. I hung up, the receiver feeling heavy and cold in my trembling hand. The cabin was silent again, but it was not the comfortable silence I would grown used to. This was a loaded silence, a predatory quiet. I started in the living room, the shotgun clutched tight in my grip. My eyes scanned every surface, every book on the shelf, every framed photos of a life that felt a million miles away now, a life before Lara revealed herself, before she became the thing. I ran my hand over the rough-hewn mantelpiece, checking for dust, for any disruption. Nothing. Then the kitchen. The faint scent of stale coffee, and fear was all I could register. I opened every cupboard, peered into every corner, even checked behind the refrigerator. Nothing. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the shotgun. I tried to tell myself it was just a print, just a single, faint smudge. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe I was finally losing it. But the photos were real. They were still on my table, mocking me with their impossible angles. I moved into the bedroom, the place where the most intimate photos had been taken. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The bed was unmade, just as I would left it. I checked under it, behind the dresser, inside the closet. Every piece of clothing felt alien. Every shadow seemed to deepen and shift. It was in the closet, tucked away in the back, behind a stack of old flannel shirts I had not touched in months, that I found it. Not another print. Something far worse. A single white feather. It was not from any bird I knew. It was too pristine, too perfect, almost glowing in the dim light of the closet. And it was long, delicate, tapering to a needle-sharp point. It reminded me, sickeningly, of the way Alara's skin had sometimes seemed to shimmer, the way her eyes would sometimes gleam with an unnatural light. My blood ran cold again, but this time it was different. This was not just a sign of entry. This was a A deliberate, intimate taunt. She knew I would find it. She wanted me to find it. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat, the shotgun clattering against the wooden floor. I did not care. All I could see was that feather, lying there, an impossible, terrifying beacon of her presence. I needed air. I needed to get out, but still, the thought of the outside world, of the vast, empty woods, kept me rooted to the spot. I backed out of the closet, my eyes glued to the feather, as if it might suddenly sprout wings and fly. I called Mark again, my voice hoarse. I found something. Mark. A feather. A white feather. In my closet. It is not normal. It is hers. I know it. A feather. Mark sounded perplexed. Then a sudden understanding seemed to dawn on him. Like a bird feather. Or something else. Something else. Mark. It is too perfect. Too clean. It feels wrong. Like a piece of her. I could feel the tears stinging my eyes, hot and unwelcome. I was so tired. So utterly, completely terrified. Okay. Mark said, his voice strained. Listen, you need to get out of there. I do not care where. Just drive. I will stay on the phone with you the whole time. Do not hang up. Just go. I looked at the feather again, then at the photo of me sleeping, which still lay on the table. She had been here in my room, perhaps even in the closet, watching me. And she had left this, a piece of herself, to let me know. The thought of leaving felt like stepping into an open maw, but staying felt like waiting for the inevitable. The cabin was no longer a sanctuary. It was a trap. I made my decision. I would leave, but not yet. I needed to gather myself. I needed a plan, and I needed to make sure I was not walking straight into a trap outside. I spent the rest of the day in a state of hyper-alertness, the shotgun never leaving my side. Every shadow was a monster, every gust of wind a whisper. I did not eat. I did not drink. I just watched and waited. The sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple that felt sickeningly beautiful. The woods outside grew darker, the trees transforming into monstrous silhouettes against the fading light. Night, the worst time, the time when the world outside became a canvas for fear. I decided I would leave at dawn. The light of day, however false a sense of security it offered, felt better than the oppressive darkness. I would pack a small bag, just essentials, and get in my truck. I would drive, and I would not stop. But as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the cabin into near darkness, I heard it, a faint scratching sound. It came from the attic. My heart leaped into my throat. The attic? I never went into the attic. It was just storage. Old boxes, forgotten memories. I had never even bothered to check the attic hatch for locks. The scratching continued, a soft, rhythmic sound, like fingernails dragging across wood. It was not loud, not aggressive. It was playful, deliberate. I slowly raised a shotgun, pointing it towards the ceiling, towards a square hatch in the hallway that led to the attic. My hands were slick with sweat. Hello. I croaked, my voice cracking. The scratching stopped instantly. Silence. A heavier, more profound silence than before. I stood there, shotgun raised, straining my ears, listening for anything. My own ragged breathing was deafening in the stillness. Then a faint thud, like something heavy being set down, followed by a soft, almost inaudible rustle. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that she was up there, and she was doing something. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the hatch. I retreated to the living room, finding a spot where I could watch the hallway and the front door simultaneously. The shotgun felt like a useless toy in my hands. What was I going to shoot? A shadow? A ghost? Sleep was out of the question. I spent the night huddled in the armchair, eyes burning, ears straining, every nerve ending screaming. Every 10 minutes, I would creep to a window, peer out into the impenetrable darkness, seeing nothing but the reflection of my own terrified face. The night dragged on, an eternity of dread. The moon rose, casting long spectral shadows through the trees. I imagined her out there, flitting through the woods, her eyes glowing in the dark, watching my cabin, watching me. Just before dawn, when the sky was a bruised purple and the first slivers of gray light began to pierce the darkness. I heard it again. This time, it was not a scratch. It was a soft, melodious hum. A woman's hum. It came from the attic. Low, resonant. A tune I almost recognized, a lullaby perhaps, or a forgotten folk song. It was beautiful, haunting, and utterly terrifying. She was singing. To me, my blood turned to ice. She was not just in the cabin. She was comfortable in the cabin. She was making herself at home. The humming continued for a few minutes, then slowly faded, leaving an aching silence in its wake. I waited. For what? I did not know. For her to emerge. For the cabin to burst into flames. Nothing happened. The sun began its slow ascent, painting the eastern sky in soft pastels. The world outside, for a brief moment, seemed peaceful. This was it. My window. I had to go. I grabbed my pre-packed bag, just a backpack with a change of clothes, some cash, my phone. The shotgun felt heavy and useless, but I could not bring myself to leave it. I gripped it tightly, my knuckles white. I crept to the front door, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My hand was on the doorknob, turning it slowly, carefully, trying to make no sound. Then I saw it, on the floor, right in front of the door, just inside. Another feather. This one, however, was not pristine white. It was black, velvety, iridescent black, like a raven's wing. And it was much larger than the first one. It lay there, perfectly centered, a stark contrast against the pale wood of floorboards. And next to it, a small, intricately carved wooden bird. A raven, its eyes tiny, obsidian beads, its wings spread as if in mid-flight. It looked ancient, beautiful, and utterly sinister. This was not just a message anymore. This was a gift, a warning, a declaration. My hand froze on the doorknob. She knew I was leaving. She had left this for me, a farewell present. A cold dread settled deep in my bones. If I stepped outside, what would be waiting for me? This was not a game of hide and seek. This was a predator playing with its prey. I backed away from the door, my eyes fixed on the black feather and the wooden raven. The cabin, once my refuge, now felt like a cage, and she held the key. Or, more accurately, she had simply removed the bars. I did not know what to do. Mark was my only lifeline, but what could he do against this? Against Alara, the thing that fed on lives, the entity that could appear and disappear at will, that left impossible photographs and chilling gifts. I stumbled backward, away from the door, away from the ominous offerings. My gaze fell upon the phone. Mark. I had to call Mark. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear. I dialed his number. It rang. Once, twice, 3 times. Then a click. Not Mark's voice. A recording. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please check the number and try again. My blood ran cold, then hot with a sickening jolt of adrenaline. Not in service. That was impossible. I had just spoken to him last night. I tried again. Same recording. I tried his cell number. Same recording. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. Mark was gone. Or his phone was gone. Or she had done something. She had cut me off. She had isolated me completely. I was alone, truly, utterly alone, in a cabin that was no longer mine, watched by a monstrous entity that I once loved. I sank to the floor, the shotgun falling from my nerveless fingers, landing with a dull thud. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging, but they brought no relief, only a deeper despair. The silence of the cabin pressing on me, heavy and suffocating. The black feather and the wooden raven lay by the door, silent witnesses to my unraveling. I stayed there for what felt like hours, curled on the floor, my mind a storm of fear and grief. Mark was gone. My last link to sanity, severed. Eventually, the hunger gnawed at me, a dull ache in my stomach. I had not eaten in days. I forced myself to get up, moving like an old man, every joint protesting. I made my way to the kitchen, my eyes darting around, expecting to see her, to hear her. The kitchen was still. The stale coffee smell was still there. I opened the fridge, grabbed a carton of milk, and poured myself a glass. My hand trembled, so violently the milk sloshed over the rim. As I lifted the glass to my lips, I caught a glimpse of something in the reflection of the window above the sink. It was faint, almost transparent. A figure, standing directly behind me. My breath hitched. I dropped the glass. It shattered on the floor, milk and shards of glass scattering everywhere. I spun around, shotgun forgotten. Nothing, just the empty kitchen, the broken glass, the spilled milk. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would explode. Was I seeing things? Was I finally losing my mind? The sleep deprivation, the terror, the isolation, it was all taking its toll. I slowly bent down, reaching for a larger piece of glass to pick up. As my fingers brushed against the cold, sharp edge, I felt it, a touch, light as air, on the back of my neck. It was not cold. It was not warm. It was nothing. A void, a pressure that was not there. I froze. Every hair on my body stood on end. I could not move. I could not breathe. Then, a whisper. So soft, so close, it felt like it was coming from inside my own head. "You are tired, my love." Elara. Her voice. The voice I had once adored, now twisted into something chillingly sweet. A lullaby from a nightmare. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted, my vocal cords paralyzed with terror. "You look so much better when you are sleeping," she whispered again, the sound seeming to caress my ear. Yet I felt no breath, no warmth. So peaceful, so available. I finally found my voice, a strangled gasp. I lunged forward, scrambling away from the spot, away from where her voice had been. I did not care about the glass, about the milk. I just needed to get away. I backed into the living room, my eyes frantically searching, trying to pinpoint her. But there was nothing, just the empty space, the still air, the silence. "You really should not have run." Her voice echoed, now seeming to come from all around me, from the walls, the floor, the very air itself. It hurt my feelings. And you know how I get when my feelings are hurt. I pressed myself against the wall, shaking uncontrollably. My eyes darted around, searching, but there was nothing. She was invisible, or everywhere. "I missed you, darling," she continued, her voice growing slightly louder, more distinct, as if she were circling me, though I saw no movement. "I miss watching you. I missed feeding on your little anxieties, your fears. They are so delicious." The words hit me like a physical blow. Feeding on my anxieties, my fears. That is what she was. A succubus of the soul, a parasite of terror. And she had been doing it for months, slowly draining me, even when I thought I was safe. The paranoia, the sleepless nights, the constant dread, she had not just caused them, she had consumed them. A sudden, sharp pain lanced through my head, a feeling of being hollowed out, scooped clean. My vision blurred. I felt lightheaded, weak. "Oh, do not worry, my love." Her voice was closer now, directly in front of me, though I still saw nothing. "I would not take it all at once. That would be no fun. I like to savor it. A little bit each day, a little bit each night, until you are just an empty shell. And then, well, then we can move on to the next course. I could feel myself fading, my energy draining away, not just physically, but spiritually. It was like a cold, empty hand was reaching inside my chest and pulling something vital out of me. I slid down the wall, collapsing onto the floor, my limbs too heavy to hold me. My eyes were half closed, but I could still see the faint, shimmering outline of a figure standing over me. Tall, slender, impossibly beautiful, even in its translucent form. Ilara, her face, if it was truly a face, was indistinct, like looking at a reflection in murky water. But her eyes were clear, and they glowed with a soft, malevolent light, fixed on me. Such a waste, she whispered, her voice now filled with a strange, almost maternal pity. You could have just stayed, been my companion, let me feed, but you ran, and now you are just a meal. I felt a faint pressure on my chest, a sensation of something cold and insubstantial pressing down on me. It was not heavy, not physically, but it felt like the weight of the entire world, crushing my spirit. A soft, almost imperceptible warmth spread through my body, but it was not comforting. It was invasive. It was her. She was inside me. Or, rather, she was pulling something out of me. I tried to fight, to push her away, but my arms felt like lead. My thoughts were sluggish, fading. The terror was still there, but was distant now, muffled like a sound heard through thick glass. I could feel my life, my essence, being siphoned away. It was not painful, not in the way a knife cut or a bullet tore. It was an insidious, gentle draining, leaving behind only emptiness. As the last vestiges of my consciousness flickered, I saw her face again, clearer this time. Her eyes, still glowing, fixed on mine, and on her lips a faint, ethereal smile. A smile of pure, unadulterated satisfaction. A smile that never faded, even when she was not speaking. The cabin faded. The light faded. Everything faded. And then nothing, just the silence. And a single pristine white feather, slowly drifting down to land on the floor, next to the broken glass and spilled milk. The hotel room, once a sanctuary, now felt like a gilded cage. Mark's last message, confirming Alex's reprimand and the new profile for tomorrow, had been the final nail in the coffin of my sanity. I stared at the screen, the glowing words mocking me from the abyss of his control. There is no escape. The phrase echoed in my mind, a relentless drumbeat against the inside of my skull. I was his prize, forever watched, forever documented, forever lost. Sleep did not come easily. When it finally did, it was a restless, haunted thing, filled with fragmented images of Daniel's terror, Alex's knowing smirk, and Mark's unseen eyes. I woke up with a jolt, the room still dark, a cold sweat plastering my hair to my forehead. My phone, lying on the nightstand, pulsed with a soft, blue light. The Echoes app. I picked it up, my fingers trembling. A new notification. It was not a message from Mark this time, but a date invitation. Ethan Miller, 7 o'clock p.m., the Copper Kettle Bistro. A photo accompanied a pleasant-looking man with kind eyes and a faint smile. He looked normal. Too normal. That was always a trap. Was not it? The veneer of normalcy hiding the abyss beneath. A wave of nausea washed over me. I could not do this. I could not go through another one of Mark's twisted games. My stomach churned, a knot of dread tightening in my chest. But even as the thought formed, I knew it was futile. The Echoes app had become my invisible chains. Every time I would try to resist, a searing headache, a sudden inexplicable urge, or a message from Mark had steered me back onto his predetermined path. I was a passenger in my own body, forced to comply. I dragged myself out of bed, the silence of the room pressing in on me. The morning passed in a blur of forced routine. Showering, Getting dressed every action felt like a rehearsal for a play I never auditioned for, a role I was unwillingly cast in. I chose a simple, dark dress, hoping to blend into the background, to become invisible. A foolish hope. I knew Mark saw everything. As 6:30 p.m. approached, the familiar anxiety returned, sharp and cold. I left the hotel, the city lights a blur through my unfocused eyes. The Copper Kettle Bistro was a quaint place, all exposed brick and soft lighting, the kind of place you would imagine having a cozy, uneventful first date. I walked in, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, scanning the room for Ethan. He was already there, seated at a small table by the window, exactly as his profile picture suggested. He stood as I approached, a genuine smile on his face. "You must be Sarah," he asked, his voice warm and friendly. "That is me." I managed, my voice a little hoarse. We exchanged pleasantries, sat down. He ordered a black coffee, no sugar, no cream. I, out of habit, ordered my usual double espresso, a dash of cinnamon. He chuckled. "Ah, a woman of refined tastes. I like that." My mind immediately flashed back to Alex, his casual remark about my obscure coffee preferences. My blood ran cold. Was this another test? Another subtle hint of Mark's pervasive knowledge? I forced a smile, trying to push the thought away. Do not let him see you unravel. The conversation flowed surprisingly easily, or perhaps it was just my practice performance. Ethan talked about his work as an architect, his love for hiking, his golden retriever, Max. He seemed genuinely interested in my answers, asking follow-up questions, making eye contact. He was charming, attentive, everything a normal date should be. And that is what made it so terrifying. The normality was a mask, a cruel deception. We talked for what felt like an hour, maybe more. He told a funny story about Max getting tangled in a leash during a walk. I found myself laughing, a genuine, unforced sound that surprised me. For a moment, just a fleeting moment, I almost forgot the app. Mark, the constant surveillance. Almost forgot I was trapped. Then, Mark's message flashed on my phone, vibrating silently in my purse. I excused myself to the restroom, my heart sinking. I pulled out my phone. Excellent performance. Sarah, a genuine laugh. Ethan is quite taken with you. Do not disappoint me. The world tilted. The brief respite shattered into a million pieces. He was watching, always watching. The warmth of the bistro. Ethan's kind smile, it was all a stage, and I was his unwilling actress. I returned to the table, my face carefully blank, the smile feeling like a heavy weight. Ethan was still talking, unaware of the silent horror consuming me. He was just finishing his story about Max. And then he just sat there, looking at me with those big, sad eyes, as if I was the one who got him into trouble. He finished, laughing. I forced a chuckle. Sounds like a handful. He is. Ethan agreed, still smiling. But I would not trade him for anything. Anyway, I have been doing all the talking. Tell me, what is your biggest dream? Sarah, the question hung in the air, heavy and loaded. My biggest dream. To be free. To escape this nightmare. To reclaim my life. But I could not say that. I gave him a generic answer about wanting to travel more, to see the world. He listened intently, nodding. The waiter brought the check. Ethan insisted on paying, despite my protests. We stood up, a pleasant, almost normal evening drawing to a close. I had a really great time tonight. Sarah, he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I would love to do this again. My stomach dropped. Again, the thought was unbearable. But before I could formulate a polite refusal, my phone vibrated again. Another message from Mark. Accept the second date. Sarah, you know the rules. My breath hitched. I swallowed, forcing out the words. I would like that. Ethan, his smile widened. Great. How about we grab coffee tomorrow afternoon? Say, the bean scene at 2 p.m. Sounds perfect. I lied, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. We said our goodbyes, a quick, awkward hug. I walked out of the bistro, the cool night air doing little to calm my racing heart. The city lights, once a blur, now seemed to press in on me, the buildings towering, menacing. I was trapped, and now I had to do it all again. I made my way back to the hotel, the dread of cold, heavy stone in my gut. I unlocked my door, stepped inside, and the world shifted. It was not a physical shift, not exactly. More like a sudden, jarring disconnect, a glitch in the fabric of reality. The air in the room felt different. Fresher, somehow. The faint scent of the cleaning products. The way the curtains were slightly askew from when I would open them that morning, it was all there, exactly as it had been when I would first woken up. My phone vibrated. I looked down. The Echoes app, a new notification. Ethan Miller, 7 o'clock p.m., the Copper Kettle Bistro. The exact same notification from this morning. My blood ran cold. No, this could not be happening. I scrolled up. The message from Mark about Alex. The initial invitation for Ethan, they were all gone. The only things visible were the current notification and the app's unchanging interface. I rubbed my eyes, feeling a sudden, intense wave of dizziness. Had I dreamed it? The date, Ethan, Mark's messages, the genuine laugh. No, it had been too real, too visceral. The dread in my stomach was a testament to its reality. I stared at the screen, my mind scrambling. This was a new level of torture, a repeating loop. Mark was not just controlling my actions, he was controlling time itself. Or at least, my perception of it. I tried to fight it. I threw my phone across the room, watching it bounce harmlessly off the carpet. No, I screamed, the sound raw and desperate in the empty room. I won't do it. But even as a defiance left my lips, a familiar, searing headache began to throb behind my eyes. It started as a dull ache, then intensified rapidly, blossoming into a blinding, incapacitating pain that felt like 1,000 needles pricking my brain. I collapsed onto the bed, clutching my head, gasping for air. The room spun around me, the edges of my vision blurring into a tunnel. And then, just as quickly as it had come, the pain receded, leaving behind a dull ache and a profound sense of exhaustion. I lay there, panting, my body trembling. My phone, somehow, was back on the nightstand, glowing with the same notification. Ethan Miller, 7 o'clock p.m., the Copper Kettle Bistro. My resistance was futile. Mark had found a way to not just force me into compliance, but to reset me if I deviated. This was not just a game, it was a prison where the walls were made of time itself. I went through the motions again. Showering, dressing, walking to the bistro. Every step felt heavier than the last, every breath a conscious effort. I walked in, saw Ethan at the table. He stood, smiled. "You must be Sarah." "That is me," I said, the words feeling like a pre-recorded message. My voice was flat, devoid of emotion. We sat down. He ordered his black coffee. I ordered my double espresso. Cinnamon. He chuckled. "Ah, a woman of refined tastes. I like that." My blood ran cold again, but this time it was different. It was not just fear, it was a chilling recognition. Every word, every gesture was identical. The conversation, the flow, the stories, they were all playing out exactly as before. He talked about his work, his hiking, his dog. Max. I listened, my mind screaming. I knew what he would say next, the exact inflection, the precise moment he would pause. It was like watching a movie I had already seen, but being forced to act in it. He got to the story about Max getting tangled in the leash. I heard myself laugh, a hollow, forced sound. The waiter brought the check. Ethan insisted on paying. We stood up. I had a really great time tonight. Sarah, he said, his eyes crinkling. I would love to do this again. My phone vibrated in my purse. I did not even need to check it. I knew what Mark's message would say. I knew what I had to say. I would like that. Ethan, his smile widened. Great. How about we grab coffee tomorrow afternoon? Say, the bean scene at 2 p.m. Sounds perfect. I said, the lie now a familiar refrain. We said our goodbyes. I walked out of the bistro, the night air no longer cool, but suffocating. Back to the hotel. Back to the room. Back to the reset. And it happened again. The subtle shift, the feeling of the room being freshly cleaned, my phone vibrating on the nightstand. Ethan Miller, 7 o'clock p.m. The Copper Kettle Bistro. This time, I did not scream. I did not throw my phone. I just sat on the edge of the bed, the despair of physical weight on my chest. How many times had this happened already? How many loops had I been through, unaware, before the last one had finally broken through? Was this the first time I was consciously aware of the loop, or had I been aware and reset countless times before? The thought was a chilling abyss. The next time, I tried to change things. I ordered a different coffee, a latte. Ethan paused, a flicker of surprise on his face. Oh, really? I thought you were a double espresso kind of person. My heart pounded. Was this it? Had I broken the loop? But then, the familiar headache started, a sharp, insistent stab behind my eyes. I gasped, clutching my head. The room swam when the pain receded. I was back in the bistro, the waiter standing there, looking at me expectantly. And for you, madam, he asked, a double espresso, a dash of cinnamon. I heard myself say, the words escaping my lips without my conscious consent. Ethan smiled. Ah, a woman of refined tastes. I like that. The loop was unbreakable. The Echoes app was not just dictating my actions. It was dictating the very fabric of my reality. Any deviation, any attempt to break free, resulted in a painful reset. Mark was a god in this twisted universe, and I was his plaything, condemned to relive the same mundane, horrifying date, over and over again. Hours blurred into days. Or perhaps it was just the same hour, the same day, repeating endlessly. I lost track. The initial horror gave way to a dull, aching numbness. I became an automaton, going through the motions, speaking the lines, reacting on cue. Ethan's pleasantries, his stories about Max, his kind eyes, they were no longer charming. They were a torment, a constant reminder of my prison. I tried to warn him once. During the Max story, I blurted out, Ethan, you do not understand, this is not real. We have done this before, so many times. He looked at me, a worried frown creasing his brow. Sarah, are you feeling all right? You seem a little stressed. The headache began immediately, a brutal, unforgiving force that slammed into my skull. This time it was worse. I felt a cold hand gripping my arm, and then a voice. Mark's voice, whispering directly into my ear, though I knew he was not physically there. Do not you dare break character. Sarah, this is my show, and you will perform your part perfectly. Every single time. The world went black. When I opened my eyes, I was back in the hotel room, the faint scent of cleaning products in the air, the curtains slightly askew. My phone vibrated. Ethan Miller, 7 o'clock p.m. The Copper Kettle Bistro. The message from Mark about not breaking character was gone. It was as if it had never happened. He could even erase my memory of his direct threats, or at least make me question if they were real. My mind was his playground, my sanity his toy. I went to the bistro. I said the lines. I forced a laugh. I accepted the second date. Every loop. I tried something new, a desperate, futile attempt to find a crack in a facade. I tried not showing up. The headache, the reset. I tried running out of the bistro. The headache, the reset. I tried screaming at Ethan, telling him he was a pawn, that Mark was watching. The headache, the reset. Each attempt only served to reinforce the inescapable nature of my prison, and to make the resets more painful, more disorienting. Mark's messages still came, though they were less frequent now, perhaps because my compliance had become almost perfect. When they did appear, they were short, chillingly precise. Your smile was a little too forced on the Mac story. Try again. Excellent eye contact when discussing his dreams. Keep it up. The hug was adequate. We can do better. He was trying to perfect me, to perfect the date. This was not just a punishment. It was a training exercise. He wanted the ideal profile for Ethan, and I was being forced to deliver it over and over until it was flawless. The thought was sickening. He was molding me into his perfect puppet, and I was losing myself in the process. I started to notice things in the loop that I had not before. Ethan's tie, a subtle pattern of tiny anchors, always exactly the same. The way the waiter cleared his throat before asking for our order. The specific song playing softly in the background, an old jazz tune, always the same one. These details, once unremarkable, now screamed at me, solidifying the nightmare. One time, during the date, as Ethan was talking about Max, his eyes met mine, and for a fleeting second, I saw something there. Not just the kind, pleasant expression, but a flicker of something else. A profound weariness. A hint of fear. Or was it just my own desperation projecting onto him? I almost spoke, almost tried to reach out to him, to see if he was also aware, also trapped. But the memory of a searing headache, the disorienting reset, held me back. I could not risk it. Not again. The loops continued. I became a ghost in my own body, watching myself perform the same scene, endlessly. My thoughts became fragmented, my sense of self eroding with each repetition. Was I Sarah anymore? Or was I just the character Mark had created, trapped in his eternal play? One evening, or what I perceived as an evening in the loop, I was back in the hotel room after the date. The phone vibrated. The familiar notification. But this time, there was another message from Mark, overlaid on the app's interface. Ethan's profile is complete. You achieved a 98.7 match. Remarkable. You are learning. Sarah, my breath hitched. Ethan's profile is complete. Did that mean was I finally free? Was the loop broken? Then, another line of text appeared, glowing ominously beneath the first. Your next profile is already set. A new challenge awaits. You have earned it. And then the screen flickered. The notification for Ethan Miller disappeared, replaced by a new one. Liam O'Connell, 8 o'clock p.m. The Velvet Lounge. A new photo. A new face. Another normal-looking man. My heart did not just sink, it shattered. The loops were not over. They were just beginning. Ethan's loop was complete, but mine was not. I was not the one being profiled. I was the one doing the profiling, forced to perform perfect dates for Mark's twisted satisfaction. The horror was not just a repetition. It was the realization that I was a constant. I was the one condemned to an endless series of these perfect manufactured encounters, each one a new loop, a new prisoner in Mark's labyrinth. He was not just watching me, he was using me, shaping me into his ultimate tool for orchestrating lives. The familiar headache began to throb, a dull, insistent ache that promised to escalate if I resisted. I felt the familiar shift in the air, the scent of cleaning products, the curtains slightly askew. I was back at the beginning of this new, terrifying day. The new loop had started. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, the notification for Liam O'Connell burning into my vision. The despair was absolute, crushing. There was no escape. There was no end. Only new faces, new locations, new scripts. And the chilling, inescapable knowledge that somewhere, Mark was watching, forever delighted in his horrifying labyrinth. I was lost. Forever. Her touch was like ice, yet it burned, a searing cold that went straight through my skin and into the marrow of my bones. It was not just a physical sensation, it was a violation, a siphoning. Her whisper, "You are tired, my love," was not a question, but a declaration, and with each word, I felt a piece of myself peel away, an invisible layer of my very being dissolving into the air around her. My vision swam. The sturdy, familiar oak of my kitchen table wavered. The sturdy, familiar walls of my cabin seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting like a giant, hungry lung. Ilara, impossibly beautiful and translucent, stood over me, her eyes, those same piercing green eyes from photos, now focused solely on me, burning with an ancient, terrifying hunger. She was not just taking my energy, she was consuming it, and I felt the stark, horrifying reality of her words. She fed on my fears. My terror, the raw, primal dread that had been building for days, was her feast. It was not a sudden collapse, but a gradual, insidious fading. My knees buckled first, my legs suddenly too heavy to hold me upright, yet simultaneously too weak. I slumped against the countertop, the cold laminate a stark contrast to the burning emptiness inside me. My shotgun, which had felt like an extension of my arm just moments before, now felt like 1,000 pounds, slipping from my numb fingers to clatter uselessly on the floor. I barely registered the sound. My mind was too busy screaming, a silent, internal shriek that had no voice, no outlet. There, my dear," Ilara purred, her voice a silken thread weaving into the unraveling fabric of my consciousness. She was not touching me physically anymore, but her presence was a palpable weight, pressing down on me, suffocating me. Do not fight it. It is so much easier if you just let go. Her translucent form shimmered, and for a terrifying second, I thought I saw other, older faces flickering within her, fleeting impressions of forgotten souls, their eyes wide with the same terror I felt now. Was this what she did? Did she absorb them, become them? The thought made my blood run even colder, if that was even possible. "You have been so lost," she continued, her voice drifting, almost hypnotic, wandering aimlessly, forgetting who you are, who we are. She stepped closer, her bare feet making no sound on the wooden floor. I could see the grain of the wood through her feet. It was impossible, a nightmare, but undeniably real. "But I found you. I always find you." My head lolled to the side, my eyes struggling to focus on her. "Who are you?" I croaked, my voice a dry, rasping whisper, alien even to my own ears. The question felt foolish, pathetic, but I needed to hear it. Needed some anchor in this swirling vortex of fear and exhaustion. A soft, melancholic smile touched her lips, beautiful and utterly chilling. "Oh, my love, you truly do not remember, do you? It has been so many lives since then, so many years. But I never forget. I have searched for you across centuries, across worlds." She reached out, and this time, her touch was feather light against my cheek, not cold, but strangely warm, a deceptive comfort. "I am your wife, your beloved, from a time before this one, from a life we built together, a life they ripped apart." My mind reeled. Wife, past life. This was beyond anything I could have imagined. I had prepared myself for a stalker, a psychopath, maybe even some kind of vengeful spirit, but not this. Not a woman claiming to be my eternal spouse, chasing me through reincarnation. It was insane. It was the ravings of a madwoman, or perhaps the insidious truth of something far older and more terrifying than madness. You are crazy." I managed, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. A flicker of something, perhaps genuine hurt, crossed her translucent features before it was replaced by that same unnerving serenity. "Crazy," she echoed softly, her touch lingering. "Is it crazy to simply desire what is mine? What has always been mine? We were meant to be together, eternally, but they interfered. They always interfere. They scattered our souls, hoping we would never find each other again. But I am stronger than their magic. stronger than their forgotten curses. She pulled her hand away, and the warmth, fleeting as it was, vanished, leaving behind an even deeper chill. Do you remember the quiet, the snow falling outside our window, the warmth of the hearth, the smell of pine and wood smoke? Our cabin, nestled deep in the forest, just like this one. Her words painted a vivid picture in my mind, a sudden, intrusive image that felt oddly familiar, yet completely alien. A small, rustic cabin, snow-laden trees. A crackling fire was a comforting image, but it twisted into something sinister in her presence, a memory stolen, corrupted. No, I whispered, shaking my head, try to dislodge the image. I do not. This is my cabin. My life. She laughed, a sound like wind chimes made of ice. This is a pale imitation, my dear, a shadow of what we had, but it will suffice. For now. She gestured around the kitchen, her arm a shimmering blur. You made it so familiar, did not you? Subconsciously drawn to the echoes of our past. The way you arranged your books, the way you chose your furniture, you were calling to me. You just did not know it. The idea that my own choices, my own preferences, had been some kind of subconscious beacon, drawing this ancient, predatory entity to me, was a fresh wave of horror. It meant there was no escape, no free will, that my entire life had been a prelude to this horrifying reunion. Mark, I tried, grasping at the last thread of reality. He will come for me. Ilera tilted her head, her smile widening. Poor Mark. He was a distraction, was not he? A temporary tether to a life that is not yours. But he is gone now. He won't bother us anymore. My stomach dropped. What did you do to him? I demanded, a surge of adrenaline momentarily cutting through the exhaustion. She merely shrugged, a graceful, ethereal movement. Nothing he did not deserve for trying to keep us apart. He served his purpose. He brought you to me in a way. His fear, his concern for you was a beacon, too. A delicious appetizer. The implication was clear. Mark was not just unreachable, he was dealt with. And the thought that he had been used, his genuine care for me twisted into a bait for this creature, was almost as sickening as the idea of his ultimate fate. I was truly alone. Utterly, irrevocably alone. The vast, silent woods outside, once a comfort, now felt like an endless, suffocating blanket, holding me captive in Ilera's grasp. You need to rest, my love, she said, her voice softening, becoming almost maternal. You've been fighting for so long. It is time to surrender, to come home. And then she was gone. Not a fade, not a shimmer, but simply gone. One moment she was there, translucent and terrifying. The next, the space she occupied was empty, save for the lingering chill and the profound emptiness she had left within me. I slid further down the cabinet, my body a leaden weight, my mind a jumble of fear, confusion, and a terrifying, creeping exhaustion. The silence that followed her departure was even worse than her presence. It was a silence that hummed with unseen eyes, with ancient malevolence, a silence that felt heavy and permanent. How long I sat there, slumped against the cabinets. I could not say. Minutes, hours. Time had lost all meaning. My limbs felt like they were filled with sand, my eyelids impossibly heavy. Every breath was an effort, every thought a struggle. The world around me felt distant, muffled, as if I was underwater. Eventually, the urge to move, to escape, however futile, stirred within me. I needed to get away from the kitchen, from the lingering echo of her touch, her voice. I needed to find a place where I could think, where I could maybe, just maybe, convince myself this was all a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. Pushing myself up was like trying to lift a boulder. My muscles screamed in protest, but it was more than just physical fatigue. It was a profound spiritual weariness, as if my very soul had been stretched thin, transparent. I stumbled through the cabin, each step a shaky effort. The familiar warmth of my home was gone, replaced by an oppressive chill that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The sun, once a comforting presence, now seemed to mock me through the windows, its light too bright, too harsh for my clouded vision. The dust motes dancing the beams looked like tiny, mocking spirits, swirling in the air Lara had just occupied. I made it to the living room, collapsing onto the worn armchair by the fireplace. The unlit hearth stared back at me like a cold, dead eye. My eyes drifted to the mantelpiece, to the framed photos of friends, of family, of happier times. They seemed to mock me too, reminders of a life that felt utterly disconnected from this horrifying reality. They are not real, are they? Ilara's voice, soft and insidious, floated from the corner of the room, as if she had been there all along, waiting. I had not seen her appear, had not heard a sound. She was just there, a shimmering outline against the dim light, leaning casually against the wall, observing me with an unnerving intensity. These people, they do not understand. They can't help you. I flinched, my heart hammering a weak, erratic rhythm in my chest. Leave me alone. I rasped, the words barely audible. She took a step closer, her form becoming a little more distinct, less translucent, as if my renewed fear was feeding her, solidifying her. But I am you, my love. Or rather, you are me. We are one. We always have been. And soon we will be again. She floated towards a mantelpiece, her gaze lingering on a photo of me and Mark, grinning, arms around each other at a fishing trip. He was so earnest, she mused, her voice almost a whisper, so easily manipulated. He truly believed he was protecting you. She reached out a hand in the photo frame without being physically touched, tilted, then slowly, deliberately, fell off the mantelpiece, shattering on the stone hearth. The glass splintered, the image of me and Mark now broken, fragmented. A fresh wave of despair washed over me. It was a small act, but profoundly unsettling. She was not just a psychological tormentor. She could manipulate the physical world, twisting it to her will. My cabin was no longer mine. It was her stage, her plaything. You like this one. Do not you, she said, her voice laced with predatory amusement, as she picked up a different photo, one of me and my sister laughing on a hike. This time, she held it carefully, her translucent fingers seemingly passing to frame without disturbing it. She has a good heart, but a fragile one. She would grieve for you, would not she? A deep, aching grief. My breath hitched. She was threatening my family, my loved ones. Do not you dare. I growled, trying to summon some semblance of courage, some spark of defiance. But it was a hollow threat, a dying ember. Oh, I would not do anything to her, Ilara said, a chilling sweetness in her tone. Not directly, but you're fading your disappearance, that will be enough. The pain of loss, of not knowing it is a powerful emotion, is not it, and it feeds me, just as your fear feeds me now. She held the photo up, and I watched in horror as the image of my sister, smiling brightly, began to subtly distort. Her eyes seemed to hollow, her smile stretched into something unnatural, almost grotesque. The vibrant colors of the photo muted, faded, as if life was draining from the very paper itself. Stop it, I cried, my voice cracking. Ilara lowered the photo, and the image returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. She placed it back on the mantelpiece, perfectly upright. See, I can be considerate, if you cooperate, if you remember. She began to pace slowly in front of the fireplace, her steps silent, her form flickering slightly as of a faulty light bulb. Do you remember the forest, my love? Not this one, but ours. The ancient trees, the way the moonlight filtered to the canopy, painting silver shadows on the forest floor. We would walk there, hand in hand, speaking of eternity, of our endless love. As she spoke, the air in the living room grew thick, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, a scent that should not have been there. My vision blurred, and for a moment, the walls of my cabin seemed to melt away, replaced by towering ancient trees, their branches skeletal against a bruised, moonlit sky. I felt a strange pull, a sense of deja vu so profound it was almost disorienting. A faint echo of warmth in my hand, as if another hand had been there, intertwined with mine. No, I insisted, shaking my head violently, trying to break free from the illusion. It is not real. You are trying to trick me. Alara stopped pacing, her gaze fixed on me, intense and unwavering. Is it a trick if it is a truth? If it is a memory buried so deep, it has become part of your very being. You feel it, do not you? That longing, that sense of something lost, something vital missing from your life. And the terrifying thing was, a part of me did feel it. A deep, aching void that I had never been able to quite fill. A persistent sense of incompleteness that I had always attributed to loneliness or ambition. Could it be that she was right? That there was something more, something ancient and forgotten, stirring within me? You are tired, my love, she repeated, her voice a lullaby of dread. But I can give you peace. I can give you wholeness. All you have to do is remember. All you have to do is let go of this fleeting existence and embrace what truly awaits us. I felt myself fading again, the exhaustion overwhelming. My head swam, my thoughts became sluggish, like molasses. Resisting her was becoming an impossible task. It was like fighting against a rising tide, knowing you were going to drown. What do you want? I whispered, the question barely escaping my lips. Her smile returned, radiant and utterly devastating. I want us to be together again, to complete the cycle. They tried to break it, but they failed. I gathered the scattered pieces of my soul, of our soul, and now I will gather yours. We will fuse, my darling. We will become one, just as we were before. And then, no one will ever separate us again. The implication of her words sent a fresh wave of terror through me, momentarily jolting me awake. She did not just want to drain me, she wanted to absorb me, to erase me, to make me a part of her, to become some kind of horrific, eternal composite being. My identity, my very existence, was on the chopping block. No, I gasped, trying to push myself up, but my body refused to obey. I won't let you. She simply watched me, her head tilted, a look of pity or perhaps amusement in her eyes. You have no choice, my love. It is destiny. It is written. You are already fading. Look at yourself. I tried to look down at my hands, but my vision was too blurry. I could feel a tremor running through me, a profound weakness that went deeper than just physical exhaustion. It was as if my very essence was being slowly, meticulously unraveled. I tried to make it easy for you, she continued, her voice echoing in my ears, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The feathers, the raven, they were reminders, symbols from our past, signs that I was near, that our reunion was at hand. I thought you would remember, would welcome me. The chilling realization hit me, all her actions, the photos, the invasion of my cabin, the constant surveillance, the psychological torment. She saw it all as a gentle courtship, a loving invitation. In her twisted mind, she was simply bringing me home, reminding me of a love I had forgotten. And that was perhaps the most horrifying aspect of all. The attic, I mumbled, a random thought surfacing from the murky depths of my mind. The scratching, the humming of Alara's smile softened, taking on a faraway, almost wistful quality. Yes, our sanctuary. I was preparing it for us, making it ready. It was our special place. Remember, where we would hide from the world, where we would dream of our endless future. The attic, my attic, the place I'd always considered just a storage space, a dusty, forgotten corner of my house, was, in her eyes, a sacred space, a symbol of some ancient, shared past. The thought of her up there, humming, preparing it, making herself at home, was profoundly disturbing. It twisted the very fabric of my reality, making me question everything I thought I knew about my home, about myself. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest, a tightening, as if an invisible hand was squeezing my heart. My breath caught in my throat. I gasped, trying to draw in air, but it felt thin, insubstantial. My vision began to tunnel, the edges of my sight darkening, encroaching on the central point. "It is time, my love," Alara whispered, her voice now directly in my ear, though I had not seen her move. Her translucent form was right in front of me, her beautiful, terrifying face inches from mine. Her eyes, those ancient green pools, seemed to draw me in, to pull me into their depths. "Let go. Come to me. Let us be whole again." I could feel myself slipping. The fight, the resistance, was draining away, replaced by a profound sense of resignation. It was like watching myself drown, knowing I could not do anything to stop it. My body was numb, my mind foggy. I could barely form a coherent thought. But then, a fleeting image flashed in my mind Mark's concerned face, his urgent voice on the phone telling me to flee. The desperate scramble for my shotgun, the defiant act of calling him, even when I knew it was futile. A spark, a tiny, defiant ember in the vast darkness that Alara was creating. No, this was not me. This was not my destiny. This was not my love. This was a nightmare, an ancient predator trying to consume me. And even if I was fading, even if I was losing, I would not go willingly. With a surge of pure, unadulterated terror, I forced my eyes open, trying to find some anchor, some point of resistance. I looked past Alara, past her shimmering form, and my gaze fell on the shattered photo frame on the hearth. Mark's broken smile. It was a reminder of the life I had, the connections I cherished, the reality she was trying to steal. "No," I croaked again, louder this time, a raw, guttural sound that surprised even me. It was a desperate, dying roar, but it was a roar nonetheless. "You are not my wife. You are a monster." Ilaire's expression hardened, a flicker of something akin to anger crossing her features for the first time. Her translucent form solidified a fraction more, becoming less ephemeral, more real, more menacing. "Foolish boy," she hissed, her voice losing its seductive quality, becoming sharp-edged. "You cling to this false reality, to these fleeting attachments. They mean nothing." She raised her hand, and this time there was no gentle touch, no seductive caress. Her fingers, long and delicate, pressed against my forehead, and a searing cold shot through my skull, a pain so intense it made me cry out, a sound that was swallowed by the sudden, overwhelming pressure. It felt like my brain was being squeezed, compressed, as if she was trying to force the memories, the truth, into my mind. Images flashed before my eyes, not my own memories, but hers, or perhaps ours, as she claimed. A blazing fire, consuming a wooden cabin, the screams of people, the frantic rush of bodies. A woman, her face contorted in agony, her hair wild, reaching out for a man, his eyes wide with terror as he was dragged away by unseen forces. Snow, blood, betrayal. It was a maelstrom of ancient pain and fury, overwhelming my senses, threatening to shatter my mind. "They took you from me." Ilara's voice was a furious shriek in my head, not just heard, but felt resonating deep within my very bones. "They cursed us, separated our souls. But I found you. I always find you." The pain was unbearable. 1,000 needles piercing my skull, 1,000 voices screaming in my ears. I felt myself tearing, ripping apart, the boundaries of my own consciousness dissolving under the onslaught of her ancient despair and rage. I thrashed weakly, trying to break free, but I was pinned, held captive by her invisible force, by the sheer power of her will. My vision was nothing but a chaotic blur of light and shadow, of past and present, of fear and fury. Then, just as I felt myself teetering on the brink of total annihilation, a single, clear thought pierced through the chaos, the shotgun. It was still on the kitchen floor where I had dropped it, Useless, perhaps, against an entity like Ilara, but it was a weapon, a symbol of resistance, a last, desperate act of defiance, gathering every last atom of strength, every last ounce of will I possessed. I focus on that single thought, that single object. My eyes, though blurry, darted towards the kitchen doorway. Ilara seemed to sense my fleeting thought, my desperate attempt at rebellion. Her eyes narrowed and her face, once beautiful, twisted into a mass of pure, unadulterated rage. "No," she roared, her voice ripping through the air, shaking the very foundations of the cabin. "You will not defy me. You are mine." The pressure on my head intensified, pushing me deeper into the abyss. I felt a cold, wetness on my face, and for a terrifying second, I thought it was blood, my own blood, bursting from my skull. But then a faint metallic taste filled my mouth. Tears. My own tears, hot and bitter, mixed with a strange, cold sweat that covered my skin. But the thought of the shotgun, however futile, gave me a sliver of focus. It was a physical object, something tangible in this swirling nightmare. And just as she had twisted my memories, perhaps I could twist her expectations. I stopped struggling, let my body go limp, feigning surrender. Ilara's grip, or rather, the immense pressure on my head, eased slightly, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. "Good," she whispered, her voice regaining a touch of its former seductive quality. "That is right, my love. Just let go. Come home." But my mind, though battered and broken, was still mine. And in that brief moment of perceived surrender, I focused every last fragment of my fading will, not on fighting her directly, but on a single, desperate, suicidal act. I saw the old, cracked wooden floorboards of the living room, near the fireplace. I remembered the loose one, the one I had meant to fix for ages, the one that always creaked when you stepped on it just right. With a final, desperate gasp, I managed to lift my hand, not toward Ilara, but towards the floor. It was a pathetic, weak gesture, but it was enough. The sheer effort sent a fresh wave of agony through my body, but I ignored it. "What are you doing?" Ilara asked, a hint of confusion in her tone. "I can't breathe." I wheezed, my voice barely a whisper, hoping she would mistake my struggle for physical weakness rather than a final, desperate gambit. As if to prove her point, she intensified the pressure, drawing even more of my essence. I felt a profound emptiness, a chilling void opening up inside me, as if my very soul was being ripped from my body. But in that moment of ultimate vulnerability, I found a strange, cold clarity. I slammed my hand, with the last vestiges of my strength, onto the loose floorboard. It was not a powerful blow, not a forceful impact. It was a dull thud, barely audible. But it was enough. The old wood, already weakened by time and neglect, groaned under the sudden, unexpected pressure. And then, with a sharp, splintering crack, the floorboard gave way. I felt myself falling, not down, but through. The world tilted violently, and Ilara's beautiful, enraged face was suddenly above me, her eyes wide with shock, not at me, but at the sudden, unexpected rupture in her control. The cabin itself seemed to shudder, a deep, resonant groan echoing through its wooden frame. For a split second, Ilara's translucent form flickered wildly, as if the sudden disruption, the unexpected break in the familiar structure of the cabin, had weakened her hold, her connection to this place, to me. She was an ancient being tied to patterns, to echoes of the past. And I had just shattered one of those echoes, broken the perceived sanctity of her chosen domain. Her scream, when it came, was not just a sound, it was a physical force, a wave of pure, ancient agony and fury that slammed into me, even as I continued to fall. It was the sound of something primal, something profoundly violated. I was not falling far, just through the floor into the cramped, dusty crawl space beneath the cabin. But in that moment, it felt like falling into another dimension away from her. The darkness of the crawl space enveloped me, thick and suffocating. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light, filtering through the broken floorboard above. I lay there, gasping, my body aching, my mind reeling. The oppressive weight of Alara's presence was gone, replaced by the musty smell of earth and decay. But the silence was short-lived. Above me, I heard a furious, echoing roar, followed by the sound of splintering wood, of objects being thrown, of the cabin itself being torn apart. Alara's rage was unleashed, and it was terrifying. She was still there, still in my cabin, and she was furious. I was weak, broken, and trapped in a dark, confined space. But I was, for this moment, free of her direct touch, free of her insidious whispers. The fall, the broken floorboard, had given me a brief, desperate reprieve. But it was only a reprieve. I could hear her above me, her fury growing, her power seemingly unchecked. She was searching for me, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that she would find me. She always found me. She was my wife from a past life, and she was determined to reclaim me, to absorb me, to make me whole with her, whether I wanted it or not. The darkness of the crawl space pressing on me, but it was a different kind of darkness now. Not the psychological darkness she had inflicted, but a physical one, full of spiders and cold earth. I could feel the vibrations of her rage above me, the very foundations of my home shaking. I was still alive, for now, but the game had changed. I had broken her illusion, shattered her calm. And now, she was truly angry. And an angry, ancient entity, claiming to be your past life wife, who feeds on fear and wants to absorb your very soul, is a terror beyond comprehension. I knew my time was running out, but I also knew, with a desperate, defiant flicker, that I would not make it easy for her. I would fight, even if it was just a dying ember against an inferno. I would fight until there was nothing left of me to fight with. It has been weeks since Nyx. Weeks since I ran from the Miller house. Weeks since her words about Elias and the darkness burrowed into my skull and took root. Every day since, the world has felt different. Sharper, colder, more saturated with kind of static that only I can perceive. I still see the things others miss. The faint, shimmering outlines of something in the periphery of my vision. The whispers that are not wind. The unpublicized truths behind the local tragedies that now feel like open wounds in the fabric of reality. Nyx said I was being tuned, becoming one of their voices. And I hate it. I hate what I have become. My sleep is a battlefield of fractured nightmares and fleeting, terrifying glimpses of things that should not exist. During the day, I try to act normal, try to pretend that the world has not been peeled back to reveal a rotting underside. But it is a performance, a constant, exhausting charade. Every laugh feels hollow, every conversation like I am speaking a different language. The silence, the heavy, suffocating silence Elias left behind, has been replaced by a cacophony of unseen horrors. I am always waiting, always dreading the moment Nyx mentioned, the day I stop blinking and fully embrace the darkness. I try to go back to my old life, try to find some semblance of normalcy, even if it was just a fleeting distraction. Dating apps, for all their superficiality, used to be a way to connect, to feel human. Now, they just feel like another portal to the unknown. But I was desperate, desperate to feel a human touch, to hear a human voice that was not tainted by the things I now saw. So, I swiped, and that is how I found Mark. His profile was simple enough. A few decent pictures, a bio that mentioned hiking, and craft beer, the usual, unremarkable stuff. He seemed normal. God, I craved normal. We matched, and his messages were polite, engaging. He asked about my interests, seemed genuinely curious. It was a refreshing change from the cryptic pronouncement of Nyx or the unsettling silence of Elias. We chatted for a few days, and I found myself almost forgetting the things that haunted me. Almost. He asked me out for dinner, not a casual coffee, but a proper dinner. I hesitated, a flicker of the old fear pricking at me. But then I thought, what is the worst that could happen? I have already been to the Miller house. I have already seen Nick's. A bad date seemed like a walk in the park compared to that. So, I agreed. The restaurant he picked was a little out of the way, in a part of town I did not frequent. It was called the Gilded Spoon, which sounded a bit pretentious, but I figured, why not? I dressed up, put on some makeup, tried to look like the person I used to be. When I arrived, Mark was already there, sitting at a table tucked away in a dimly lit corner. He stood when he saw me, a polite smile on his face. He was taller than his picture suggested, with kind eyes and a neatly trimmed beard. He was not drop-dead gorgeous, but he had a comfortable, approachable aura about him. For a moment, I felt a tiny spark of hope. Maybe, just maybe, this could be a normal night. The conversation flowed easily. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, travel. He told me about a trip he would take into Southeast Asia, about the vibrant street markets and the ancient temples. I found myself genuinely laughing, not the hollow laugh I would become accustomed to, but a real one. It felt good. It felt human. He was attentive, made eye contact, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. I almost forgot about the static, about the whispers, about Nick's. Almost. Midway through appetizers, he mentioned something casual. My friends are actually joining us a little later, if that is okay. They are usually a bit late getting off work. But I wanted to make sure we got a table. My stomach did a little flip. I had not expected a group dinner. I usually preferred one-on-one for a first date. But I smiled, tried to be agreeable. Oh, sure, that is fine. The more the merrier. I told myself it was fine. It was just friends. Normal friends. We ordered our main courses, and the conversation continued. I felt a sense of ease I had not experienced in months. Maybe this was it. Maybe I could claw my way back to normalcy. Maybe the tuning was just a temporary thing, something that would fade with time, like a bad fever dream. Then they arrived. I saw them through the arched doorway of the dining room. A group of 5 people, all walking in a loose formation, heading towards our table. My smile faltered, a cold dread beginning to seep into my bones. Even from a distance, something felt off. It was not just their number, but the way they moved, a strange, almost synchronized rhythm that felt unnatural. As they got closer, I saw it. All 5 of them were wearing masks. Identical masks. They were unsettling. Not the kind of playful masquerade masks you might wear to a theme party, but something far more disturbing. They were made of a smooth, matte white material, featureless save for 2 narrow, elongated slits for eyes and a small, perfectly circular hole where the mouth should be. There were no noses, no eyebrows, no cheekbones, just a stark, blank canvas that completely obscured their faces. They looked like something out of a surrealist painting or a nightmare. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. I looked at Mark, trying to gauge his reaction, but he was already smiling, waving them over. Hey, guys, over here. He did not seem to notice anything unusual. They approached our table, their movements still uncannily similar, like a bizarre, silent ballet. They slid into the empty seats around us, 2 on one side, 3 on the other, surrounding me and Mark. The air instantly grew heavy, the pleasant restaurant chatter, fading into a distant hum in my ears. All I could focus on were those masks. Everyone, this is Sarah, Mark said, gesturing to me. Sarah, this is Liam. Chloe, Ben, Olivia, and a Michael. He pointed to each one in turn, but without faces, it was impossible to tell who was who. They all just sat there, those blank white masks staring at me. No one spoke. No one offered a hand to shake. They just sat. I managed a week. Hi, everyone. My voice sounded thin, reedy, like it belonged to someone else. The masks remained still. No nods, no verbal greetings. Just the unnerving, empty gaze of those narrow eye slits. It was then that I noticed the eyes behind the slits. They were not just eyes, they were too dark, too deep. It was like looking into tunnels, endless and black, with no discernible pupil or iris. My tuning was kicking in, and it was telling me that what I was seeing was not right. So, Sarah, the guys were just talking about that new art installation downtown. Mark said, trying to bridge the silence, clearly oblivious to the icy dread that had seized me. He was still smiling, still acting like everything was perfectly normal. I tried to force a smile, but my lips felt stiff. Oh, really? I have not had a chance to see it yet. One of the masked figures, the one Mark had called Liam, tilted its head slightly. It was the only movement, and it felt incredibly deliberate, almost predatory. The others remained perfectly still. They are really into the avant-garde. Mark chuckled, his voice echoing in what felt like a vacuum, always finding the strangest things to appreciate. I stared at Liam's mask. Up close, I could see the faint seams of the material, the way it hugged the contours of a human head, yet somehow distorted them. It was not fabric or plastic. It looked like bone or polished porcelain, but it had a subtle, almost organic sheen to it, and the ice slits as I stared. I felt a distinct pressure behind my own eyes, like something was trying to push its way into my vision, to show me what was truly there. Are those for a special occasion? I asked, tried to sound casual, but my voice trembled slightly, like a themed event. Mark laughed, a light, airy sound that did not quite reach his eyes. Oh, no, they just like them. It is kind of their thing. They are a bit eccentric. He winked at me, as if this explained everything. My blood ran cold. Their thing, wearing identical, featureless masks to a casual dinner. This was not eccentricity. This was something else entirely. This was a statement. A ritual. I looked around the table again. All 5 masks were angled slightly towards me, those deep, black voids behind the eye slits fixed on my face. I felt like an insect under a microscope. My tuning was screaming at me. These were not just masks. There was something wrong with them. They were too still, too perfect, too empty. Our waiter approached with our main courses, and the masked figures remained motionless, allowing the plates to be placed in front of them. The waiter did not bat an eye. He just served the food, his face neutral, and moved on. Did no one else see this? Was I the only one? The food was placed in front of me, but my appetite had completely vanished. I picked up my fork, my hand shaking slightly. I glanced at the masked figures' plates. They just sat there untouched. So, Mark, you were saying about that new gallery exhibit. I tried to steer the conversation back to something. Anything normal. I needed to understand. I needed to figure out a way out of this. Mark launched into a description of some abstract art, but my attention was elsewhere. I was watching the masked people. They had not moved. Not an inch. They were not eating. They were not speaking. They were just observing. Me, a horrifying thought solidified in my mind. What if those were not just masks? What if there was nothing behind them? Or worse, what if what was behind them was not human? My tuning had shown me the unseen, the things that lurked just beyond the veil of normal perception. And these masks felt like a deliberate obscuring, a way to hide something from the casual observer. But I was not a casual observer anymore. I focused on the mask closest to me, the one Mark had called Chloe. I concentrated, pushing against the subtle resistance of my mind, trying to see past the deception. It was like a veil, a shimmering barrier that distorted reality. I remembered Nix's words about Elias being part of the tapestry, opening himself to the darkness. Were these people also part of it? Were they of it? As I stared, the smooth white surface of the mask seemed to ripple, just for a fraction of a second. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor, like heat haze. And then, through the narrow eye slits, I saw it. Not eyes, not human eyes, but something else. A swirling, inky blackness, deeper and more profound than any shadow. And within that blackness, tiny, pinprick lights, like distant malevolent stars. It was like looking into a miniature abyss, a void that pulsed with a cold, ancient energy. I gasped a small, choke sound. My fork clattered against my plate. Mark looked at me, concerned. Sarah, are you okay? I could not speak. I could only stare at the mask, at the terrifying truth my tuning had just revealed. The masks were not just covering faces. They were containments. They were holding something in, or perhaps keeping something out. And the things behind those masks, they were not human. Not in any way that mattered. As if my gasp had been a signal, the other masked figures shifted. Not a big movement, just a slight, collective leaning forward. The air grew colder, heavier. I could feel their collective gaze, a pressure that felt physical, pressing down on me. I need to use the restroom. I stammered, scrambling to my feet. The chair scraped loudly against the floor. I did not wait for a response. I just needed to get away, to breathe, to escape their silent, terrifying scrutiny. I practically ran to the dining room, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could feel their eyes on my back, even though they had no faces. I could feel the cold, abyssal presence radiating from them. I burst into the women's restroom, fumbling for the lock on the door. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped my purse. I leaned against the cold tile wall, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. The swirling voids, the pinprick stars was like Nyx's eyes, but magnified, multiplied, and contained behind those sterile white masks. My reflection in the mirror was pale, my eyes wide with terror. I splashed cold water on my face, hoping to wash away the fear, to convince myself it was all a delusion, a side effect of the tuning. But I knew better. This was real. This was the darkness Nyx had spoken of, manifesting itself in the most mundane of settings. I knew I could not go back out there. I could not sit at that table with those things. I had to get out. I had to leave. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I unlocked the restroom door and peered out. The dining room seemed normal, the other patrons oblivious. But I knew better. I could feel the pull of their gaze, the chilling awareness that they knew I was trying to escape. I saw Mark at our table, looking toward the restroom door, a slight frown on his face. The masked figures were still perfectly still, their plates untouched. They had not moved. They had not even pretended to eat. They were just waiting. For me, my mind raced. I could not just walk out. Mark would stop me. He would ask questions. And those masked things, what would they do? I remembered Nyx's words, "You are being tuned," to truly see the unseen. And now I was seeing it, and it was terrifying. I glanced around the restroom. A small window, high up on the wall, barely large enough for a child to squeeze through. Not an option. The main door was my only way out. I took another deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. I had to act normal. I had to pretend everything was fine. I had to make my escape look like a casual departure. I walked out of the restroom, trying to project an air of calm confidence I did not feel. As I approached the table, Mark stood up. Feeling better, he asked, his smile returning, though it seemed a little strained now. Much? I lied, forcing a smile. Listen, Mark, I am so sorry, but I just got a text. Something urgent came up with my sister. I really have to go. It was a flimsy excuse, but it was all I could think of. Mark's smile faltered. Oh, really? Now? We just got our food. He glanced at the untouched plates of his masked friends, then back at me. His eyes held a strange glint, a flicker of something I had not noticed before. The kind eyes from earlier were gone, replaced by a calculating stare. I know. I am so sorry, I said, already backing away from the table. Please, just tell everyone I said goodbye. I did not look at the masked figures. I could not. I could feel the weight of their silent attention. a suffocating presence. "Sarah, wait," Mark said, his voice no longer light, but with an edge of command. He took a step towards me. That was it. That was the sign. The game was over. I did not wait. I turned and bolted. I did not care about politeness, about explanations, about the bill. I just ran. I ran past startled diners, past a confused waiter, my purse swinging wildly. "Sarah." Mark's voice was sharp, cutting through the restaurant noise. I heard the scrape of chairs, more than one. They were coming. I burst through the restaurant's front doors, into the cool night air. The street was dimly lit, mostly deserted. My car was parked a block away. I ran, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps behind me. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Through the glass doors of the Gilded Spoon, I saw them. Not just Mark, but the masked figures. All 5 of them, standing in the doorway. Perfectly still, those blank white masks turned towards me. They were not running. They did not need to. Their presence alone was enough to fuel my terror. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. The familiar weight of the remote in my palm was a small comfort. I pressed the unlock button, heard the faint click of my car doors. I yanked the driver's side door open, threw myself inside, and slammed the door shut, locking it instantly. My breath hitched in my throat. I looked in my rearview mirror. They were still there, standing in the doorway of the restaurant, watching. The blank white masks seemed to glow faintly in the dim light, those abyssal eye-slits fixed on my car. It was unnerving, terrifying. They were not moving, but I could feel their presence, a cold, insidious dread that seeped into the very core of my being. I jammed the key into the ignition, my hands still shaking. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, tires squealing as I backed out of the parking spot, then slammed it into drive. I sped away from the Gilded Spoon, not caring about speed limits, not caring about anything, but putting as much distance between myself and those masks as possible. As I rounded the corner, I risked one last look at my mirror. The restaurant entrance was gone, swallowed by the darkness of the street. But the image of those 5 identical, featureless white masks, standing perfectly still, watching me leave, was burned into my mind. I drove home in a daze, the terror slowly giving way to a sickening certainty. This was not just a bad date. This was another thread in the tapestry Nix had spoken of, another glimpse into the darkness that Elias had been consumed by. When I finally pulled into my driveway, my hands were still clenched on the steering wheel, my knuckles white. I sat there for a long time, the engine idling, the only sound the frantic beating of my own heart. I knew, with a horrifying clarity, that I had not just escaped a strange dinner. I had stumbled into another facet of the unseen world, a world where things wore human masks, or masks to hide what was not human. The tuning Nix had inflicted upon me was a curse, a gateway to horrors I could no longer ignore. I got out of my car, my legs feeling like lead. As I walked toward my front door, I could not shake the feeling that I was still being watched. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a whisper. I knew they were not physically there, but their presence, their cold, empty gaze, felt imprinted on the night. I locked my door, drew the curtains, and turned on every light in my apartment. But the light did not help. The darkness was not outside, it was inside me now, a seed planted by Elias, watered by Nix, and now nourished by the image of those 5 identical, blank white masks. I remembered Nix's final words, echoing in my mind like a death, "Nell, you are becoming one of their voices. Forever changed, waiting for the day you stop blinking and fully embrace the darkness." And as I sat there, shivering in the artificial light of my living room, I knew that the day was coming. And those masks, those horrifying, featureless masks, were just another signpost on a road to that inevitable, terrifying destination. I had been tuned, and now I was truly seeing, and the things I saw were only getting started. I remember a time when I used to roll my eyes at those online dating horror stories. You know, the ones where someone shows up looking nothing like their profile picture, or they spend the whole date talking about their ex, or they try to convert you to some obscure cult before the appetizers even arrive. I thought I was immune, too jaded by years of swiping and disappointing coffee dates to fall for anything truly outlandish. My friends call me cynical, but I prefer to think of myself as pragmatic. I knew what I was looking for, and I knew it probably was not going to materialize out of a blurry selfie and a generic bio. Then Elias popped up. His profile was sparse, almost aggressively so. One photo, slightly out of focus, taken from an angle that obscured his face just enough to be intriguing, not frustrating. It looked like he was standing in a dimly lit art gallery, or maybe a really moody jazz club. He had dark hair, I thought, and a strong jawline, but nothing was definite. His bio was just a single, cryptic quote about the beauty of the unseen. No job, no hobbies, no witty banner. Just that. Normally, I would swipe left so fast my thumb would get whiplash. Too much effort, too many red flags. But something about Elias was different. Maybe it was the sheer audacity of his minimal presence, or maybe it was just a particularly boring Tuesday night, and my curiosity was piqued. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was a match. His first message was immediate, not a canned opener, but something that felt considered. Sarah, it read, I sense a kindred spirit. Would you be open to an unconventional encounter? Unconventional. That was putting it mildly. We exchanged a few more messages over the next couple of days. He was articulate, intelligent, and surprisingly charming, even in text. He talked about art, philosophy, the nuances of human connection. He seemed to genuinely listen, asking thoughtful questions about my answers. It was refreshing after countless messages about what is up or unsolicited compliments on my eyes. Then came the proposition. I would love to meet you. Sarah, he wrote, but I have a particular preference for our first meeting. I find that true connection is often obscured by the superficiality of sight. I prefer to meet in absolute darkness. I stare at my phone screen, my coffee growing cold in my hand. Absolute darkness. My first instinct was to laugh. Was this some kind of performance art piece? A really elaborate prank? Or was it just creepy? I typed out a sarcastic reply, something about needing to check my schedule for my seance appointments, but then I hesitated. I deleted it. I looked at his sparse profile again. The blurry photo, the cryptic quote. He was not asking for anything sexual, not explicitly anyway. He was not asking to meet at his apartment. He was asking for darkness. My life felt pretty mundane at that point. My job was stable, my friends were great, but there was this nagging sense of predictability. I was tired of the same old song and dance. Maybe this was different. Maybe it was a way to experience something truly unique, to strip away the expectations that came with judging someone by their appearance. I decided to play along, just a little. Absolute darkness. I typed, that is certainly unconventional. What did you have in mind? He replied, almost instantly, there's a place downtown, a small, independent art space that sometimes hosts sensory deprivation experiences. They have a private room, soundproofed and light-sealed. I have arranged for us to use it for an hour this Friday. We can talk, truly talk, without the distractions of the visual world. Just voices, ideas, and presence. He had already arranged it. That was a little unnerving, but also efficient. He seemed to anticipate my curiosity, my willingness to step outside my comfort zone. I told my best friend, Chloe, about it over drinks that night. She nearly choked on her martini. Sarah, are you insane? She exclaimed, her eyes wide. That is like the opening scene of every horror movie ever made. Come meet me in the dark. Pretty lady, it is not like that. I argued. even though a part of me knew she was right. He is really articulate. Chloe. He talks about pure connection and stripping away superficiality. It is philosophical. Chloe snorted. Or he has got a third eye growing out his forehead. Or he is a vampire. Or he is just really, really ugly. Seriously. Sarah, this is a bad idea. Do not go. Her words echoed in my head, but they also fueled a defiant spark. I was an adult. I could make my own decisions. And honestly, the idea of a date that was not about sizing each other felt strangely appealing. So, against Chloe's fervent advice and my own nagging sense of unease, I agreed. Friday arrived, and with it, a knot of anxiety in my stomach. I wore a simple, comfortable outfit, jeans, and a soft sweater. What did one wear to a pitch-black date? It felt absurd. I told Chloe I would text her when I was safely out, and she made me promise to share my live location. I felt a little silly, but I did it anyway. The art space was a small, unassuming building tucked between a trendy coffee shop and a vintage clothing store. Inside, it was minimalist, with stark white walls and a few abstract sculptures. A young woman with bright pink hair greeted me. "You are here for the sensory experience," she asked, a slight smile play on her lips. "Elias is already inside. Just follow me." She led me down a narrow corridor, the air growing cooler, the ambient street noise fading. We stopped at a heavy, padded door. She pushed it open, revealing an inky blackness beyond. Not just dim, but absolute black. The kind of black that swallows light, that feels like a physical presence. "He is in there," she whispered. "Just step inside, and I will close the door behind you. There's a small bench to your left. Enjoy your experience." My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it, the point of no return. I took a deep breath, mentally picturing Chloe's horrified face, and stepped into the void. The door swung shut behind me with a soft thud, and the last sliver of light vanished. I was plunged into an impenetrable darkness. It was disorienting, suffocating. My eyes strained, tried to find anything, any shape, any hint of light, but there was nothing. It was like being blindfolded and dropped into a coffee. "Sarah," a voice, deep and resonant, cut through the silence. It was Elias. It sounded exactly as I would imagine from his text, calm, intelligent, with a hint of something unplaceable, like a quiet hum beneath the surface. "Elias," I replied, my voice a little shaky. My hands instinctively reached out, trying to find the bench the girl had mentioned. My fingers brushed against something smooth and cool. It was a wall. I shuffled along it, until my leg bumped against something solid. The bench. I carefully sat down. "Thank you for coming," he said. His voice seemed to come from directly opposite me, maybe 10 feet away. The acoustics of the room were strange, making it hard to pinpoint. "I appreciate your open-mindedness. It is certainly an experience," I admitted, trying to sound more confident than I felt. My eyes were still frantically searching, but there was truly nothing to see. My other senses, however, were suddenly hyper-aware. I could smell a faint, clean scent like ozone or rain on hot pavement. The air was cool and still. I could hear the subtle rush of my own blood in my ears. "Tell me, Sarah," he began, his voice a soothing balm in the oppressive darkness. "What do you truly see when you look at someone? Beyond the surface, the societal masks, the genetic lottery." We talked for what felt like hours, though I knew it was only an hour. He spoke eloquently about perception, about the limitations of our senses, about the beauty of internal landscapes. He was fascinating, challenging, and surprisingly vulnerable. He asked about my dreams, my fears, my deepest desires, not in a creepy, probing way, but in a manner that invited genuine introspection. And he listened, truly listened. I found myself revealing things I had not told anyone, not even Chloe. It was liberating, this anonymity, without the pressure of eye contact, without the self-consciousness of my own expressions. I felt free. There was a moment, perhaps halfway through, when his hand brushed mine on the bench. It was a fleeting touch, almost accidental. His skin felt cool, incredibly smooth and dry. It was not unpleasant, but it was different. Not like any human skin I would ever touched. I chalked it up to the strangeness of the situation, the heightened senses. When the pink-haired girl knocked on the door, signaling our time was up, I felt a strange mix of relief and disappointment. The light, when it finally flooded the room, was jarring. I blinked, my eyes watering, tried to adjust. Elias was gone. The bench opposite me was empty. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. The room was small, sparse, with no other exits. Where had he gone? Had he slipped out the door the moment the light came in? The pink-haired girl, seeing my bewildered expression, just smiled. "Sometimes people prefer to leave before the lights come on," she said, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "Did you enjoy your session?" I mumbled something incoherent, my mind reeling. He was just gone. I felt a prickle of fear, but also a weird exhilaration. This was not just unconventional, it was utterly bizarre. I texted Chloe as soon as I was outside. "I am alive, and I think I just went on the weirdest date of my life. Details." "Spill," she replied instantly. I tried to explain it to her, but the words felt inadequate. How do you describe an hour of profound conversation with a person you have never seen, who then vanishes into thin air? Chloe, predictably, was convinced he was either a ghost or a serial killer in training. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself he was just shy or had some kind of social anxiety, or maybe a disfigurement he wanted to hide. But the smoothness of his skin, the way he just disappeared, it gnawed at me. Despite the unease, I found myself drawn back to him. Elias texted me later that night. "I enjoyed our conversation. Sarah, truly profound. Would you be open to another encounter?" And I said yes. Our subsequent dates followed a similar pattern, but with subtle shifts that, in hindsight, were deeply unsettling. The locations varied. Sometimes it was the same art space, other times a private room in a library after hours, once even completely abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. Each time, absolute darkness was the only constant. With each meeting, his presence grew more intense. His voice, once soothing, began to take on a hypnotic quality. He started telling stories, not about himself, but ancient, unsettling tales of things that existed beyond the veil of human perception. Creatures that thrived in shadow, beings that fed on curiosity. He spoke of how light was a prison, how it limited our understanding of the true vastness of existence. My friends were increasingly worried. I found myself making excuses, canceling plans, always prioritizing Elias. He never asked for anything, never demanded anything, but his presence, even in absence, became all-consuming. I would spend hours after our meetings trying to piece together fragments of his stories, searching for clues about him online. I found nothing. No social media, no public records, not even a mention of his name in any local art scene or philosophy forums. It was like he did not exist outside of our darkened encounters. I tried, on several occasions, to catch a glimpse of him. Once, I pretended to drop my phone, hoping the screen would momentarily illuminate him. But before I could even reach for it, his voice, sharp and sudden, cut through the dark. "Do not. Sarah, not yet. We are not ready for that." His hand, cool and firm, gently but decisively stopped mine. Another time, I brought a small, powerful penlight hidden in my pocket. My heart was pounding like a drum solo. I waited for a lull in our conversation, for a moment of silence, and then, with trembling fingers, I flicked it on. For a split second, a thin beam of light pierced the darkness. And in that fraction of a second, I saw something. Not a face, not a body. Just a distorted, shifting outline, like a silhouette made of smoke or heat haze, swirling and contracting where he should have been. It was not human. It could not be. Before my brain could even process what my eyes had registered, the light was gone. My hand was suddenly empty, the penlight snatched away with impossible speed. I told you. Sarah, his voice was low, colder than I would ever heard it. Patience is a virtue. Some things are not meant for the light. A shiver of pure terror ran down my spine. This was not just shyness. This was something else entirely. My rational mind screamed at me to run, to never contact him again. But a darker, more primal part of me, the part that was now utterly captivated by the enigma of Elias, wanted to know more. What was he? The encounters became more personal, more invasive. He never touched me beyond the occasional brush of hands, but his voice, his words, burrowed deep into my psyche. He knew things about me, things I had not told him. My childhood fears, a recurring dream I had about falling, the exact moment I realized I was truly alone in the world. He spoke of them with an unsettling intimacy, as if he had been there, witnessing my life's most private moments. You are a creature of fascinating depths. Sarah, he would whisper in the darkness, but you only scratch the surface of your own being. The light blinds you to the true you, the you that exists in the shadows. I started having nightmares. Vivid, terrifying dreams where I was trapped in absolute darkness, but not alone. I could feel things moving around me. Unseen entities whisper my name, their voices a distorted echo of Elias's. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, convinced I could still feel a cool, dry touch on my skin or smell that faint metallic ozone scent in my bedroom. One evening, after a particularly disturbing date in the abandoned warehouse where I felt an unseen presence brush against my cheek, I finally cracked. I called Chloe, my voice trembling. He is not human. Chloe, I whispered, huddled in my apartment with every light on. I do not know what he is, but he is not human. Chloe, bless her heart, did not scoff. She just listened, her voice calm and steady. Sarah, you need to stop seeing him. This is going too far. Come stay with me. We will figure this out. Her words were a lifeline. I knew she was right. I was spiraling. I was terrified, but also, disturbingly, still drawn to him. It was a toxic fascination, an addiction to the unknown. I decided I would see him one last time. Not for a date, but for answers. I needed to know. I needed to see. He texted me the next day, proposing our next meeting. I have found a truly unique location. Sarah, a place where the darkness is ancient, primordial. A cave deep in the national forest, miles from any light pollution. It is the perfect place for us to truly connect. A cave, miles from anywhere. My blood ran cold. This was not just a date anymore. This was a trap. But I agreed. My resolve hardened. I would go, but this time, I was prepared. I spent the next 2 days meticulously planning. I bought a high-powered camping headlamp, the kind with multiple settings, including a blinding strobe. I packed a small, heavy rock in my purse, just in case. I charged my phone to 100 and shared my live location with Chloe, explicitly telling her that if I did not check in by a certain time, she should call the police and give them my last known location. She made me promise. The drive to the national forest was long and winding. As I got further from civilization, the cell signal dwindled. My anxiety spiked. The sun was already setting, casting long, eerie shadows through the dense trees. I found the coordinates Elias had given me. It was a small, almost hidden opening in a rock face, partially obscured by overgrown bushes. It looked like the mouth of a hungry beast. Sarah, his voice, already familiar and unsettling, echoed from within the cave's entrance. You came. I knew you would. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Elias. I called back, my voice steadier than I expected. I need to talk to you. I need to understand. Of course, he replied, his voice drawing me in. Come in. The true understanding lies in the deepest dark. I activated my headlamp, but kept it on its lowest, red light setting. It cast a faint ruby glow, just enough to see the uneven ground, but not enough to truly illuminate anything. I stepped into the cave. The air inside was cold, damp, and smelled of earth and something else, something metallic, almost like old blood. The darkness here was different from the art space, from the warehouse. It was ancient, heavy, pressing in on me. I moved slowly, cautiously, deeper into the cave. The red light barely pierced the gloom. I could hear the drip of water, the scurry of unseen creatures. You are afraid. Sarah. Elias's voice came from somewhere ahead, deeper in the cavern. It seemed to reverberate off the cave walls, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. Fear is a natural response to the unknown, but the unknown is where true knowledge resides. I am not afraid of the unknown. Elias, I said, try and project confidence. I am afraid of what you are hiding. I need to see you. I need to know who or what you are. A low chuckle echoed through the cave. It was not a human sound. It was like dry leaves rustling or pebbles tumbling down a slope. You think you are ready for that. Sarah, you think your fragile human mind can comprehend what exists beyond your limited spectrum. Try me. I challenged, my hand already moving towards a headlamp setting. Very well, he said, and his voice was suddenly much closer, right behind me, it seemed. A cold breath ghosted across my neck. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. But first, he continued, his voice now a chilling whisper. Let me show you a different kind of darkness. Suddenly, a wave of absolute, crushing darkness enveloped me. It was not just the absence of light. It was a presence of darkness, something that pressed in on my eyes, my brain, suffocating me. My headlamp, even on its lowest setting, was extinguished. It was like a black hole that opened up, sucking all light, all hope out of the world. Panic seized me. I thrashed wildly, my hands flying, trying to find a headlamp, trying to find anything. I felt a cold, smooth touch on my wrist, holding me steady. Do not struggle. Sarah, Elias whispered, his voice now a resin hum directly in my ear, vibrating through my bones. Just experience it. Let the true darkness embrace you. I could feel something else now, too. Not just his touch, but a pervasive coldness, a subtle hum in the air around me. It was like the cave itself was alive, breathing, and I was being absorbed into its very essence. This was it. This was where it ended. My rational mind screamed. I had to fight. I had to see. With a surge of desperate adrenaline, I twisted my wrist free, fumbling for the headlamp. My fingers found the switch, and without thinking, I flicked it to the highest setting, the blinding strobe. The cave exploded in a chaotic flash of white light. For a split second, the strobe illuminated the cavern, and in that terrifying, fractured instant, I saw him. He was not a man. He was not anything I could define. Where Elias should have been, there was a swirling vortex of shadow, a formless, shifting entity that seemed to absorb the light even as it was illuminated. It was impossibly tall, stretching toward the cave's ceiling, its edges indistinct, like smoke constantly reforming. But within that swirling darkness, I saw glimpses of something else. Eyes. Too many eyes. Not human eyes, but luminous, ancient orbs, glowing with internal, cold light, like embers in a dying fire, flickering in and out of existence within the shadowy mass. And limbs, too many of them slender and elongated, coiling and uncoiling like tendrils reaching out. It was a being of pure shadow, a creature that seemed to be woven from the very fabric of the darkness, and the light was tearing it apart. As the strobe flashed, the shadowy mass recoiled, shrieking. It was not a human scream. It was a sound like rocks grinding together, like wind howling through 1,000 empty spaces. A sound that ripped through my very soul and made my teeth ache. The entire cavern seemed to vibrate with its agony. I did not wait. I did not think. I just ran. The strobe light, still flashing, disoriented me, but also lit my path, a chaotic beacon in the terrifying dark. I scrambled over rocks, slipping and sliding, the unearthly shriek of Elias echoing behind me, growing fainter as I fled. I could feel the darkness itself fighting me, try to pull me back, the air growing thick and heavy, like trying to run through water. I burst out of the cave entrance, gasping for air, my lungs burning. The last sliver of twilight was fading, but even that faint light felt like a blessing. I did not look back. I just ran toward my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely unlock the door. I threw myself inside, locking the doors, and slammed the gas pedal, tearing down the winding forest road, not caring about speed limits or potholes. The headlamp, still strobing, was on the passenger seat, illuminating the empty road ahead with frantic flashes. I drove until I found a patch of road where my phone finally got a signal. I called Chloe, my voice a ragged sob. I saw him. Chloe. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. He is not human. He is not human. I swear to God, he is not human. Chloe, true to her word, had already called the police. They met me at the edge of the forest, their flashlights piercing the night. I tried to explain, but my words were incoherent, rambling about shadows and eyes and unearthly screams. They looked at me with pity, concern, and a healthy dose of skepticism. They suggested I was in shock, that I would have a vivid hallucination. They searched the cave. Of course. They found nothing. No signs of struggle, no strange entities, just an empty, ancient cave. They wrote it off as a panic attack, a result of stress and an overactive imagination, fueled by a bad date. They suggested I get some rest, maybe talk to someone. I did not sleep for days. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every dark corner seemed to hold the promise of luminous eyes. I left every light on in my apartment, even when I left for work. The ozone smell, faint but persistent, seemed to cling to my clothes, my hair. I never went on Tinder again. I do not think I will ever date again. Not really. How could I, after what I experienced? How could any human connection compare to the terrifying intimacy of the void? Sometimes late at night, when the city lights dim and the world falls silent, I hear it, a low, resonant hum, a whisper that seems to come from the deepest part of the darkness outside my window. It calls my name, soft and alluring, promising answers, promising a connection unlike any other. Sarah, it whispers. The light is a lie. Come back to the true darkness. Come back to me. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that Elias is still out there, waiting. And he remembers me. He remembers what I saw. He remembers the light. And he is just waiting for the world to go dark enough for him to find me again. All right, so you know how it is. You hit your late 20s, maybe early 30s, and suddenly it feels like everyone around you is getting married, having kids, or at least settling down with someone they met doing something infinitely more romantic than swiping right on an app. Me, I was single, like really single. My dating life was a barren wasteland, occasionally punctuated by a tumbleweed of a bad first date that usually involved a guy talking exclusively about his crypto, portfolio, or his ex-girlfriend. So naturally, I found myself back on Tinder. Again, it was a cycle, really. Get fed up, delete the app, feel lonely, re-download the app, rinse, repeat. This time, though, I told myself it would be different. I would be more discerning. I would not just swipe right on anyone with a pulse and a dog. And then I saw Mark. His profile picture was a candid shot of him laughing, a genuine, easy smile that reached his eyes. He had kind eyes, a little crinkled at the corners, like he laughed a lot. He was outdoors in a non-threatening way, not like he was going to drag me up a mountain on our first date. He was a software engineer, which meant he was smart, probably stable, and hopefully not a serial killer. We matched. His first message was charming, witty, and actually referenced something specific in my profile, which, let me tell you, is a rare and beautiful thing in the world of online dating. We chatted for a few days, and it was easy. The conversation flowed. There were no awkward silences, and he seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. A novel concept. I know. We decided to meet up for drinks at this cozy little bar downtown. I remember feeling a mix of nerves and a surprising amount of optimism. I mean, what were the odds? After so many duds, maybe, just maybe, this one would be different. He was even better in person. Taller than I expected, with a warm handshake and that same easy smile. We talked for hours. We discovered we both loved old sci-fi movies, had a bizarre fondness for pineapple on pizza, a truly controversial stance. I know and had both, at different points in our lives, considered becoming professional dog walkers. The conversation was effortless, punctuated by genuine laughter. He listened when I spoke, asked thoughtful questions, and never once interrupted me to tell me about his blockchain investments. It was, without exaggeration, the best first date I would ever had. When the bar closed, he walked me home. My apartment building was just a few blocks away, and the night air was crisp and cool. We stood on my doorstep for a moment, the streetlights casting long, distorted shadows around us. He leaned in, and it was a perfect kiss. Gentle, sweet, just enough to leave me wanting more. I had a really great time. "Sarah," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Me too. Mark. Really great." He smiled again, that crinkled eye smile, and then, with a final, lingering look, he turned and walked down the steps, heading back towards his car. I watched him go, a giddy flutter in my stomach. This was it. This was the one. I unlocked my door, stepped inside, and flipped on the light switch. As the living room flooded with light, I glanced back towards the door just to make sure it was properly closed. And that is when I saw it. For a split second, there, on the wall next to the door, was Mark's shadow. It was distinct, perfectly outlined the shape of his head, his shoulders, the slight tilt of his body as he would walked away. But he was not there. He was gone. The door was closed. My heart did a little jump, and I blinked. The shadow was gone. The wall was just a wall. Blank, cream-colored, illuminated by the overhead light. I shook my head, a small, embarrassed laugh escaping my lips. "Get a grip. Sarah, I thought. You are tired. It is late. You are probably just seeing things because you are so excited about the date. It had to be a trick of the light, or my imagination running wild. I mean, what else could it be? Shadows do not just linger. That is not how physics works." I dismissed it, attributing it to a combination of exhaustion and the intoxicating glow of a successful first date. I spent the next few days in a haze of anticipation. Mark texted me the next morning, and we made plans for a second date that weekend. Everything felt right. Our second date was even better. We went for a hike, then grabbed lunch. We talked about our families, our dreams, our fears. He was so easy to be around, so genuine. He came back to my place afterwards, and we ended up just hanging out on the couch, watching a movie, talking, laughing. It felt incredibly comfortable, like we would known each other for years, not just a week. He stayed pretty late, and eventually, I walked him to the door. We shared another kiss, longer this time, and a little more passionate. When he finally pulled away, he promised to call me tomorrow. I watched him go down the steps, this time making sure to keep my eyes on him until he was out of sight. No lingering shadows this time. Good. I closed the door, a warm, fuzzy feeling spreading through me. I turned to walk back into the living room, and that is when it happened again. This time, it was not just a fleeting glimpse. As I turned, I saw Mark's shadow, perfectly cast on the far wall of my living room, near the bookshelf. It was just standing there, dark and still, facing the wall. My breath caught in my throat. I froze, my eyes wide. It was unmistakable. The same profile, the same height. But Mark was gone. He had walked out of my apartment a full minute ago. My apartment lights were on, casting their usual, predictable shadows from the furniture from me. But this shadow was different. It was extra, an anomaly. I stared at it, my heart starting to pound a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. It did not move. It just stood there, a silent, dark silhouette against the cream-colored wall. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again. Still there. A cold knot of fear began to tighten in my stomach. This was not a trick of the light. This was not my imagination. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible. It sounded ridiculous, even to my own ears. Who was I talking to? A shadow. The shadow did not respond. It did not even flicker. It just was, after what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds, it slowly, almost imperceptibly, began to fade. It did not just disappear, it seemed to thin out, to become less opaque, until it was just gone, leaving nothing but the blank wall behind. I stood there, trembling, for a long moment. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was a reflection from the streetlight outside. No, that did not make sense. The blinds were closed. Could it be a residual image from my own eyes, like staring at a bright light and then looking away? Maybe, but it had been so clear, so distinct. I tried to tell myself I was overreacting, that there had to be a scientific explanation. But the feeling of unease, of something fundamentally wrong, had burrowed deep into my bones. I spent the rest of the night jumpy, checking the corners of rooms, convinced I would see it again. I did not, but the incident left a chilling imprint on my mind. Despite my unease, I could not bring myself to break things off with Mark. He was wonderful. He made me laugh. He made me feel special. And the thought of losing that, of going back to the crypto bros and the dog walkers, was too much. I told myself it was an isolated incident, a weird fluke. I pushed it to the back of my mind. Or at least, I tried to. We started seeing each other regularly. He would come over to my place a few times a week. Sometimes we would go out. Sometimes we would just cook dinner and watch a movie. And the shadow sightings became more frequent. It started subtly. Mark would get up to use the bathroom, and I would catch his shadow lingering in the hallway for a second or two after he would turn the corner. Or he would go into the kitchen to grab a drink, and I would see his shadow, perfectly still, by the refrigerator, even though I could hear him rummaging in the pantry. Each time it was quick, a blink, and you miss it kind of thing, but it was enough to send a fresh jolt of ice through my veins. I started to develop a nervous habit of quickly scanning the walls whenever Mark left a room. I would try to act casual about it, but my eyes would dart around, searching for that telltale dark shape. And more often than not, I would find it. One evening, Mark and I were sitting on the couch, talking. He got up to stretch, walked over to the window and looked out. His shadow, tall and distinct, was cast on the wall behind him. Nothing unusual there. But then, he turned away from the window, walked back toward the couch, and sat down. His shadow, however, remained by the window. It just stood there, facing the street, for a full 5 seconds after he would settle back beside me. My heart hammered against my ribs. I could not breathe. I stared at the shadow, then at Mark, who was completely oblivious, talking about something funny his co-worker had said. He did not notice the dark, silent sentinel standing by the window. He did not notice the way my hand was gripping the armrest, my knuckles white. "Hey," I managed, my voice a little shaky. Did you see that?" Mark looked at me, confused. "See what?" "Honey." I gestured vaguely toward the window. "The light. It was weird." I could not bring myself to say your shadow. He would think I was insane. He glanced at the window, then back at me. No, not really. What was weird about it? Nothing. I mumbled, forcing a weak smile. Just a flicker. I guess. Must be my imagination. He laughed, put an arm around me. You are tired. Long week. I nodded, leaning into his embrace, but inside, I was screaming. He did not see it. He never saw it. Was I the only one? Was I going crazy? The incidents grew bolder. The shadows started moving independently. Even when Mark was still in the room, I would be watching TV with him, and I would catch his shadow on the opposite wall slowly shift its weight from one foot to the other, or would turn its head, just slightly, as if observing something. Or, worse, as if observing me. One night, Mark was in the kitchen making us some tea. I was in the living room, scrolling on my phone. I heard the clinking of mugs, the sound of the kettle boiling, and then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, Mark's shadow, perfectly formed, standing in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room. It was not just lingering, it had moved there. It was facing me, and it stayed there, watching me, for a solid minute, while I could hear the real Mark still bustling around in the kitchen. A primal scream caught in my throat. I could not move. My blood ran cold. The shadow felt malevolent. It was not just a dark shape anymore. It had a presence, a weight. It felt like it was studying me, assessing me, and it was utterly, completely silent. When Mark finally emerged from the kitchen, holding 2 steaming mugs, the shadow vanished instantly. Poof, gone, like it had never been there. He handed me my tea, oblivious, and sat down. "Everything okay?" he asked, noticing my pale face. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I tried to laugh, but it came out as a strangled sound. Something like that. I whispered. I could not tell him. How could I? He would think I was delusional. He would leave. And despite everything, a part of me was still desperate to hold on to him, to this wonderful man who seemed so perfect, so normal. But the fear was taking root, growing like a malignant weed in my mind. I started to feel constantly watched, even when Mark was not there. I would be alone in my apartment, and I would feel a chill, a prickle on the back of my neck, and I would instinctively glance at the walls, expecting to see it. Sometimes, I would swear I saw a flicker, a momentary deepening of a shadow that was not quite right. The shadow started to interfere. Subtly, at first, I would leave my keys on the coffee table and find them on the bookshelf. A book I would been reading would be moved to a different spot. Nothing major. Nothing that could not be explained away as me being forgetful or clumsy. But the frequencies started to alarm me. It always happened after Mark had been over and after I would seen it. One morning, I woke up to a strange, almost imperceptible hum in my apartment. The air felt heavy, cold, even though it was a warm day. I walked into the living room, and the temperature dropped noticeably. I could see my breath just for a second, and there on the wall where Mark's shadow often appeared was a faint, almost invisible smudge of darkness. It was not a shadow anymore, it was like a stain on the wall, a residual imprint of something that had been there for too long. I reached out to touch it, and my fingers went through it, feeling only the cold, rough plaster. That was the turning point. This was not just a visual trick. This was something real, something tangible, something other. It was not just Mark's shadow. It was something that used Mark's shadow. Or perhaps it was Mark. And the charming, handsome man I was falling for was just a shell, a disguise. I started researching. Late at night, when Mark was asleep in his own apartment, and I was alone, terrified, in mine, I scoured the internet. Lingering shadows, shadow people, doppelgangers, entities that mimic. The results were terrifying. Stories of beings that attach themselves to people, feeding off their energy, slowly replacing them. Tales of shadow figures that heralded misfortune, or worse, possession. One particular forum post haunted me. It spoke of shadow entities that could project an illusion of normalcy, making their human hosts appear charming and desirable, only to slowly drain the life from those they attracted. The host, the post suggested, might not even be aware of the entity, or might be a willing, albeit silent, accomplice. The more I read, the more the pieces clicked into place, forming a picture so horrifying. I almost could not bear to look at it. Mark's perfection, his unwavering kindness, his almost too good to be true persona, was it all allure. I started watching Mark more closely. I looked for any sign, any flicker in his eyes, any moment where he seemed less than human. But he was always just Mark. Charming, attentive, loving. It drove me insane. Was he a victim? Was he in on it? Or was he the shadow? And the person I saw was just a very convincing puppet. The fear escalated into full-blown paranoia. I could not sleep. I jumped at every noise. I started barricading my bedroom door at night, pushing heavy furniture in front of it, even though I knew logically that a shadow would not be stopped by a dresser. It was a desperate, futile attempt to feel safe. Mark noticed my change. "You seem stressed." "Sarah," he said one evening, gently touching my arm, "is everything okay? You have been so distant lately." I pulled my arm away, almost instinctively. "I am fine. Mark, just a lot going on at work." The lie tasted like ash in my mouth. He looked at me, his kind eyes filled with concern. Or was it something else? A calculating glint I had not noticed before. I could not tell anymore. My perception was so warped by terror. The next time he came over, I had a plan. A desperate, insane plan. I needed to see it, to confirm it, without the distraction of his physical presence. I needed to confront it. We were sitting on the couch, watching a dumb comedy. My heart was a frantic drum, solo in my chest. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I am just going to run to the bathroom." "Okay," Mark said, not taking his eyes off the TV. I went into the bathroom, but I did not close the door all the way. I left it ajar, just enough to peek out. I waited, my breath held. I could hear the muffled sounds of the TV. A minute passed. 2 minutes. Then, I saw it. Mark's shadow, detaching from the wall directly opposite the bathroom door. It did not just fade away, it peeled itself off the wall, like a piece of dark, wet paper. It solidified, becoming a 3-dimensional figure, a shimmering void of pure darkness, standing in the middle of my living room. It was humanoid, yes, but it lacked any discernible features. No eyes, no mouth, just a gaping absence where a face should be. It turned its head, slowly, toward the bathroom door. Towards me. It knew I was watching. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me, so potent it made my knees buckle. This was not just a lingering shadow. This was an entity, and it was terrifying. It radiated a cold, ancient malevolence that seemed to suck the very air out of the room. And then a whisper, not in my ears, but directly in my mind. A cold, dry voice that felt like dust and forgotten memories. Finally, my blood ran cold. Finally, the shadow took a step toward the bathroom door. It moved with disturbing, fluid grace, like smoke coalescing into a predatory form. The air around it seemed to shimmer, distorting the light. Panic seized me. I could not stay. I could not face this. This was not a shadow I could dismiss. This was something from a nightmare made real. Just as it reached the doorway, I heard the toilet flush. Mark. He was coming out. The shadow froze. It turned its head, a void of darkness, towards a bathroom door. And then, in a terrifying, sickening display, it slid back onto the wall, flattening itself, becoming a mere silhouette once more. It was like watching a liquid being poured back into its container, only this container was a two-dimensional surface on my living room wall. Mark emerged from the bathroom, whistling a little tune. He looked completely normal, completely unaware. He glanced at me, still frozen by the door. "Everything all right?" "Sarah, you look a little pale." My eyes darted from Mark's. Innocent, concerned face to the wall where the shadow was now just a shadow. But I knew what it was. I knew what it had done. "Your shadow." I gasped, the words tearing from my throat. It is real. It moves. It watches me." Mark frowned, a crease forming between his brows. "My shadow." "Sarah, what are you talking about?" He looked genuinely confused, his gaze sweeping the room, then landing back on me. "You are not making sense." But I could not stop. The words tumbled out, a frantic, desperate confession. "It is not just a shadow. Mark, it is something else. It has been here, watching me, moving things. It was just in the middle of the room, looking at me, and it whispered to me." His expression slowly changed. The confusion in his eyes was replaced by something else. Something I could not quite decipher. It was not anger or fear or even disbelief. It was a blankness, a hollowness, and then a slow smile spread across his face. It was not his usual warm, crinkled-eyed smile. This was a wide, unnerving grin that did not reach his eyes. His eyes remained empty like dark, bottomless pits. "Oh, Sarah," he said, his voice no longer warm and comforting, but flat, devoid of emotion. "You saw it, did not you?" My blood ran cold for the second time that night. This was not Mark. This was whatever it was, wearing Mark's skin. "It has been waiting for you," he continued, taking a step towards me. His movements were stiff, almost mechanical. So patiently. "We have both been waiting." The shadow on the wall, his real shadow, seemed to deepen, to pulse with a dark energy. It was no longer a mere reflection of light. It was a twin, a mirror, a horrifying companion. Waiting for what? I whispered, backing away, my hand fumbling for the doorknob behind me. "For you to be ready," he said, his voice a low, chilling rasp that was not his own. "For you to be open. For you to be ours." He lunged, not with the speed of a human, but with an unnatural, jerky swiftness that was utterly terrifying. His hands, usually so gentle, reached for me, his fingers splayed, black and elongated, like the shadow's own. I screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure terror, and yanked the door open. I did not care about my keys, my phone, nothing. I just ran out of my apartment, down the hallway, stumbling down the stairs, not even bothering with the elevator. I could hear his footsteps behind me, heavy and deliberate, not frantic. They were not chasing me, they were just following. I burst out onto the street, gasping for air, my lungs burning. The night air hit me like a slap, but it could not erase the icy dread that had taken root in my soul. I ran, not knowing where I was going, just away. Away from my apartment, away from Mark, away from it. I never looked back. I did not dare. I just ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed on a park bench, sobbing, shaking uncontrollably. I never went back to that apartment. I called a friend from a borrowed phone, told her some half-baked story about a gas leak, and crashed on her couch for weeks. Eventually, I moved to a different city, started a new life, changed my number. I tried to forget. I tried to convince myself it was all a delusion, a stress-induced hallucination. But I never truly escaped it. Every time I see a shadow, a flicker of darkness on a wall, my heart lurches. I scan the room, my eyes darting, searching. I see shadows everywhere now. The long, distorted shadows cast by trees in the moonlight. The shifting, dancing shadows in a crowded street. The deep, impenetrable shadows under furniture. And sometimes, late at night, when the light is just right, I catch a glimpse, A shadow that seems a little too solid, a little too still, a little too observant, just for a second, before it disappears. I do not know what happened to Mark. Was he a victim? His body a mere puppet for that dark entity? Or was he a willing participant, a silent partner in its hunt? I will never know, and a part of me never wants to. But I do know this: you can run from a person, but you can't run from a shadow. Not when it has learned how to linger, not when it has learned how to watch, and not when it has decided that you are its next target. Because now, every shadow I see feels like it is waiting. Waiting for me to be ready. Waiting for me to be open. Waiting for me to be theirs. It is funny, is not it? How you could be told something absolutely terrifying. How your world can literally turn upside down. And yet, somehow, you still wake up the next day. The sun still rises. The coffee still tastes bitter. And you are still you. Or at least, a shattered version of you. The last thing I remembered, truly remembered, was that digital image of my own face, twisted into that horrifying, unblinking smile. And the voice, the one that had haunted me through Ben, David, Chris, Kevin, and Daniel telling me, it is time to come home. Then, the message: we are already here. You just needed to open the door. And then, the actual physical creak of my front door, followed by the voice right there in my apartment saying, "Hey, Sarah, glad you could make it. I wish I could tell you what happened next. I wish I could say I screamed or fought or even blacked out. But I did not. There was no struggle, no dramatic abduction, no blindfold or chloroform. It was nothing, just a slow, creeping realization that the world had subtly, irrevocably shifted. When the voice said, 'Glad you could make it,' it was not a question. It was a statement, an acknowledgement. I remember standing there, frozen, my phone slipping from my numb fingers to clatter softly on the cheap laminate floor. The door was open, just a crack, letting in a sliver of the hallway light. But there was no one there. Not that I could see. Just the echo of the words, hanging in the air like a cold mist. I spent the next few days in a fog. I did not know what to do. Call the police. Tell them what? That a voice spoke to me, that my own face appeared on an app, and then my door creaked open. They would think I was crazy, or worse, that I was having some kind of breakdown. And who knew what they would do if I tried to involve outsiders? They were already here, remember? They had found me. I tried to leave my apartment, just to get groceries, to feel normal. But every shadow seemed to stretch too long. Every stranger's glance felt too knowing. I would catch myself checking over my shoulder, my heart pounding, convinced at any moment the voice would speak from behind me. It was a new kind of prison, a psychological gilded cage. I was free to move, but I was never truly free. I was always watched. Always. The days blurred into a week. I barely ate, barely slept. My small apartment, which had once felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a stage, and I was the unwilling performer in a play I did not understand. I deleted all my apps again, of course. Tinder, Hinge, everything. I even deleted my social media profiles. It felt futile, like trying to blow out a wildfire with a single breath, but I had to try. I had to do something. One night, desperation, or maybe a twisted sense of defiance, gnawed at me. I was so profoundly, utterly alone. Mark, my original captor, felt like a distant memory now, almost a benign one compared to this omnipresent horror. I yearned for a genuine connection, a real human touch, a moment of normalcy. It was stupid. I know, insane even, but when you are drowning, you will grasp at anything, even a phantom hand. I downloaded Tinder again. I use a new name, Sarah J., a pathetic attempt at anonymity. I use a new email, a new phone number, even created a new profile from scratch, using slightly different photos, ones I thought were more generic, less identifiable. It was a foolish, suicidal act, born of pure, unadulterated loneliness and a desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, this time would be different. That they would not find me. I matched with a guy named Alex. His profile picture showed a pleasant, if slightly generic, face, brown hair, blue eyes, a friendly, open smile. Not that smile. No gravelly voice in his bio. He worked in software like hiking and had a dog. He seemed normal. So normal, it almost felt like a trap. We messaged for a few days. His texts were polite, engaging, and devoid of any unsettling undertones. He asked about my day, told me about sent me pictures of his dog. It was exactly what I had craved. A slice of ordinary life. Coffee sometime, he asked one evening. My heart pounded. Every fiber of my being screamed no. But another part, that desperate, lonely part, whispered yes. Sure. I typed back, my fingers trembling. How about Saturday? Our first date was at a small independent coffee shop. I arrived early, sitting with my back to the wall, scanning every face, every shadow. When Alex walked in, he was exactly like his pictures. Taller than I expected, maybe, but otherwise a spitting image. He had a genuine laugh, a little self-deprecating, and he talked about his work with an enthusiasm that was actually endearing. I was on edge the entire time, of course. I kept waiting for the smile to appear, for his voice to drop into that familiar, terrifying rasp. But it never happened. He just talked and listened and smiled a normal, human smile. He seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, in my fabricated life story. For an hour. I almost forgot. Almost. This was great. Sarah, he said when we were leaving. I had a really good time. Me too. Alex. I managed, a fragile hope blossoming in my chest. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was finally free of them. Would you be open to doing something again? Maybe dinner. I hesitated. Going to a restaurant was one thing. A second date, potentially more intimate, felt like pushing my luck. But the sheer normalcy of him, the genuine warmth in his eyes, was intoxicating. It was a drug, and I was addicted. I would like that. I said, surprising myself with a conviction in my voice. We set up dinner for the following week. This time, he suggested his place. I am a pretty good cook, if I do say so myself, he would text it, followed by a winking emoji. Plus my dog, Buster, would love to meet you. My blood ran cold. His place. That was always the next step, was not it? The progression. The gilded cage slowly tightening its bars. But the thought of Buster, a real, living, breathing dog, made me soften. And the idea of being in a home, a normal home, felt like a desperate plea for reality. I told myself it was fine. I could leave if anything fell off. I was being paranoid. It was just a date. Okay, I texted back, trying to sound casual. Sounds fun. What should I bring? He told me not to bring anything, just myself. I spent the next few days in a state of nervous anticipation. I picked out an outfit, something casual but nice, something I could move in. I told myself it was for a date, but a part of me knew it was armor, or perhaps a uniform. When Saturday arrived, I felt like a lamb being led to slaughter, but a strangely willing one. I took a cab to his apartment building, a modern complex in a bustling part of the city. It looked completely normal, just like any other upscale residence. I double-checked the address he would send me, Unit 4B. I walked into the lobby, my heart thrumming. The doorman gave me a polite nod. I went up the elevator, my palms sweating. When I reached the 4th floor, I could hear a muffled bark from behind the door. Buster. That was a good sign, right? Dogs usually bark at strangers, unless they were not strangers. I took a deep breath and knocked on 4B. The door opened almost instantly. Alex stood there, smiling, Sarah, you made it. Come on in. His smile was still normal. His voice was still normal. My shoulders relaxed a fraction. His apartment was surprisingly minimalist. Clean lines, neutral colors, not a lot of personal clutter. A large, fluffy golden retriever bounded up to me, tail wagging, nose nudging my hand. Hey, Buster. I knelt down, relieved to have a distraction, to feel the warmth of a living creature against me. He likes you, Alex said, his voice soft. That is a good sign. I straightened up, trying to smile. He is adorable. Alex led me into the living room. A large, flat-screen TV dominated one wall. A sleek, modern sofa faced it. A small, round coffee table sat in front of the sofa. Everything was perfectly in place, almost too perfect. Like a showroom. Make yourself comfortable, he said, gesturing to the sofa. I just need to check on dinner. Almost ready. I sat down. Buster immediately resting his head on my lap. His presence was a comfort, grounding me. I ran my hand through his soft fur, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Alex disappeared into what I assumed was a kitchen. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything. A hidden camera, a flicker of that smile and a reflection, a framed photo that was not quite right. But there was nothing. Just a couple of generic landscape paintings on the walls, a few potted plants, and a stack of design magazines on the coffee table. After a few minutes, Alex called out, "Can I get you anything to drink?" Sarah, "Wine." "Water." "I have beer too." "Water would be great, thanks." I called back, my voice a little shaky. Coming right up, I heard the clinking of glasses, the sound of running water. My gaze fell on a small, built-in bookshelf against the far wall. It held a few books, some decorative objects, and a couple of framed photos. Normal stuff. I told myself. Family photos, maybe. But something about one of the frames caught my eye. It was a simple silver frame, holding a slightly blurred picture of a forest path. Nothing alarming, but it was tilted just slightly, almost imperceptibly. My obsessive paranoia, honed by weeks of terror, made me focus on it. It was out of place in this otherwise meticulously arranged apartment. I stood up, Buster lifting his head briefly before settling back down. I walked over to the bookshelf, my heart picking up its pace. It was a ridiculous impulse. It was probably just a crooked frame. I reached out, intending to straighten it. As my fingers brushed the silver, I noticed something. The frame was not just crooked, it was also slightly ajar, like it was not properly closed, or like it was designed to open. I pulled it gently. It clicked, and then the entire front of the frame, the part holding the picture of the forest, swung outward on a tiny hinge, revealing a hollow space behind it. My breath hitched. Inside, nestled in the velvet lining, was a small stack of photographs. Not family photos, not landscapes. My hands trembled as I carefully pulled one out. It was me, sitting at the coffee shop with Ben, my first Tinder match. I was laughing, head thrown back, completely unaware. The photo was taken from a distance, slightly grainy, but unmistakably me, and unmistakably Ben. My blood ran cold. This was not possible. This was from months ago, before all of this, before Mark, before the gilded cage. I pulled out another one. Me, walking down the street, headphones in, probably on my way to work. My hair was tied up, a specific scarf around my neck. It was a Tuesday. I remember that scarf. Another, me, at a grocery store, reaching for a carton of milk. My expression was blank, focused on the task. The angle was from above, as if someone was standing on a higher shelf, looking down. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped the stack. I flipped through them, each image a fresh dab of ice in my gut. Me, leaving my old apartment building. Me, waiting for a bus. Me, on a park bench, reading a book. Me, laughing with a friend I had not seen in years. These were not candid shots from a mutual acquaintance. These were surveillance photos. Photos taken without my knowledge, without my consent, over what had to be years. They span back further than I could even comprehend, to a time when I thought I was just living my life, oblivious to the eyes that watched me. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This was not just Alex. This was not just a Tinder date gone wrong. This was them. This was the insidious thing. This was the web. And I had walked right into the spider's lair. My mind raced, trying to process the impossible. How? How could he have these? How could anyone? Sarah, your water. Alex's voice, calm and normal, sliced through my panic. I whirled around, clutching the photos to my chest, my eyes wide with terror. He stood in the archway to the kitchen, holding a glass of water, a small, polite smile on his face. His smile. It was still normal, but I saw it now. The way his eyes did not quite crinkle at the corners. The subtle stiffness around his mouth. It was not that smile. Not yet, but it was close. It was a mask, perfectly fitted. Alex, I whispered, my voice barely audible. What are these? I held up the photos, my hand shaking so violently the edges blurred. He looked at the pictures, then at me. His smile did not falter. Oh, those, he said, his voice still unervingly calm, almost conversational. Those are just a little project of mine. He took a step into the living room. Buster, sensing the shift in my demeanor, let out a low growl, his hackles rising. A project. I stammered, backing away slowly, bumping into the bookshelf. These are pictures of me. He chuckled, a soft, dry sound that sent shivers down my spine. Of course they are. Sarah, they are all of you. He took another step. I have been collecting them for a while now. Collecting. The word was a choked gasp. You have been stalking me. His smile widened just a fraction. And then, I saw it. The subtle, almost imperceptible shift. The eyes still blue, but now holding an unnerving stillness. The corners of his mouth, stretching just a fraction too wide, too perfectly. It was a smile. Stalking is such a harsh word, he said, his voice dropping ever so slightly into a lower register. A familiar rasp began to creep in, like sand grinding against rock. I prefer to think of it as observing, documenting, appreciating. My breath caught in my throat. This was it. This was him. One of them. All of them. You are one of them. Are not you. I whispered, tears blurring my vision. The voice. The smile. It is you. He took another step, closing the distance between us. Buster let out a louder, more aggressive bark, standing protectively in front of me. Alex merely glanced at the dog, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Buster, down, he commanded, his voice now fully the voice. Low, gravelly, resonating with an unnatural depth. She is not going anywhere. Buster whined, looking from me to Alex, confused. His tail drooped and he slowly backed away, settling by the sofa, a low growl still rumbling in his chest. Even the dog was afraid. It is not just me. Sarah, Alex said, his eyes fixed on mine, unblinking. It is all of us. We have always been here. Watching. Waiting. My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape route. The front door. It was only a few feet away. But Alex was between me and it. Why? I choked out, clutching the photos tighter. Why me? He let out a sigh, a sound of almost theatrical patience. You are special. Sarah, you always have been. A rare specimen. And we needed you to come home. Home. I looked around the sterile apartment, then back at the horrifying photos in my hand. This is not my home. Oh, but it is, he said, his voice oozing with chilling certainty. Or it will be. You see, we have prepared for you. This apartment, your previous one, all the places you have lived. They are all just extensions of the gilded cage. Sarah, you just did not realize it until now. He took another step, and I instinctively recoiled, pressing myself against a bookshelf. There was nowhere to go. What do you want from me? I pleaded, my voice cracking. We want you to embrace your true self, he said, his smile widening, twisting into that familiar, unblinking rictus. To understand your purpose. To become one of us. Never. I screamed, finally finding my voice. I will never be like you. His eyes narrowed, losing that last vestige of human warmth. You already are. Sarah, you just have not accepted it yet. You see, we have been trying to tell you. To show you. The apps, the voices, your own face, it was all a gradual introduction. He reached out a hand, slow and deliberate, towards me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I could smell something faint on him now, something metallic and sweet, like old blood and stale perfume. Do not touch me, I shrieked, throwing a stack of photos at him. They fluttered around his head, some landing on his immaculate floor. He did not flinch. His hand continued its slow, inexorable approach. You are still fighting, he observed, almost sadly. That is admirable, but ultimately futile. As his fingers brushed my arm, a jolt of ice shot through me. It was not just cold, it was wrong. Like touching something that was alive, but should not be. I recoiled violently, stumbling past him, desperate to get to the door. No, I screamed, my voice raw with panic. Let me go. I lunged to the front door, fumbling with the lock. My fingers were numb, clumsy. The deadbolt clicked open, but the doorknob refused to turn. It was stuck, or locked again. It is no use. Sarah, Alex said, his voice right behind me. His presence was suffocating, chilling. The door is open, but only when we want it to be. I yanked at the knob, frantic, desperate, tears streaming down my face. It would not budge. I was trapped. Do not worry, he murmured, his breath ghost in my ear. We will make you comfortable. You will learn to love it here. I felt a hand on my shoulder, firm and cold. I screamed, a guttural sound of pure terror, and twisted away, blindly striking out. My hand connected with something hard, something that felt like bone and metal. He grunted, a sound that was less human than I expected. I did not look back. I just ran, not for the door, but deeper into the apartment, hoping to find another exit, a window, anything. I burst into what looked like a bedroom, a mirror image of the living room's sterile perfection. But this room was not empty. The walls were covered, not with paint, not with wallpaper, but with photographs. Thousands of them. Small, medium, large, tape-pinned, framed. Every single one of them was me. Me, sleeping in my bed, unaware. Me, showering a blurry intimate shot. Me, crying on my sofa after a bad day. Me, laughing with friends in a bar, years ago. Me, getting dressed. A fleeting glimpse through a window I thought was private. Me, eating breakfast, eyes still heavy with sleep. Me, at every possible angle, in every possible moment, from every conceivable vantage point. It was a gallery of my entire life, meticulously documented, without my knowledge, without my consent. My life, laid bare for them to consume. My breath hitched, a strangled sob escaping my lips. And then, I saw it, on the bedside table, amidst a few more framed photos of me, was a small, ornate silver locket. It was open. Inside, on one side, was a tiny, faded picture of me as a child, maybe 5 or 6 years old, holding a bright red balloon. On the other side, etched into the silver, were 2 words, welcome home. Sarah, The door to the bedroom clicked shut behind me. I heard the lock turn. Then the voice from the other side of the door echoed through the room, bouncing off the walls covered in my stolen life. Glad you could make it. So, yeah, that was my life after Ethan. A constant, low frequency on behind my eyes. A visual static that overlaid everything. It was not just the tendrils anymore or the abyssal eyes. It was the way the air shimmered, thick with unseen currents. The way shadows stretched too long, too dark, hinting at forms that defy geometry. Every mundane object, every ordinary person, felt like a thin veil over something monstrous. The world was a lie, and my tuning had ripped away the pretty wallpaper to show me the rot beneath. I was a ghost haunting my own life. Friends, what few I had left, drifted away, unable to understand why I flinched at a passing car, or stared, wide-eyed and terrified, at an empty corner of a room. Therapists, bless their well-meaning hearts, prescribed more pills, more diagnoses. Psychosis, delusions. They did not see the tendrils pulsing from the ventilation ducts, did not hear the whispers that rode the hum. They just saw a woman unraveling. Ethan, the architect, was still out there. His text, knowing my future plans, knowing my escape route, was a brand on my soul. He was writing, still writing, and I was just a character, albeit one who had momentarily broken script. But defying him, shattering his control, had been like turning on a lighthouse in a storm. My tuning was not just a curse, it was a beacon. And the things that lived in the hidden spaces, the things Ethan controlled, or perhaps served, they knew I was here now. They would come for me. The hum never stopped. I tried to disappear, to melt into the anonymity of a new city, a new apartment. But the tendrils still pulsed from the walls. The abyssal eyes still watched from the darkest corners. My tuning was internal, a part of me, and it followed wherever I went. Desperation is a powerful motivator. Desperation for normalcy, for a moment of quiet, for the brief illusion that I was not utterly alone in a world of monsters. That is why, despite everything, despite the horrifying lesson of Ethan, I found myself back on dating apps. Not looking for love, not even for connection, but for distraction, for blandness, for the utterly, utterly mundane. His name was Mark. His profile picture showed a man with kind eyes, a slightly receding hairline, and a smile that seemed genuinely friendly. He worked in it, wore sensible sweaters, and listed his hobbies as reading, hiking, and trying new coffee shops. He was, on paper, the opposite of Ethan. No ominous pronouncements, no unsettlingly precise details. He was just Mark. Safe. Our first few dates were exactly what I craved. Bland. We'd talk about his cat, my job. I would find a remote data entry position, the kind where you could disappear into spreadsheets, the weather. He listened attentively, asked polite questions. My tuning remained a low thrum around him, not flaring into the full-blown horror it did around other people, or in empty rooms. It was like he was a quiet space, a muted corner in a world screaming with unseen terrors. But even in the quiet spaces, the hum was there. And sometimes when Mark laughed, a quick, almost forced sound, I would catch a glimpse, a flicker of something in his eyes, a momentary distortion of the air around him, like a heat haze, but cold. I would chalk it up to paranoia, to the lingering trauma of Ethan. I wanted him to be normal so badly that I was willing to ignore the faint, warning signs my enhanced senses were screaming at me. One evening, after a particularly draining week of seeing shadow creatures scuttling just at the edge of my vision, I agreed to a dinner at his place. His apartment, a small, meticulously tidy space on the second floor of an old building, was just as bland as he was. Beige walls, sensible furniture, a few framed landscape prints. It felt staged, like a showroom. My tuning picked up on the lack of personal energy, the unsettling emptiness beneath the veneer of domesticity. It was too clean, almost sterile. No dust motes dancing in the sunbeams, no stray papers. Just perfectly aligned books on a shelf and a single unblemished houseplant. He cooked pasta, a simple marinara, and we ate at his small dining table. The conversation was light, almost painfully so. He asked about my family. I do not really have much family left. I said, picking at a piece of basil. My parents, they passed a few years ago. And my sister, the words caught in my throat. Sarah, it had been 7 years since she vanished. 7 years since she had gone out for a run and never came home. No note, no struggle, just gone. The police had called it a missing persons case, then a cold case. I would clung to the hope that she was out there somewhere, that she would chosen to leave, even though I knew deep down that was not Sarah. Sarah loved her life, her family. She would not just disappear. Mark's gaze was steady, sympathetic. I am sorry to hear that. That must be incredibly difficult. It is. I managed, my voice thin, especially not knowing. The not knowing is the worst part. He nodded slowly. I can only imagine. Losing someone like that, it leaves a hole. His empathy felt practiced. Too perfect. The hum around him, which had been a low thrum, seemed to vibrate a little faster. My tuner was trying to tell me something, but I was so desperate for a quiet evening, for a normal conversation, that I pushed it down. After dinner, he offered me a glass of wine. We sat on his couch, the silence stretching between us, punctuated only by the distant city sounds. He was not trying anything, not even a casual touch. He was just there, and that in itself was unsettling. Most people, by the third or fourth date, would at least try to hold my hand. Mark was like a perfectly maintained automaton. I need to use the restroom, I said, breaking the silence. It is just down the hall, first door on the left, he replied, gesturing vaguely. I walked down the short hallway. The first door was indeed the bathroom. I went in, locked the door, and leaned against it, taking a deep breath. The sterile cleanliness of the apartment extended even here. No personal items, no towels hanging askew. It was like a hotel bathroom, waiting for its first guest. My tuning was beginning to prickle, a faint static charge in the air. The hum was louder here, a subtle vibration that I could feel in my teeth. It was not just the bathroom. It felt like it was coming from below. When I came out, Mark was still on the couch, scrolling through his phone. He looked up, smiled. Everything all right? Yeah, fine. I hesitated. Is there a basement in this building? He paused, his thumb hovering over the screen. Oh, yeah. Maintenance access, storage of the building. Why do you ask? I do not know. I lied, my heart starting to thump. Just felt colder down the hall, like a draft. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Probably just the old pipes. This building's ancient. I tried to shake it off, but the hum was growing. It was a low, insistent drone now, a vibration that resonated deep in my bones. It was coming from the floor, from beneath us. Could I get a glass of water? I asked, needing an excuse to move, to investigate. Of course, he said, rising. Kitchen's right here. As he moved to the kitchen, I glanced back down the hallway. There was a second door, almost hidden, tucked away next to a small utility closet. It was a plain, unpainted wooden door, unlike the white-painted doors of the other rooms. It had a heavy, old-fashioned bolt on the outside, a thick metal bar. And from behind that door, I could feel it, the source of the hum, the epicenter of the unsettling energy. My tuning flared. The air around that door seemed to warp, to thicken with unseen presences. I saw faint, shimmering outlines like heat haze, but moving with purpose, coalescing into indistinct shapes. Tendrils, shadowy and ephemeral, seemed to writhe around the edges of the doorframe. Abyssal eyes, too many of them, blinked in the gloom that clung to that part of the hallway. Mark returned with a glass of water. Here you go. I took it, my hand trembling slightly. What is behind that door? I asked, pointing. He followed my gaze. His smile, which had been fixed, seemed to tighten, just a fraction. Oh, that is just the basement access. Nothing interesting down there. Storage boiler room. Tenants are not really supposed to go down there for safety reasons, right? I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice was a little too high. My tuning was screaming at me. The tendrils were more distinct now, pulsing and retracting, like dark veins under thin skin. The abyssal eyes seemed to focus on me, a chilling, ancient intelligence behind their depths. This was not just an old building. This was a place where the veil was thin, a place where the hidden horrors were almost visible even without my tuning. So, about that new coffee shop downtown. Mark began, trying to steer the conversation back to blandness. But I could not focus. The hum was a roar in my ears now, a deep, resonant vibration that threatened to split my skull. And then, through the hum, through the visual static and the writhing tendrils, I heard it. A sound, faint, muffled, but utterly unmistakable. A whisper. My breath hitched. My blood ran cold. Help me, it was Sarah's voice. My sister. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. No, it could not be. 7 years. 7 years of silence, of emptiness. My mind reeled, trying to rationalize it. A trick of the old building. The wind. My own fractured sanity. But the voice came again, a little clearer this time. A pained gasp. Please help, my sister's voice. I would know it anywhere. The slight rasp when she was scared, the way she drew out the E sound. It was her. I stared at Mark, my eyes wide with terror and a dawning horror. His polite smile was still in place, but his eyes were different now. The warmth was gone, replaced by something cold, ancient, and utterly devoid of human emotion. He was not looking at me, he was looking through me, like a predator sizing up its prey. The air around him shimmered violently, and my tuning showed me what he truly was. Not human, not exactly. A construct, a shell, a puppet, perhaps, or a guardian. The tendrils that writhed around the basement door now seemed to reach, faintly, towards him, like unseen strings. Did you hear that? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Mark tilted his head, a gesture that was too precise, too mechanical. Hear what, dear? His voice was smooth, but there was an underlying current of something else now, a low, guttural vibration that made the hum intensify. The voice. I choked out. My sister, Sarah. His smile widened, a slow, unnatural stretch that pulled his features taut. Ah, yes, Sarah. He said her name like a connoisseur savoring a rare vintage. She is quite the conversationalist. The blood drained from my face. This was not a trick of the light, or my mind playing games. This was real. Sarah was down there, and Mark knew. Panic seized me, a cold, visceral wave that threatened to drown me. I scrambled off the couch, my eyes fixed on that heavy wooden door. What have you done? I demanded, my voice rising to a frantic shriek. Mark did not move. He simply watched me, his head still tilted, that disturbing smile plastered on his face. Done. I merely provided a space. A quiet place, away from the hum of the outside world. A place where certain energies can be contained, or cultivated. My tuning was in full overdrive now. The entire apartment was a kaleidoscope of horror. The beige walls pulsed with faint bioluminescent veins. The sensible furniture seemed to sag and breathe, its surfaces rippling like the stirred water. The air was thick with the shadowy forms of unseen entities, their abyssal eyes fixed on me, on my fear. This was not just a place. This was a hub, a nexus, and Mark, this bland, polite accountant, was its gatekeeper. Let her go. I screamed, lunging for the basement door. He moved then, with an unnatural speed that was utterly terrifying. One moment he was on the couch, The next, he was blocking my path, his hand extended, flat against the door. His skin felt cold, like marble, but with an underlying vibration that made my teeth ache. "I am afraid I can't do that," he said, his voice now deeper, resonating with that guttural hum. The words did not just come from his mouth. They seemed to vibrate through the very air, through the floorboards, through my bones. "She is quite useful, a focal point. Her essence has a particular resonance. It attracts interesting things." My eyes darted to the bolt on the door. Heavy, old, but I could see the tendrils now, thick and black, pulsing from the wood itself, weaving around the metal, holding it fast. The door was not just locked, it was bound by something ancient and malevolent. "You are not human," I whispered, the realization hitting me with sickening force. He chuckled, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "Human? What an amusing construct. We simply were the forms that allow us to interact, to observe, to manage. You, for instance, are quite unique. Your tuning is a rare gift, a window, an invitation. An invitation for what?" I snarled, my fear turning to a desperate, furious adrenaline. "For them," he said, his gaze sweeping around the apartment, lingering on the shadowy forms that now seemed to press in from all sides. "They have been drawn to your signal since you broke the architect's narrative. And now, you have led them right to my doorstep. To us." The hum intensified, becoming a deafening roar. The tendrils from the walls, the ceiling, the floor were no longer faint. They were thick rope-like, coiling and uncoiling, their surfaces slick and glistening. Abyssal eyes, hundreds of them, open in the air, in the shadows, in the very fabric of the room. They were not just watching, they were hungry. "Sarah," I screamed, pounding on the door, ignoring Mark, ignoring the horrors closing in. "Sarah, can you hear me?" A faint whimper, a choked sob, drifted up from below. Sister get outrun her voice, weaker now, more desperate. It fueled my rage, my terror. I was not leaving her. Not again. I spun around, my eyes scanning the room, my tuning frantically searching for a weakness, an escape, anything. Like with Ethan, there had to be something. Mark stood impassive, a grotesque statue. "Futile," he intoned, his voice resonating with power. "This place is a fortress. And you, little beacon, are trapped." But as he spoke, my tuning caught something. A flicker, a distortion, not in the apartment itself, but in him. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the air around his left hand. His hand, which was still pressed against the basement door. It was not a weakness in the apartment or in the door. It was a weakness in him. Or rather, in the connection between him and this place. The tendrils that connected him to the door, to the source of the hum, were thinner there, less robust, like a frayed wire. My gaze dropped to the small, ornate ring on his left pinky finger. It was silver, with a single, dark stone that seemed to absorb the light. It looked utterly mundane, almost out of place on his sterile hand. But around it, the tendrils were weakest. The air shimmered most violently there, like a ripple in a perfectly calm pond. "That ring," I gasped, pointing a trembling finger. "What is it?" Mark's fixed smile faltered, just for a moment. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of something ancient and predatory passing through them. "That is none of your concern." But it was. My tuning was screaming at me. That ring was not just an accessory. It was a conduit, a control. Without thinking, driven by a primal instinct. I lunged. Mark was fast, but I was desperate. My hand shot out, not aiming for his face, but for the ring. My fingers closed around his, cold and hard. He tried to pull away, but I held on, my nails digging into his flesh. The hum vibrated through our joined hands, a painful, searing current. "Let go," he roared, his voice losing its controlled cadence, cracking with something raw and furious. The shadowy tendrils in the room seemed to lash out, brushing against my skin, cold and slimy, but I ignored them. I twisted, pulling with all my might. The ring, surprisingly, did not resist. It slid off his pinky finger with a faint metallic clink. The moment it left his hand, everything changed. The hum did not stop, but it shifted. It became a discordant shriek, a cacophony of screeching, tearing sounds. The tendrils in the room recoiled, thrashing wildly, like snakes suddenly severed from their heads. The abyssal eyes blinked rapidly, frantically, then some of them popped, vanishing like burst bubbles, leaving behind wisps of black smoke. Mark staggered back, his face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated agony. His carefully constructed human features began to unravel. His skin rippled, his eyes elongated, his mouth stretched into a gaping maw filled with needle-sharp teeth. The sensible sweater he wore seemed to melt and tear, revealing pulsating, chitinous flesh beneath. He was not just a construct anymore, he was revealed. A monstrous, multi-limbed thing, vaguely humanoid but utterly alien, thrashing in the center of the room, emitting sounds that were not of this world. The apartment itself groaned. The walls cracked, dust raining down. The floorboards buckled. The ceiling sagged. The entire structure, which had been held together by whatever power Mark wielded through that ring, was now tearing itself apart. And the basement door, the heavy bolt, still in place, began to glow with a faint, sickly green light. The tendrils that had bound it shriveled, turning to ash. With a loud crack, the door splintered, bursting open inward. A blast of cold, stale air rushed out, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of damp earth, decay, and something else, something metallic and ancient. And through it all, the hum, now a raw, exposed nerve, thrumming with untold horrors. From the gaping maw of the basement, I saw it, not just darkness, but a swirling vortex of shadows and light, a place where reality itself seemed to fray. And within that chaos, I saw shapes, massive, indistinct forms, shifting and writhing. And at the very edge of the light, huddled in a corner, was a figure. Small, thin, wrapped in what looked like tattered rags. Sarah, I screamed again, my voice raw. She looked up, her face pale, gaunt, her eyes wide with terror that mirrored my own. But it was her, my sister, alive, or at least still existing. The monstrous thing that had been Mark let out a final, ear-splitting shriek, its body collapsing into a heap of pulsating goo and broken furniture. The apartment was falling apart around me. I could not save her from here. I had to get out, and I had to get help. I clutched the silver ring in my hand, its dark stone throbbing with a faint, cold light. It was a key, a weapon, a curse. Without a second thought, I turned and ran. I burst out of the apartment, the hallway already crumbling, dust and debris raining down. The stairs creaked and groaned under my weight, threatening to give way. I flew down them, the screams of the building, the roar of the hum, and the faint, terrified cries of my sister echoing in my ears. I hit the street, gasping for breath, the cold night air shocked my lungs. The building behind me was a silhouette against the city lights, but now, even in my normal vision, it seemed to pulse and shimmer. My tuning showed me the tendrils, thick and black, erupting from every window, every crack, reaching for the sky, for the unseen forces that had been drawn to my beacon. I did not stop running until my legs burned and my lungs ached. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to put as much distance as possible between myself and that crumbling horror. I called the police, babbling about a monster, a crumbling building, my missing sister. They listened patiently, their voices kind but distant. They would send a unit to check it out. They always did. But I knew what they would find: nothing. An empty apartment, maybe some structural damage, a confused explanation from the landlord. The veil would be drawn again. I was alone, running through the night, the silver ring burning cold in my palm. I had found Sarah, or at least found where she was being held. But I had not saved her. I had only uncovered a deeper horror, a more intricate web than even Ethan, the architect, had hinted at. The hum was louder now, a constant, pervasive drone that vibrated through the very fabric of existence. My tuning had made me a target, and now it had shown me a truth too terrible to comprehend. The architect had known my future. But what about their future? The things that lurked in hidden places, the entities that fed on essences and built fortresses of human blandness. They were everywhere, and they knew I was watching. They knew I could see, and they would come for me. The hum never stops. And now, neither did the chilling whisper of my sister, echoing from the depths of a nightmare I had only just begun to understand. You know that feeling, right? That pit in your stomach when you realize you made a terrible mistake, but it is too late to turn back. That is where I was, not just mentally, but physically, when I drove my beat-up sedan into the heart of nowhere. I would have been trying to outrun, well, let us just say a string of bad decisions and a particularly nasty breakup. A friend had mentioned a cabin, deep in the Adirondacks. Cheap to rent if you knew the right guy. Seemed like a perfect escape. Fresh air, no self-service, just me and a stack of books. What could go wrong? Everything, apparently. The gravel road had turned into a barely there track, overgrown with weeds and fallen branches. My phone had died hours ago, and the gas gauge was dipping dangerously close to E. The sun was a bleeding orange smear on the horizon, painting the already dense forest in ominous shadows. That is when my car coughed, sputtered, and died. Just like that. No warning, just a final, wheezing gasp. I tried to restart it, of course. Pumped the gas, turned the key, prayed to whatever God was listening. Nothing. Just the pathetic click of a dead battery. I sat there for a long time, the silence of the woods pressing in on me, heavier than any city noise. The air grew cold, carrying the damp scent of pine and decaying leaves. Panic, cold and sharp, started to prickle at the edges of my composure. I was miles from anywhere, no phone, no car, and night was falling fast. Against my better judgment, I got out. The light was fading rapidly now, turning the familiar shapes of trees into monstrous, reaching claws. I grabbed my backpack, mostly clothes, a few snacks, and a flashlight, and started walking back the way I would come. Or at least, the way I thought I would come. Every tree looked the same. Every turn in the track felt like a trap. After what felt like an hour, my legs aching, my throat dry, I saw a light, a faint, flickering glow through the trees. Not quite a campfire, not quite a house light. More like a lantern. Hope, stupid and desperate, surged through me. I pushed through the undergrowth, tripping over roots and branches, ignoring the scratches on my arms and face. The light grew stronger, and soon, I broke through the tree line into a small clearing. There, nestled amongst towering pines, was a cabin. It was not the rustic, charming kind I would imagined. This one was old, dark wood, with a steeply pitched roof that seemed to hunch like a predator. A single light glowed from a window, casting long, dancing shadows. And standing on the porch, holding a lantern, was a woman. She was tall, slender, with long, dark hair that fell past her shoulders. Even in the dim light, I could tell she was beautiful, in a sharp, almost ethereal way. Her eyes, when she turned them on me, were an unervingly pale blue. Lost, she asked, her voice soft, but with an odd, almost musical cadence. I stammered out my story, the dead car, the wrong turn, the darkness. She listened patiently, her gaze never leaving my face. It was not a comforting gaze, it was analytical, like she was trying to solve a puzzle. "You are a long way from the main road," she said when I finished. "My name is Alara. Come in. You can't stay out here tonight." Relief washed over me, so potent it made my knees weak. I followed her up the creaking steps, past a porch swing that swayed gently in the unseen breeze. The air around her carried a faint, sweet smell, like old potpourri and something metallic. The inside of the cabin was warm, almost oppressively so, and surprisingly spacious. There was a large stone fireplace, a worn leather armchair, and a small, rustic table. But that was not what struck me first. It was the walls. Every single wall, from floor to ceiling, was covered in mirrors. Not just one or two, strategically placed. Every wall, large, ornate mirrors in heavy wooden frames. Smaller, antique-looking ones. Some were clear, reflecting the flickering lantern light in a dazzling, disorienting array. Others were slightly warped or cloudy with age, giving the room a dreamlike, distorted quality. I stopped dead, staring. My own reflection stared back at me from a dozen different angles. My bewildered face multiplied and fractured. It was overwhelming, like being trapped in a kaleidoscope. Ilara turned, her pale eyes watching me. "You find them interesting?" she asked, a slight smile playing on her lips. I have never seen anything like it. I managed, my voice a little hoarse. It was not a compliment. It was a statement of profound unease. "They tell stories," she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "They show you everything you are and everything you are not." She led me to the small table, offered me a mug of hot tea. It smelled vaguely of herbs, and I gratefully took a sip. It was surprisingly soothing. My eyes, however, kept darting around the room, catching glimpses of myself. I saw my tired eyes, the dirt smudges on my cheek, the fear still etched around my mouth. And in the periphery, I saw Alara's reflection, always watching. "You are welcome to stay the night," she said. "I have a spare room. We can figure out your car in the morning." The spare room was just as unsettling. It was smaller, yes, but the walls were equally covered in mirrors. A single bed, neatly made, sat against one mirrored wall. A small, mirrored bedside table held a single, unlit candle. There was no window, just reflections. I tried to act normal. "Thank you. Ilara, this is incredibly kind." She just smiled, that same unnerving, knowing smile. "Sleep well. Mark." She knew my name. I realized I must have told her when I was rambling earlier. Or perhaps she just assumed. Either way, it felt personal, a little too close. When she left, closing the heavy wooden door behind her, the silence was absolute. And then it was not. It was filled with the soft creak of the old cabin, the distant hoot of an owl, and the constant, unnerving presence of myself. I tried to ignore the mirrors, to focus on the bed. But everywhere I looked, there I was. My eyes, wide and nervous, staring back. My hands, fumbling with my backpack, were multiplied into a dozen pairs. It was impossible to feel alone, yet I had never felt more isolated. I felt like I was in a room full of strangers, all of whom were me. I decided to try and cover some of them. I pulled my jacket, my spare shirt, anything I could find, and draped them over the smaller mirrors. It helped a little, breaking up the endless reflections, but the larger ones remained, too high or too wide to cover. Sleep did not come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was missing something, like my reflections were still awake, watching me, judging me. I kept imagining them shifting, moving independently of my body. It was an irrational fear. I knew, but in that mirrored room, nothing felt truly rational. I drifted in and out of a restless sleep, plagued by fragmented dreams where my own face stared at me from every surface, twisted into a silent scream. I woke up to a faint light filtering into the room, not from a window, but from under the door. Ilara must be awake. I checked my watch. 7 a.m. I felt groggy, my head pounding. The mirrors seemed even more oppressive in the morning light. My reflection looked haggard, dark circles under my eyes. He looked scared. I looked scared. I found Ilara in the main room, sitting in the armchair, sipping tea. She wore a simple, dark dress. Her hair was pulled back, revealing the sharp planes of her face. She looked serene, almost too serene. "Good morning. Mark," she said without looking up. "Did you sleep well?" I hesitated. "Well enough." I lied. "About my car, yes," she said, finally looking at me. Her pale eyes seemed to pierce right through me. "I am afraid it won't be easy. The nearest tow truck is hours away, and the road is tricky." My heart sank. "So what do I do?" She gestured around the room, to the endless reflections. "You stay, until we can figure something out." That is when the first real tendrils of dread wrapped around me. Her tone was not apologetic. It was matter of fact, like it was already decided. I tried to appear calm. "I appreciate the hospitality, Ilara, but I really need to get going. I have work, responsibilities." She simply smiled. "The forest has its own responsibilities, Mark. And so, do the mirrors." That day was a slow descent into madness. Ilara was polite, almost hospitable, but utterly unyielding. She offered me breakfast, a simple bowl of oatmeal, and showed me a small, mirrored bathroom. Even the toilet had a small, framed mirror above it. There was no escaping my own image. I spent hours trying to find a way out. The front door was old, heavy wood, secured with a thick, rusty bolt. I tried it. It was locked. I looked for a key, but Ilara was always nearby, always watching, always with that serene, unnerving smile. The windows, I discovered, were not windows at all. They were just more mirrors, designed to look like windows from the outside, but from inside, they just reflected the room. It was a trick of the light, an architectural deception. The cabin was a sealed box, lined with glass. I tried talking to her. "Ilara, why all the mirrors? What is this place?" She would turn from whatever task she was doing, usually polishing one of the mirrors, her movements slow and deliberate, and look at me with those pale eyes. "This is a place of clarity, Mark. A place where you can truly see yourself." "I see myself every day," I retorted, my patience wearing thin. "I do not need 100 versions of me staring back." "Ah, but do you see your true self?" she murmured, running a cloth over a particularly ancient, slightly foggy mirror. "Or merely the mask you present to the world?" Her words were cryptic, unsettling. I started to notice things. Her movements were always fluid, almost silent. She rarely looked at her own reflection, always at mine or at the reflections of the empty room. It was like she was observing the space, not herself within it. As the day wore on, the constant reflections began to play tricks on my eyes. My peripheral vision was a kaleidoscope of movement. I would catch a glimpse of myself, only to realize it was from a slightly different angle, a different mirror. It became impossible to tell if a movement I saw was my own, or a reflection of a reflection, or something else entirely. My mind was scrambling, trying to process the visual overload. That night, alone again in the mirrored room, the terror truly set in. The darkness outside pressed against the cabin, and the only light came from a single lantern Ilara had left in the main room, casting long, dancing shadows that stretched and twisted my reflections. I wrapped myself in the blanket, tried to make myself small, to disappear, but I could not. Every flicker of the lantern, every creak of the house, made my reflections jump and twitch, like a room full of nervous specters. I started to talk to them. Not out loud, not at first, just in my head. Stop staring. I would think, leave me alone. But they would not. They were me, after all. Or were they? I remembered Ilara's words. They tell stories. They show you everything you are and everything you are not. What did that mean? Was there something hidden in the reflections? Something I was not seeing? I stared at my reflection in the largest mirror directly opposite the bed. My eyes, wide and bloodshot, stared back. My hair was disheveled, my face gaunt. I looked like a ghost. And then for a split second. I saw it, or thought I did. My reflection's mouth twitched, just slightly, into a sneer that was not mine. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, leaving me breathless, my heart hammering against my ribs. Hallucination. I told myself. Sleep deprivation. Stress. But the image lingered, a chilling seed of doubt planted firmly in my mind. The next morning, Ilara's demeanor shifted subtly. She was still polite, still serene, but there was an edge to her questions. What do you regret? Mark, she asked over breakfast, her eyes fixed on my reflection in the spoon. I froze. What? Your regrets, she repeated calmly. The things you wish you had done differently. The things you wish you had not done at all. I tried to deflect. Everyone has regrets. Ilara, why does it matter? Because they are part of who you are, she said, looking up, her gaze sweeping across the mirror walls. And the mirrors, they reflect all of you. The good, the bad, and the hidden. Her words sent a shiver down my spine. It felt like she was dissecting me. Peeling back layers I would carefully constructed, I spent the day trying to break a mirror. Any mirror. I picked up a small, heavy stone from the fireplace and aimed it at a small, ornate mirror near the kitchen. I swung. The mirror did not shatter. It just vibrated, producing a dull, resonant thrum that seemed to echo through the entire cabin. It was like hitting solid rock. The surface did not even crack. Ilara appeared silently behind me. They are stronger than they look. Mark, she said, her voice devoid of anger, but filled with a quiet authority. They are designed to endure. Why? I whispered, my voice trembling. Why are you doing this? She walked over to a large, ancient mirror, its surface cloudy with age. She ran her hand over it gently, almost reverently, because sometimes, to truly see, one must be forced to look. She turned to me, her pale eyes intense. And sometimes, what you see is not what you expect. That night was worse. The cabin seemed to shrink, the mirrors pressing in on me. I started to see things. Flickering movements in the corners of my eyes that were not my own, reflections. Shadows that detached themselves from my form and danced on the mirrored walls. I swore I saw a face, indistinct and distorted, peeking out from behind my own reflection in one of the older, warped mirrors. I could not sleep. I paced the mirrored room, my every movement amplified by the endless reflections. I felt like I was being watched by a silent, spectral audience. And then the voices started. Whispers, faint and indistinct, like a crowd murmuring just out of earshot. They seemed to come from the mirrors themselves, swirling around me, just beyond the grasp of understanding. I pressed my hands against my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, but the whispers persisted. And when I opened my eyes, my reflection was different. Not just tired or scared. There was a malicious glint in its eyes, a subtle twist to its mouth. It was me, but not me. It was a sneer I would seen the night before, now more pronounced. You are a failure. Mark, a voice, my own voice, seemed to whisper from one of the reflections. Always running. Always hiding. No, I mumbled, shaking my head. You left her. Another reflection seemed to hiss. You abandoned everything. The voices, my own voice, echoed Ilara's earlier questions, twisting my regrets into accusations. My past mistakes, my insecurities, my deepest fears, all seemed to be manifesting in the reflections, amplified and distorted. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I stumbled backward, away from the accusing reflections, until my back hit the wall, the mirrored wall. I slid down it, burying my face in my hands, trying to block out the endless, judging eyes. I do not know how long I stayed like that. Time had lost all meaning. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours. When I finally dared to look up, the reflections were back to normal. Just me, disheveled and terrified. But the memory of the voices, of the twisted faces, was burned into my mind. The next morning, I confronted Alara. I was beyond polite. I was desperate. "Let me go. Alara," I pleaded, my voice hoarse. "Please, I can't stay here. I am losing my mind." She looked at me, her pale eyes unwavering. "You are not losing your mind. Mark, you are finding it. Or rather, you are finding the parts of it you have hidden away. This is not healthy," I argued, gesturing wildly at the mirrored walls. "This is torture. Torture is a matter of perspective," she said, her voice soft, almost sympathetic. "For some, the truth is the most painful thing of all." She then told me a story, her gaze fixed on a particular mirror, one that seemed older and darker than the rest. She spoke of the cabin's original owner, a reclusive artist obsessed with self-portraiture. He believed that the only way to truly capture the essence of a soul was to surround it with its own image, to force it to confront itself until the masks fell away. He built the cabin, installed the mirrors, and then one day simply vanished. No trace, just the mirrors and the stories they held. He found what he was looking for. Alara concluded, turning to me, a strange light in her eyes. He found the truth. I did not believe her. Or rather, I did not want to believe her. I wanted to believe she was just a madwoman, an eccentric hermit. But the way she spoke, the conviction in her voice, it was chilling. I realized then that she was not going to let me leave. Not until I found whatever it was she thought I needed to find. My attempts to escape became more desperate, more frantic. I tried every door, every inch of the walls. I even tried to pry up the floorboards with a spoon, but they were solid, unyielding. The cabin was a fortress, and the mirrors were watching. I stopped eating. The food Alara offered seemed bland, tasteless. My appetite was gone, replaced by a gnawing anxiety. My sleep was non-existent. Every time I closed my eyes, the whispers returned, louder, clearer, recounting my worst moments, my deepest fears. My reflections became my tormentors. They mocked me, sneered at me, cried with my own tears. I saw myself aging rapidly in their surfaces, lines deepening, hair thinning, eyes growing hollow. I saw myself as a monster, as a coward, as a broken man. One afternoon, I sat in the main room, huddled in the armchair, staring blankly at the reflections. Alara was nowhere to be seen, but I knew she was there, somewhere, watching through the one-way mirrors I was convinced existed. My gaze drifted to one of the older, warped mirrors. It was particularly cloudy, its surface like disturbed water. But as I stared, something shifted within it. It was not my reflection. It was a faint, shimmering image, like a ghost. A man's face, gaunt and terrified, his eyes wide with silent scream. It was the face of the artist Alara had spoken of, the original owner. His image flickered, then solidified, staring directly at me through the mirror. His mouth moved, soundlessly, forming words I could not hear, but his eyes pleaded. They were filled with an ancient, unbearable horror. I gasped, stumbling backward, knocking over a small table. The ghostly face vanished, leaving only my own, horrified reflection staring back. Alara appeared instantly, as if summoned by my scream. She looked at me, her expression unreadable. "What did you see?" "Mark," she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The man." I stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the mirror. The artist. He was there, in the mirror. A slow, knowing smile spread across Alara's face. "Ah," she said, her pale eyes gleaming. "You are finally beginning to see." From that moment on, the cabin became a living nightmare. The mirrors were no longer mere reflections. They were portals, or perhaps prisons. I saw other faces in them now. Distorted, silent figures, flickering in and out of existence. Men and women, young and old, their eyes all holding the same look of desperate terror. They were like echoes, trapped within a glass, unable to escape, and they were all watching me. I realized, with a chilling certainty, that the artist had not vanished. He had become one with the mirrors. He had found his truth, and it had consumed him, trapping his essence within the reflective surfaces of his own creation. And now, I was next. My own reflection was becoming increasingly alien. The malicious sneer I would seen before was now a permanent fixture. My eyes seemed to hold a desperate, trapped quality, but also a hint of something cold and calculating. I was becoming one of them. A reflection. One night, Elara came into my room. She held a small, antique hand mirror. Its silver frame was tarnished, and the glass was dark, almost black. "It is time. Mark," she said, her voice soft, but with an underlying current of excitement. "It is time to truly see." She held the mirror up to my face. I struggled, trying to pull away, but she was surprisingly strong. My eyes were forced to meet the dark glass. At first, I saw nothing but a murky, distorted reflection of my own terrified face. But then, the darkness in the mirror deepened, swirling like ink. And from within that swirling darkness, a new face began to emerge. It was not my face. Not entirely. It was a grotesque parody of it. My features, yes, but twisted, elongated, a silent scream frozen on its lips. Its eyes, however, were what truly horrified me. They were empty, utterly, completely empty, the eyes of a hollow shell. And then, just as quickly, the face changed again. It was not me, and it was not the monster. It was Elara. Her face, serene and beautiful, but with those same empty eyes. And then, she too began to shift, to distort, to melt away into the darkness. I saw 1,000 faces flicker through that small, dark mirror. All of them distorted, all of them empty, all of them trapped. And among them, I saw my own, slowly morphing, slowly losing its humanity, becoming just another reflection, another empty shell. I screamed, a sound that felt ripped from the deepest parts of my soul. I thrashed, and this time, Elara let me go. I fell to the floor, panting, my body trembling uncontrollably. Elara stood over me, the dark mirror held gently in her hand. Her pale eyes were fixed on me, and in them, I saw a flicker of triumph. "You have seen. Mark," she whispered, her voice like a caress. "You have truly seen." I crawled away from her, my mind shattered, my body spent. I looked at my hands, my arms, my legs. They felt like they belonged to someone else. I felt like I was already a ghost, a mere echo of the man I once was. I do not know how long I stayed in that cabin. Days, weeks, months. Time ceased to have any meaning. Elara still brought me food, still spoke to me in her cryptic way, but I barely registered her presence anymore. My world had shrunk to the confines of the cabin and the endless, terrifying reflections. I stopped fighting. I stopped trying to escape. I just existed. I stared at the mirrors, and they stared back. Sometimes the faces of the trapped souls would flicker into existence, their silent pleas echoing in the silence of my mind. Sometimes my own reflection would shift, becoming that grotesque parody, that empty shell. I started to talk to them, not just in my head, but out loud. I would whisper to the faces in the glass, to my own distorted image. I would tell them my regrets, my fears, my forgotten memories. It was like I was confessing to a jury of my own fractured self. One day, I caught a glimpse of Elara in one of the mirrors. She was standing in the main room, polishing a particularly large, ornate mirror. Her reflection was clear, serene, beautiful. But as I watched, something happened. Her reflection seemed to waver, to shimmer, and then, for a split second, it was not her. It was a different face. A man's face, gaunt and terrified, his eyes wide with silent scream. The artist. And then, just as quickly it was Alara again, but in her pale eyes, I saw a flicker of the same emptiness I would seen in the dark mirror, the same emptiness that was slowly consuming me. She was not just a curator of this place. She was another one of its victims, or perhaps its most willing participant. I looked at my own reflection then, in the mirror directly in front of me. My face was haggard, my eyes hollow, but a faint, knowing smile played on my lips. It was the same smile I would seen on Alara's face, the same serene, unnerving smile. I had found my truth, or rather, the mirrors had shown it to me. I was just another reflection, another trapped soul, destined to flicker in the glass, watching the next unsuspecting victim stumble into Alara's cabin. And as I looked at my reflection, I saw a new flicker behind my eyes. A flicker of something cold, something ancient, something that was not quite me anymore. Something that was waiting for the next lost soul to arrive, waiting to show them everything they are and everything they are not, because the mirrors they endure, and they always reflect. You know, sometimes I wish I could just forget. Forget Alara, forget the woods, forget the blank label. But forgetting is not an option when every shadow seems to stretch a little too long. Every creak of the floorboard sounds like footsteps, and every reflection in a window seems to hold something just behind your own. After everything, after Mark, after the police, after the sheer, raw terror of realizing the woman I loved was some kind of thing that fed on people's lives, I did the only thing I could do. I ran. I packed a single duffel bag, emptied my bank account, and just drove. I drove until the city lights were a faint glow in my rear view mirror, until the air felt different, until I was sure no one, especially not her, could find me. I ended up in a small, isolated town, nestled deep in the mountains. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, and a new face stuck out like a sore thumb. Perfect. I thought no one would expect me here. I rented a tiny cabin on the outskirts, a place so remote it barely had self-service. It was rustic, just a few rooms, a wood-burning stove, and a porch that looked out onto an endless expanse of pines. I thought the isolation would be a comfort, a shield. Instead, it became a cage. My days were a blur of paranoia. I would wake up in a cold sweat, the memory of her claws, her eyes, fresh in my mind. I would check every window, every lock, sometimes multiple times an hour. I bought a cheap, used shotgun and kept it by my bed, even though the thought of facing her again, even with a weapon, made my stomach churn. I stopped going out unless absolutely necessary. Groceries, gas, that was it. I cut off contact with everyone except Mark. He was the only one who believed me, the only one who understood the chilling reality of what I was up against. We would talk on the phone once a week, just to check in, just to make sure I was still me. Weeks turned into months. The initial panic slowly dulled into a constant, low-level hum of anxiety. I started to think, maybe, just maybe, I was safe. Maybe she would given up. Maybe she would found another victim, another life to absorb, another blank label to fill. The thought was horrifying, but also, selfishly, a small comfort, as long as it was not me. I even started to get a little bit of routine. I would wake up, make coffee, sit on the porch, watching the mist rise from the valley. I would try to read, try to distract myself, but my mind always drifted back to her. Sometimes, I would swear I saw something move in the trees, just at the edge of my vision. A flicker of movement, a shadow that did not quite belong. I would dismiss it as my imagination, a lingering side effect of the trauma. The woods were full of animals. After all, deer, bears, squirrels. Nothing to worry about, right? One Tuesday morning, about 8 months after I fled, I found a package on my porch. It was not a delivery from Amazon or a letter from some long-lost relative. It was a plain, brown cardboard box, about the size of a shoebox, with no return address, no shipping label, just my name scrawled on it in neat, almost elegant handwriting. A handwriting I recognized. My heart immediately started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. My breath hitched in my throat. This could not be. I had not given anyone this address. No one knew where I was, not really, except Mark, and he would not send me anything like this. I stared at the box, my mind racing. Was it a bomb? A trap? My first instinct was to throw it into the deepest part of the woods, to pretend I never saw it. But something held me back. A morbid curiosity, a terrifying certainty that whatever was inside, I needed to know. It was her. I knew it. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the box when I finally picked it up. It felt light, almost empty. I carried it inside, my eyes darting to every window, every corner of the room. I set it on the kitchen table, took a deep, shaky breath, and slowly, carefully peeled back the tape with a butter knife. Inside, nestled in a crumpled wad of newspaper, were photographs. Not just one or two, but a whole stack. They were glossy, high-quality prints, the kind you would get from a professional lab. And every single one of them was of me. The first photo I pulled out was of me sitting at my kitchen table, eating breakfast. My hair was messy. I was wearing an old t-shirt, and I was staring blankly at the wall, a half-eaten bowl of cereal in front of me. It was a mundane, utterly unremarkable moment. But the angle was wrong. It was not from outside the window. It was from inside the kitchen, from a corner that offered a full view of the table and the stove. There was no way anyone could have taken that photo without being in the room with me. A cold dread spread through me, colder than the mountain air outside. I dropped the first photo and snatched up another. This one was of me asleep in my bed. My mouth was slightly open, my arm flung over my head, the covers tangled around my legs. The shot was taken from the foot of my bed, a clear, unobstructed view. My bedroom door was always locked at night. Always. And even if it was not, who could be standing at the foot of my bed, taking a photo of me without me waking up? I felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room. My chest tightened, and I could feel a scream building in my throat, but it would not come out. I tore through the rest of the photos, each one a fresh stab of terror. Me, watching TV on my couch, oblivious, my face illuminated by the flickering screen. The photo was taken from behind my armchair, a tight shot that focused on my profile. Me, shaving in the bathroom, lather on my face, looking down at the sink. This one was from inside the shower stall, through the clear glass door. Me, standing on my porch, looking out at the trees, a cup of coffee in my hand. This was not from a distance, not from the woods. This was from inside the cabin, looking out through the living room window, capturing my back. Every single photo, every single one was taken from an angle that was impossible. An angle that meant someone or something had been inside my home. My supposedly safe, locked, isolated cabin. They were intimate, invasive, terrifyingly personal. They were snapshots of my life, my private moments captured by an unseen, unheard observer. And then I saw it, the last photo in the stack. It was a wide shot of my living room, taken from the doorway leading to the kitchen. Everything looked normal. My worn couch, the old rug, the dusty bookshelf. But in the bottom right corner, almost hidden by the frame of the photo, was a small white square. It looked like a sticker or a label, and it was blank. My blood ran cold. The blank label. The one from Alara's collection. The one she had for me. This was not just a stalker. This was not just some random psychopath. This was her. She was here. She had been here. She was still collecting. She was documenting my life, filling in the details of the blank label, moment by agonizing moment, before she came to claim it. Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. I stumbled backwards, knocking over a chair. My eyes darted frantically around the kitchen, then to the living room, the hallway, the bedroom door. Had she just left? Was she still here? Was she watching me right now as I looked at the photos? I grabbed my phone. My fingers fumbled with the keys and called Mark. He picked up on the third ring, his voice groggy. "Hey man, everything okay? You sound out of breath." "Mark." I gasped, my voice a ragged whisper. "She found me. She sent me photos of me inside my house, sleeping, eating, everything. She was here." There was a moment of stunned silence on the other end. Then, "What? Are you sure? What kind of photos?" I described them, rambling, my words tumbling out in a torrent of fear. The angles, the intimacy, the blank label. "Mark, she is collecting me. She has been inside. I do not know what to do." Okay, deep breaths," Mark said, his voice firm, trying to ground me. "First, are you safe right now? Is she still there, do you think?" I do not know. I do not know. I have not seen anything. But she was here. She had to be. How else could she get these shots? Right? Look, I am going to talk you through this. Do not touch anything else. Do not go anywhere. I am going to get on my computer. Send me those photos, all of them, immediately. And then I want you to go through your house slowly, carefully. Look for anything. Anything at all. A displaced object, a fresh scratch, a faint smell. But do not go into any room without checking the entire space first. And keep that shotgun ready, you hear me? I nodded, even though he could not see me. Yeah. Mark, I hear you." My hands were still shaking as I took photos of the prints with my phone and sent them to Mark. Then, shotgun clutched tightly in my hand, I began my terrifying search. Every step was agony. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a shape. Every floorboard creak was a potential revelation. I started in the kitchen. Nothing seemed out of place. The dishes were where I left them. The stove was clean. But then I looked closer at the counter, near the sink. A faint, almost imperceptible film of dust. And in it, a single tiny indentation, like a fingertip, but too long, too slender. And next to it, a subtle smear, like something had been dragged across the surface. I remembered the photo taken from the shower, the one of me shaving. Had she been waiting there, just inches away? I moved to the living room. The couch, the TV, the bookshelf, all as I left them. But as I ran my hand over the back of the armchair, the one she had taken a photo from, I felt a slight roughness. I looked closer. A tiny, almost microscopic tear in the fabric, like a thread had been snagged by something sharp, like a claw. The bedroom was the worst. My sanctuary. The place where I slept, where I felt most vulnerable. I checked the locks on the door and windows. All secure. But the photo from the foot of the bed. I stared at the spot. Nothing. No footprints. No disturbance of the rug. It was as if she had simply materialized. Or maybe she did not leave tracks. Maybe she was not corporeal in the way I understood. The thought made my blood run even colder. Then I saw it. On the small nightstand, usually covered by a stack of books, was a faint, almost invisible smudge. It looked like a very thin layer of dust had been disturbed, revealing the darker wood beneath. It was a perfect circle, about the size of a quarter. And next to it, another one, and another, leading away from the nightstand towards a door, like a series of very light, almost weightless imprints. Like someone had set down a series of small, circular objects, one after another. Or like something had briefly rested its weight there, something with very faint, circular contact points. It was too precise to be accidental. I called Mark back, my voice hoarse. I found things. Mark. Dust prints. A snag in the armchair. A smudge on the nightstand. It is real. She was here. I believe you, Mark said, his voice grim, I am looking at the photos now. The angles are impossible. Man, absolutely impossible. No camera could get those shots from outside. She was definitely inside. And that blank label that is her signature is not it. It means she is not done with you. What do? I pleaded. I can't stay here. I can't go anywhere else. She will just find me again. She has proved it. You are right. Mark said, running blindly is not the answer this time. She has established her presence. She is playing with you. This is not just about finding you, it is about making you know she has found you. She is savoring this. His words sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Savoring it, like a predator with its prey. What if she is still here? I whispered, my eyes darting to the bedroom closet door. What if she is hiding? Then you need to get out. Mark said, his voice urgent. But carefully. Do not make a sound. Grab your shotgun, grab your car keys, and get out of that house. Do not look back. Just drive. Drive until you are far, far away. And call me when you are clear. I did not need to be told twice. My hands moved on autopilot. Shotgun first, then my car keys from the hook by the door. I did not bother with my duffel bag this time. There was nothing in that cabin worth risking my life for. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee, to put as much distance as possible between me and this place. I crept toward the front door, my heart hammering. Each step was excruciatingly slow, deliberate. I listened. Nothing. Just the wind sighing through the pines and the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. I reached the door, unlatched the deadbolt, and slowly, carefully turned the handle. As the door creaked open, a faint, sweet smell hit me. It was not unpleasant. Not exactly. It was like honeysuckle or some exotic night blooming flower. A smell I vaguely remembered, from somewhere in the deep recesses of my mind, from a time when I thought Alara was just a beautiful, mysterious woman. It was her scent. My breath hitched. She had been here. Recently. Maybe she was still outside. Maybe she was watching me leave. I slipped out, closing the door as quietly as possible behind me. I did not run across the porch. I walked, tried to appear calm, trying not to give away the sheer terror that was gripping me. I got into my truck, fumbled with the keys, and started the engine. It roared to life, a sound that felt deafening in the quiet morning. As I backed out of the driveway, my eyes scanned the tree line, the porch, the windows of the cabin. Nothing. No movement. No sign of her. But the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, was overwhelming. I drove for hours, not caring where I was going, just putting miles between myself and that cabin. The photos were burned into my mind. Her knowing gaze, documenting my life, preparing to take it. The blank label, waiting to be filled with the story of my absorption. I pulled over at a gas station hundreds of miles away, my hands still shaking, my body aching from the tension. I called Mark. I am out, I said, my voice raspy. I am safe for now. Good. Where are you? I told him the name of the town, a nameless blur on the map. Okay, he said. Listen, this changes things. She is not just hunting you, she is toying with you. She wants you to know she can get to you anytime, anywhere. This is not just about survival anymore. It is about outsmarting her. How do you outsmart something that can just appear inside your house? I asked, a bitter laugh escaping me. We do not know the full extent of her abilities, Mark admitted, but we know she needs to be physically present to take those photos. She is not a ghost. She is a physical entity, and she leaves traces, however faint, like the dust prints, the claw mark, the smell. I muttered, the memory is making me shiver. Exactly. So here's the plan. We need to create a trap. Something she won't expect. Something that will either expose her or give us enough time to to do something more permanent. I listened to Mark, but my mind was elsewhere. I was thinking about the blank label. I was thinking about how she had been in my home, watching me sleep, documenting my every move. She was not just a monster. She was a meticulous, patient predator, and I was her ultimate prize. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was not over. I could run all I wanted, but she would always find me. She would always be there, a shadow at the edge of my life, until that blank label was finally filled. And the thought of what would happen when what it meant to have my life absorbed, to become her experience, was a horror far greater than any nightmare. I was still out there, a living, breathing blank label, and she was still writing my story. And I knew, deep down, that the next chapter was going to be the last. The world had just tilted on its axis, and I was holding on to the edge by a thread that felt thinner than spider silk. My own face, smiling back from a photo with Alara, pinned to a blank label. A blank label. The implication hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs and freezing the blood in my veins. My name was not written there yet, but it was coming. I was the next empty slot in her horrifying collection. My mind reeled, a kaleidoscope of every perfect date, every thoughtful message, every shared laugh. It was all a lie. Every single moment had been a calculated performance, a meticulously crafted illusion designed to draw me in, to make me vulnerable. I was not just dating a woman. I was being hunted by a predator, and she was about to complete her trophy wall with my identity. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the shock. I had to get out. Now, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of that hidden room. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant hum of the city outside, sounded like Alara's footsteps, coming back to catch me in her web. I glanced around the room one last time, the rows of labeled hard drives and photo albums, now seeming to pulse with malevolent energy. Sarah vivacious, Michael thoughtful, Jessica artistic. Each name, each adjective, a stolen life, a carefully categorized soul. And soon, my name adjective. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the door, as if Alara herself might materialize there. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely open it. I slipped out of the hidden room, closing the panel behind me with agonizing slowness, trying to make no sound. The apartment outside was dark and still, a deceptive calm that did nothing to soothe the screaming alarm bells in my head. My shoes felt like lead weights as I tiptoed to the living room, past the tasteful furniture, the books she would read, the life she would fabricate. It was all a stage, and I had been her unwitting audience, soon to be her final act. I reached the front door, my fingers fumbling with the lock. It clicked open with what sounded like an explosion in my ears. I pulled the door open just enough to squeeze through, then shut it as silently as I could, not daring to look back. The hallway was empty. The elevator hummed distantly. I chose the stairs, taking them two at a time, my legs burning, my lungs gasping for air. I burst out into the cool night air, running down the street without a destination, just needing to be away. Away from her, away from that apartment, away from the sickening realization that I had invited a monster into my life. My phone felt like a foreign object in my trembling hand, but I managed to dial Mark. He was my best friend and a security expert, and the only person who might even begin to believe the insanity I was about to unleash on him. "Hey, what is up?" "You sound winded." Mark answered, his voice calm, oblivious. "Mark, it is Alara." I choked out, trying to keep my voice low, despite the urge to scream. She is not real. None of it is. I broke into her apartment, and Mark, she collects people. Identities. She has a hidden room, hard drives, photo albums. My picture is there with a blank label. There was a beat of silence on the other end. Then Mark's voice tinged with concern. Whoa, slow down. You broke into her apartment. What are you talking about? Collects people, I know it sounds insane. I whispered, my voice ragged. But you have to believe me. She is a chameleon. She changes her appearance, her whole life, and then she takes theirs. My photo, Mark, it is next to a blank label. I am next. Mark was quiet for a moment, processing. He knew me. He knew I was not prone to wild accusations or paranoia. Okay, he said, his voice now serious. Where are you? Are you safe? Get somewhere public, somewhere well lit, and do not go back to your place. Come to my apartment. We will figure this out. I spent the next hour feeling like every shadow held Alara. Every car that passed was hers. The drive to Mark's apartment was a blur of paranoia. My eyes darted into every rearview mirror, every dark alley. When I finally made it to his door, I practically collapsed inside. Mark, bless his pragmatic heart, listened patiently as I recounted everything, my voice still trembling, the words tumbling out in a rush. He made me coffee, strong and black, and watched my face, his own growing grim as the pieces started to fit together. No digital footprint. AP. Oh. Box. A recently issued license, he murmured, rubbing his chin. And now this. A hidden room. Stolen identities. This is not just a scam artist, is it? This is something else. I showed him the photo I would manage to snap with my phone before fleeing a blurry shot of the blank label and my face. She is coming for me. Mark, I know it. We need more than this, he said, his brow furrowed. The police won't do anything with a blurry photo and a story about a chameleon who collects identities. They will think you are having a breakdown, or you are a jilted ex-lover making things up. So what do? I asked, my voice laced with despair. Mark paced, then stopped, his eyes fixed on me. We need hard evidence. Those hard drives, those phones, they are the key. But going back there is too risky. She will know. She already knows. I said, a cold certainty settling over me. I left her apartment unlocked. She will realize I was there. She will know I saw. Just as the words left my mouth, my phone buzzed. A text from Alara. My stomach plummeted. Hey, stranger. Everything okay? You seemed a little off tonight. I was thinking, maybe we could have a quiet night in tomorrow. Just us. I will cook. My blood ran cold. She was playing dumb. Or testing me. Or, worse, luring me. Mark read the message over my shoulder. She is baiting you, he stated, his voice flat. She wants to finish what she started. I can't go. I whispered. I can't. But what if you do? Mark suggested, a dangerous glint in his eye. What if you go, but you are prepared? We need to know what she is, what she does, and we need to get some real evidence. Something undeniable. This is our chance to get inside again with a plan. The idea was horrifying, but also perversely compelling. The thought of facing her again, knowing what she was, made my skin crawl. But the thought of her just disappearing, only to resurface later with a new face, a new life, and me forever looking over my shoulder, was worse. This could be my only chance to stop her. How? I asked, my voice barely audible. Mark laid out a plan. He would equip me with a hidden camera, a voice recorder, and a GPS tracker. He would monitor everything from a safe distance, ready to call for help or intervene if things went south. He would even hack into her apartment building security cameras, if he could, to give him eyes on the entrance. You go there, you act normal. Mark instructed, his tone stern. Try to get her to talk about her past, about anything that contradicts her current story. And if you get a chance, try to get into that hidden room again. Get a clear shot of those labels, those devices. Anything that proves what you saw. The next day was a blur of anxiety. Every minute felt like an hour. I tried to prepare myself mentally, to build a wall around the terror that threatened to consume me. I practiced my normal face in the mirror, rehearsing casual smiles and reassuring nods. It felt like I was preparing for my own execution. When Alara texted again, confirming our date, my hands were sweating so much I almost dropped my phone. Looking forward to seeing you. I will pick you up around 7. I agreed, my fingers stiff on the keyboard. Mark insisted on driving me to a neutral location a few blocks from his apartment, where Alara would pick me up. He fitted me with the tiny devices, a camera disguised as a button on my shirt, a recorder tucked into my pocket, and a small, almost invisible GPS beacon. Remember the code word, he said, his voice serious. If you say pineapple, I am calling 911 and coming in hot. Do not hesitate. Your life is more important than any evidence. I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. When Alara's car pulled up, a sleek, dark sedan, my heart leaped into my throat. She looked as beautiful as ever, her smile radiant, her eyes sparkling. But now, I saw something else behind them, a cold, calculating glint, a predatory hunger that made my stomach churn. Hey, you, she said, leaning over to open the passenger door for me, her voice as warm and inviting as ever. Ready for our quiet night. I forced a smile, a shaky imitation of my usual self. Would not miss it. As I slid into the passenger seat, my eyes immediately scanned the interior. It was impeccably clean, as always, reflecting Alara's meticulous nature. But then, as I buckled my seatbelt, my gaze drifted to the dashboard, then to the door panel. My breath hitched. There they were, deep, ragged gouges, like someone had clawed violently at the plastic and leather. Not just scratches, but rips, as if a furious animal had been trapped inside, desperate to get out. They were not immediately obvious, almost artfully concealed by the dark interior. But once I saw them, I could not unsee them. They ran across the glove compartment, scored the door handle, and even marred the pristine black headliner above my head. They looked too deep, too powerful to be from a human hand. These were not fingernail marks. These were claws. My blood ran cold. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my face neutral, my eyes from lingering too long. I risked a quick glance at Alara. Her hands were on the steering wheel, perfectly manicured, slender fingers. They did not look like they could inflict that kind of damage. But then, she was a chameleon, was not she? What other forms could she take? Everything all right? Alara asked, her voice light, but her eyes flickered towards me, a hint of something unreadable in their depths. Yeah, just admiring your car. I lied, my voice a little too strained. It is really nice. She smiled, a hint of a knowing glint in her eyes. Thanks. It is. Reliable. Reliable. The word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken menace. Reliable for what? For trapping previous victims. For containing her own monstrous transformations. As she pulled away from the curb, I discreetly activated the voice recorder. We drove in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the gentle hum of the engine and the frantic pounding of my heart. I tried to think of a way to bring up the claw marks without giving myself away. So, I began, trying to sound casual. You have had this car for a while, right? Alara glanced at me. Long enough. Why? Just curious. I said, forcing a chuckle. It is in such good condition. Though, I noticed some marks on the dash. Looks like something really went at it. Her smile tightened, almost imperceptibly. Oh, those... Yes, a rather spirited squirrel got in once. Took a bit of effort to get it out. Her explanation was delivered smoothly, perfectly plausible, yet it chilled me to the bone. A squirrel. Those deep, savage gouges. No squirrel could do that. We continued driving, but not towards her apartment. We were heading out of the city, towards the more secluded, wooded areas I would only ever driven through on long weekend trips. My apprehension grew with every mile. Where are we going? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Just a little surprise. she said, her eyes fixed on the road, but a sly smile playing on her lips. I thought we could have a picnic. Under the stars. It is a place I know very private. Private. The word echoed in my mind, a death knell. My fingers instinctively brushed against the small GPS tracker. Mark was watching. I hoped he was. The car turned off the main road onto a narrow, unpaved track, winding through dense trees. The darkness pressed in around us, the only light the car's headlights, cutting a path through the gloom. My mind raced, trying to formulate an escape plan, anything. Finally, she stopped the car in a small clearing, surrounded by towering, ancient trees. The air was still and cold, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. No other cars, no houses, no signs of civilization. Just us, and the monster beside me. Is not it beautiful? Ilera whispered, turning off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic beat of my own heart. Beautiful. I echoed, my voice hoarse. I kept my hand near the button camera, making sure it was still recording. She turned to face me, her smile gone, replaced by an expression I had not seen before. It was a look of cold, predatory assessment, mixed with something else as strange, almost wistful hunger. You know, do not you, she said, her voice dropping to a low, chilling purr. My breath caught in my throat. The game was over. Know what? I tried to feign ignorance, but my voice trembled. Ilera laughed, a soft, dry sound that sent shivers down my spine. Do not bother. I felt at the moment you walked into my apartment. A subtle shift in the air, a scent of betrayal. You found my little collection, did not you? My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. What? What are you? Her eyes, those beautiful, captivating eyes, seemed to deepen, to darken. I am a collector, a connoisseur of lives. People are so exquisitely complex, so full of unique experiences, emotions, memories, and so fleeting. I simply preserve them, absorb them. You steal their identities. I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Oh, it is so much more than that, she corrected, a chilling smile playing on her lips. I do not just steal their identities. I become them. I live their lives. I am them. And when I have fully experienced what they have to offer, I move on. A fresh canvas, a new adventure. The claw marks in your car. I press, my voice barely a whisper. What were those from? Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp in the dim light. Ah, you noticed those. A previous subject, a rather strong-willed one, did not want to be absorbed. She put up quite a fight, but eventually everyone succumbs. Her gaze lingered on the marks, a strange pride in her eyes. She was quite vivacious. Like Sarah, a wave of nausea washed over me. What do you do to them? Ilera leaned closer, her eyes glittering. I take them. Every memory, every feeling, every nuance of their being. It is an intimate process, a merging, and sometimes, when they resist, it can get a little messy. My mind screamed. This was not just a serial killer. This was something else entirely. Something ancient, something monstrous. The claw marks, her unnatural lack of a digital footprint, her ability to change her appearance so subtly it all clicked into place. She was not human. You are not human, are you? I whispered, the realization a cold dread in my gut. Her head tilted, a movement that was too precise, too reptilian. Humanity is merely a disguise, a convenient form. But my true nature, it hungers for the richness of human experience. It feeds on it. I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that I was next. The blank label was waiting for me. I had to get out. I had to alert Mark. Pineapple. I blurted out, my voice loud in the suffocating silence. I love pineapple. Ilara's eyes narrowed, her smile vanishing, her expression hardened, a mask of beauty cracking to reveal something cold and ancient beneath. Clever boy, but too late. Before I could react, her hand shot out, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. Her grip was like a vice, her fingers digging into my flesh. I cried out, struggling against her, but she held me fast. Her nails, those perfectly manicured nails, seemed to lengthen, to sharpen, digging into my skin. I could feel pinpricks of pain, then a searing agony as they broke the skin. "Let me go," I yelled, kicking and thrashing. She pulled me closer, her face inches from mine. Her eyes were no longer human. They were deep pools of black, reflecting only my terrified face. Her mouth opened, and I saw not just teeth, but something else, something moving in the darkness of her throat. Such a thoughtful individual. She purred, her voice a low growl, so much to absorb. I screamed, a primal sound of pure terror. I clawed at her hand, desperate to break free. My knee connected with something solid, and she grunted, her grip momentarily loosening. It was all I needed. I wrenched my arm free, tearing away from her. The pain was excruciating, but the fear drove me. I flung open the car door and scrambled out, falling onto the damp earth. The cold air hit me, a shock to my system. "You won't escape." Ilara's voice hissed from the car, no longer the melodious tone I knew, but something raw and guttural. I did not look back. I just ran, blindly, into the dark woods. Branches whipped at my face, roots tripped me, but I kept going, fueled by pure adrenaline and the horrifying image of her transforming face. Behind me, I heard the car door open, then the crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. She was coming. I could hear her, surprisingly fast, moving through the undergrowth. A rustle, a snap, a low growl that was definitely not human. My chest burned, my legs ached, but I pushed harder. I could hear my own ragged breaths, loud in my ears. I tripped again, falling hard, scraping my hands and knees. I scrambled up, my heart pounding so hard, I thought it would burst. Then, through the trees, I saw a flash of light, headlights, and the distant sound of a siren. Mark. Hope surged through me, a desperate, exhilarating wave. I yelled, "Mark, over here." The sound behind me stopped. A sudden, eerie silence descended upon the woods. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Nothing. The darkness was absolute, impenetrable. Had she given up, or was she just waiting? I stumbled towards the lights, breaking through the tree line, just as Mark's car skidded to a halt. Behind it, a police cruiser was pulling up, its lights flashing silently. "I am here. I am here." I gasped, stumbling towards Mark, who was already out of his car, a worried expression on his face. "Are you okay?" "What happened?" he asked, his eyes scanning my disheveled, bleeding form. She is not human. Mark." I choked out, pointing back into the woods. "She is a monster. She transforms. She has claws." The police officers approached, their faces skeptical as they took in my wild eyes and frantic words. "Sir, can you calm down? What is going on?" "She tried to kill me," I yelled, my voice cracking. "She is in there. She is a shapeshifter. She takes people's lives." They exchanged glances, clearly thinking I was delusional. Mark, however, stepped forward. "Officers, my friend is in shock, but he is telling the truth. We have evidence. A recording. A tracker." He pointed to my shirt. He was wearing a hidden camera. One of the officers, a stern-faced woman, looked at Mark, then at me. "A hidden camera. Sir, we need you to explain this clearly." I tried, my words tumbling out in a rush, disjointed and frantic. I told him about the hidden room, hard drives, blank label. I told him about Ilara's chilling confession. her talk of absorbing lives. And then I told them about the claw marks in her car and the way her eyes had changed. Her nails had lengthened. They searched the woods for hours, but found nothing. No Alara, no car, no sign of struggle beyond my own tracks. The small clearing was empty, as if we had imagined it all. They took my statement, recorded the audio from my device, which captured Alara's chilling confession, though not her transformation. The hidden camera had been knocked askew during my escape, only capturing blurry images of the car interior and then the chaotic darkness of the woods. The claw marks, however, were clearly visible in one of the shaky frames. The police were perplexed. The audio was disturbing, but Alara's voice was calm, almost conversational, even as she described her monstrous acts. Without a body, without a suspect, without any other evidence, they could not do much. They marked her as a missing person, and me as a potential victim of an elaborate, yet bizarre, con. Mark tried to push them, to make them understand. He showed them the data he would collected, the lack of a digital footprint, the P, O, box. But it was not enough. They could not wrap their heads around the idea of a chameleon who literally absorbs people. I was traumatized, scarred both physically and mentally. The claw marks on my arm, though shallow, were a constant reminder of the monster I had encountered. The nightmares were vivid. Alara's face morphing, her eyes turning black, her voice whispering promises of absorption. I moved away, far from that city, far from the apartment building where I had almost lost myself. I cut off all contact with my old life, terrified that Alara would find me, that she would pick up my trail. Every new face I saw, every friendly smile, every thoughtful gesture, sent a shiver of dread down my spine. Mark still checks in on me, his voice a comforting anchor in my sea of paranoia. He still looks for her, still digs, still tries to find a pattern, a trace. But Alara vanished as quickly and completely as she had appeared. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is dark and silent, I think about the claw marks in her car. They were not just from a previous victim. They were from her, from the true, monstrous form that lurked beneath the beautiful facade. And I wonder, if she was so desperate to get out of her own car that night, what horrors was she trying to escape? Or, more terrifyingly, what horrors was she trying to become? I am still here. I survived. But I know, deep down, that she is still out there, living someone else's life, charming someone new. And one day, maybe she will find me again. Or maybe, just maybe, I will see my own face, smiling back on the photo, next to a blank label, in some new monsters collection. And this time, there won't be a mark to save me. This time, my name will be written, and the adjective will be absorbed. Forever his. That was the horrifying truth. My hotel room, with its plush carpets and heavy drapes, had felt less like a sanctuary and more like a gilded cage. Mark's last message, confirming Alex's reprimand and a new profile for tomorrow, had been the final nail in the coffin of my sanity. I was his prize, forever watched, forever trapped. But I was not going to let that be my ending. The new profile he would mention, the one he intended for me to use for his twisted purposes. I would hijack it. I would take in a new phone, the new number, the new name he would give me, and instead of becoming his carefully curated puppet, I would try to reclaim a tiny piece of myself. I would found a small apartment on the outskirts of the city, a place far enough from his usual haunts, and I would log onto Tinder. It was a stupid idea. I knew. Risky. But after months of feeling like a ghost in my own life, a prisoner in plain sight, I craved connection. I craved something real, something that was not Mark's possessive gaze or Alex's silent, menacing presence. I just want to feel like a normal person again, even if just for a few hours. My first few swipes were exactly what you would expect. Guys holding fish, guys with their shirts off, guys who looked like they had not slept in a week. I swiped left, 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 Then a profile popped up. His name was Ben. He had kind eyes, a slight beard, and a warm, inviting smile. It was a good picture, well lit, not overly posed. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. "Hey, Sarah," he messaged almost immediately. "Great to connect." I typed back, feeling a flicker of something close to excitement. We chatted for a bit, exchanged a few jokes. He seemed genuinely nice. We decided to meet for coffee the next day. It was a small victory, a tiny step towards normalcy. The coffee date was fine. Ben was a little quieter in person than he was over text, but that was not a bad thing. He listened intently, laughed at my jokes, and made eye contact. He had a pleasant, low voice, a bit gravelly, like he was just woken up. And his smile was exactly like his picture. Wide, genuine, crinkling at the corners of his eyes. It made me feel a little less on edge, a little less like I was constantly looking over my shoulder. We talked for about an hour, mostly about mundane things, our jobs, our favorite movies, the terrible traffic in the city. When we parted ways, he said he would text me. I felt a sense of relief. Maybe this was not such a bad idea after all. A few days later, I was back on Tinder. Ben had not texted, which was a little disappointing, but I was not going to dwell on it. I matched with another guy, David. David was a software engineer, cute, with a good sense of humor in his bio. We started chatting. He asked me out for drinks that weekend. When I met David at the bar, I immediately noticed a few things. He was taller than I expected, which was nice. He also had a bit of a beard, just like Ben. And when he smiled at me, a wide, almost too perfect smile, something in my gut twisted. It was the exact same smile. The same crinkling at the corners of his eyes, the same slightly too wide stretch of his lips. I shook it off. It was just a smile. People have similar smiles. It is not that uncommon. Then he spoke. "Hey, Sarah, glad you could make it." My blood ran cold. It was Ben's voice. The same low, slightly gravelly tone. The same cadence. I stared at him, my mind racing. No, it could not be. It had to be a coincidence. My nerves were just shot from everything with Mark. I was overthinking it. I forced a smile. "Hi, David." "Yeah, me too." The date was awkward. I kept trying to find differences, trying to convince myself it was not the same. But the more he spoke, the more pronounced it became. The way he paused before certain words, the slight rasp in his throat, the specific inflections he used. It was uncanny. I made an excuse about feeling unwell and left early. Back in my apartment, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I was projecting. I opened Tinder again, my heart pounding. I swiped a few more times. A new match. His name was Chris. He was a personal trainer, judging by his profile picture. He had short, spiky hair and a confident grin. But that grin, that smile, it was him again. The exact same smile. I felt a wave of nausea. This was not a coincidence. This was impossible. I clicked on his profile, zooming in on the picture. The smile was identical. It was like they would all use the same Photoshop filter or a template, but that did not make any sense. These were clearly different men, different facial structures, different hair colors, different backgrounds in their photos. Yet the smile remained constant. I hesitated for a long time before messaging Chris. I wanted to ignore it, to delete the app, to pretend it was not happening. But a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand, compelled me. "Hey, Chris." I typed, trying to keep my tone normal. He replied instantly. "Hey, Sarah, how's your night going?" I stared at the message. It was a perfectly normal message, but the dread was building inside me, a cold knot in my stomach. I decided to push it. I asked him if he was free for a quick video call, just a few minutes, to save us both the trouble of meeting in person if we did not click. A bold move for me, but I needed to hear that voice again to confirm my horrifying suspicion. He agreed. My phone rang a moment later. I took a deep breath and answered. "Hey, Sarah," the voice said. Low, gravelly, slightly raspy. Ben's voice. David's voice. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. I could see him on the screen. Chris. He looked exactly like his profile picture. Short, spiky hair, confident grin. And that smile, it stretched across his face, wide and unwavering. His eyes, though, they seemed empty, like there was nothing behind them. "Hi, Chris." I managed, my voice barely a whisper. "You sound familiar." He chuckled. A low, rumbling sound that was also identical to the other two. "Do I? Must be one of those things. You know, people say I have a pretty common voice." He was lying. Or he did not know. Or something else entirely. I could not hold his gaze. His smile just stayed there, fixed like it was painted on. It did not change, did not falter, even as he spoke. It was unsettling. It was wrong. I ended the call quickly, mumbling something about a bad connection. My hands were shaking so hard, I almost dropped my phone. This was not a coincidence. This was not my paranoia. This was real. I started deleting the app, but then I stopped. What if it was not just the app? What if it was me? Or what if deleting it would just make it worse? I had to figure this out. I had to know what was happening. I went back to the profiles. Ben, David, Chris. I scrutinized every detail. Their faces were different, yes, but there were subtle, almost imperceptible similarities. The way their hair parted, the shape of their ears, a faint mole in a similar spot. It was like there were variations on a theme, or like an AI had generated different faces around a core set of features, all designed to produce that one specific smile. I started swiping again, this time with a horrifying purpose. I swiped right on every profile that looked even remotely normal. Every man who did not immediately set off alarm bells. And every single time, it was the same. A new match, a new name, a new face, but the same smile, the same voice. I tried swiping left on profiles that looked too perfect, too good to be true. But then, profiles started appearing that were less perfect. A guy named Mark, ironic. I thought with a shudder, who looked a little scruffy, a little disheveled. I swiped right just to see. Instant match. "Hey, Sarah, long time no see," his message read. My blood ran cold again, but this time it was different. This was not the same generic greeting. This was specific. This implied a history. I had not matched with anyone named Mark before. I did not reply. I just stared at the message, my mind spinning. Was this Mark? My Mark? Was this another one of his twisted games? Was he doing this to me, using some kind of deep fake technology to create these profiles, to lure me in? The idea was terrifyingly plausible. He was powerful, resourceful, and utterly obsessed. But if it was him, why the different faces? Why the identical voice and smile? It felt more subtle than Mark's usual brand of terror. His threats were usually direct, his control overt. This felt more insidious, more playful, in a horrifying way. I decided to try something else. I changed my profile picture. I used an old photo, one from before I met Mark, one where I looked genuinely happy and carefree. I changed my bio, making it more generic, less revealing. I even changed my name on the app, just in case. I used a fake name, Emily. I started swiping again. A new profile appeared. His name was Kevin. He was a student, according to his bio. He had a kind face, glasses, and a slightly awkward pose. But when he smiled, that same smile. Wide, perfect, unblinking. I matched with him. "Hey, Emily," he messaged. You have a really interesting profile. I felt a flicker of hope. He used my new name. Maybe it was not Mark. Maybe it was just a glitch. Or a really, really elaborate prank. I cautiously asked for a video call. He agreed. And there he was. Kevin. Glasses. Awkward pose. And that smile. That same unchanging smile. Hey, Emily, he said, his voice low, gravelly, slightly raspy. The voice. The exact same voice. My hope evaporated, replaced by a chilling dread. This was not a prank. This was not Mark. This was something else. Something far more pervasive, far more fundamental. Your smile, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. It is very striking. He chuckled, that same low, rumbling sound. Is it? I get that a lot. My mom always said I had a winning smile. His eyes behind the glasses were just as empty as Chris's. They did not crinkle with his smile. They just stared, unblinking. It was like looking at a perfectly crafted mask. I ended the call. I was shaking uncontrollably now. I felt like I was losing my mind. I deleted the app. I deleted my account. I even went into my phone settings and revoked all permissions for the app, just in case. I threw my phone onto my bed, as if it were a venomous snake. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw that smile. Every time I drifted off, I heard that voice. I kept thinking about Mark, about the gilded cage, about being watched. Was this a new form of surveillance? A digital prison? The next day, I tried to distract myself. I went for a walk, bought groceries, cleaned my apartment. I tried to convince myself it was over, that I would cut the cord. But the feeling of being watched never left me. It was a cold prickle on the back of my neck, a sense of eyes on me, even when I was alone in my apartment. I kept checking the locks, peeking through the blinds. A week passed. No strange calls, no odd messages. I almost started to relax. Maybe it was just a weird glitch or a prank by some incredibly sophisticated group of hackers. Maybe I would just been unlucky with my matches. Then, one evening, I decided to try again. Not Tinder. Another dating app. Hinge. I told myself it was different. A different platform, different algorithms. Maybe I could find something normal there. I downloaded Hinge, created a new profile, used a different picture, a different fake name. Charlotte. I felt a knot of anxiety in my stomach, but also a desperate need to prove myself wrong, to prove that I was not trapped in this endless loop. I started swiping. It felt normal at first. Different faces, different bios. I liked a few profiles, and a few liked mine back. Then a new match. His name was Daniel. He had a picture of himself hiking, a beautiful mountain landscape behind him. He looked adventurous, rugged, and when I zoomed in on his picture, there it was, that smile. My breath hitched. No, it could not be. Not here. Not on a different app. I opened the chat. He had already sent a message. Hey, Charlotte, love your profile. Where was that picture taken? I stared at the message, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had to know. I typed back, hey, Daniel. It was taken in Colorado. Are you free for a quick chat? He replied almost immediately. Sure. My number is... He sent me his number. I hesitated. Calling him directly was riskier. It meant giving him access to my phone number, even if it was the burner phone Mark had given me. But I had to know. I dialed the number, my hand shaking. It rang once, twice, then connected. Hey, Charlotte, the voice said. Low, gravelly, slightly raspy. The voice, the same voice. I could not speak. I just held the phone to my ear, listening to the silence on the other end, broken only by a steady, unblinking presence. Charlotte, he asked, His voice tinged with slight concern, but that same unchanging smile was in his tone. Are you there? Is everything okay? I hung up. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor. Tears streamed down my face. It was not just Tinder. It was not just an app. It was everywhere. It was inescapable. I curled up on my bed, sobbing. What was happening to me? Was I losing my mind? Was this some elaborate psychological torture designed by Mark? But it felt bigger than him, more pervasive, more fundamental. The next few days were a blur of terror and paranoia. I stopped using my phone for anything but emergencies. I kept the curtains drawn. I started seeing that smile everywhere, in the faces of strangers on the street, in reflections in shop windows. I heard the voice and the murmur of conversations around me, in the background noise of the city. I tried to talk to someone. I called my sister, trying to explain what was happening. She listened patiently, but her voice was full of concern, the kind that people use when they think you are having a breakdown. She suggested I see a doctor, get some rest. She did not believe me. How could she? It sounded insane. I felt utterly alone, trapped not just by Mark, but by this new unseen horror. One night, I could not sleep. The silence in my apartment felt heavy, oppressive. I picked up my burner phone, the one Mark had given me, the one that had become my lifeline and my tormentor. I stared at it, my fingers hovering over the screen. I knew it was a terrible idea, but I felt an irresistible pull. I had to know. I had to face it. Whatever it was, I re-downloaded Tinder. I did not even bother with a new profile. I just logged in using the one I would create with the fake name Emily. I started swiping. Left, left, left. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. Then a profile appeared. His name was unknown. There was no name, just a blank space. The profile picture was a silhouette, dark against a lighter background, so I could not see any features. No smile, no face. My fingers trembled, but I swiped right. Instant match. A message popped up immediately. We have been waiting for you. Sarah, my blood ran cold. This was not Emily. This was not Charlotte. This was me. My real name. Then, the silhouette image on the profile began to resolve. Slowly, like a picture developing in acid, features began to appear. Not a new face. Not a different man. It was my face. My eyes, my nose, my hair. But the mouth-to-mouth was stretched into that familiar, wide, unblinking smile. The smile of all the men I had matched with. My own face twisted into that horrifying, unchanging grin. And then the profile picture started to move. Just slightly. The eyes, my own eyes, now empty and unblinking, stared directly into mine. And then the lips parted. It is time to come home, the voice said. Low, gravelly, slightly raspy. My voice. But it was not my voice. It was a voice. The voice of Ben, David, Chris, Kevin, Daniel. The voice that had haunted my every waking moment. Now it was coming from my own face, from my own smile. The phone vibrated in my hand. It was not a message. It was a video call. From the profile. From my own smiling, distorted face. I stared at the screen, paralyzed by terror. My own eyes, unblinking, staring back at me. My own smile, stretched too wide, too perfect, too empty. I did not answer. I could not. I just stared at the incoming call, the name unknown blinking, the image of my own face smiling that horrifying smile. It rang and rang, an insistent, terrifying sound in the silent apartment. I could feel my sanity fraying, tearing at the edges. Mark, Alex, the gilded cage, they had been a physical prison. This was something else. A prison of the mind. A digital nightmare that had reached out and claimed me. Finally, the call stopped, but a new message appeared. We are already here. Sarah, we have always been here. You just needed to open the door. I heard a faint creak. From my front door. I had not locked it. I never locked it. Not since I moved into this apartment. I would have been so sure I was safe, so sure I was free. But I had not been. I had just traded one cage for another. And the bars of this new cage were made of smiles and voices, identical and inescapable. The doorknob slowly turned. A sliver of darkness appeared in the crack of the door, and then a low, gravelly voice, familiar and chilling, echoed through my apartment. Hey, Sarah, glad you could make it. The hum never stopped. Not really. After Havenwood, after tearing through that flimsy wall and tumbling out of that twisted organic town, I thought I would found freedom. I thought I would escape. But freedom was not what I got. Havenwood did not just let me go etched itself into my very being, twisting the tuning I would already been cursed with into something permanent, something overwhelming. Now, it was always there, a low, persistent thrum beneath the surface of reality, like a faulty electrical current running through my brain. It was a constant whisper in the back of my mind, a static-laced symphony of things unseen. And I saw them, the tendrils. Oh, God, the tendrils. They were everywhere, snaking through the air, coiling around lampposts, weaving through cracks in the sidewalk. They were thin and translucent, almost invisible to the normal eye. But to mine, they pulsed with a sickly internal light, like veins filled with something utterly alien. And the eyes, abyssal, unblinking eyes that peered from the shadows, from the gaps between buildings, from the depths of reflective surfaces. They were not always focused on me, but they were there, always watching, always waiting. My apartment, once my sanctuary, became a cage of heightened perception. The walls seemed to breathe. The shadows in the corners seemed to ride with unseen forms. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the window, sent a jolt of terror through me, confirming that the world was not just dangerous, it was alive with horrors I could now perceive. Sleep became a luxury I rarely afforded myself. When I did manage to drift off, it was into a landscape of twitching limbs and silent screams, only to wake up drenched in sweat, the hum already reasserting itself, reminding me that the nightmare had not ended. It had just moved into my waking life. I tried to talk about it, once, briefly, with a therapist I found online. I did not mention Havenwood or Sarah or the masks. I just tried to articulate the static, the whispers, the visual distortions. She nodded, prescribed some anxiety medication, and suggested I might be experiencing a form of psychosis. I did not go back. How could I explain that the medication only dulled the edges, but did not stop the tendrils from coiling around her expensive, framed degrees, or the abyssal eyes from staring out of the dark pupils of her own eyes when she thought I was not looking? No, the world was not crazy. I was not crazy. The world was simply different now, and I was the only one who could see it. Loneliness became a heavy cloak. Friends drifted away, unable to understand my sudden reclusiveness, my jumpiness, my inability to hold a normal conversation without my eyes darting to the unseen horrors lurking just beyond their perception. I tried to push through it, to pretend. I would go to the grocery store, forcing myself to focus on the mundane task of buying milk. But then the fluorescent lights would flicker, and I would catch a glimpse of something fleshy and formless pulsing behind the dairy aisle, or a network of glowing tendrils connecting every shopper to every shelf, and I would have to flee, leaving my cart abandoned. The desire for normalcy, for just one moment of ordinary human connection, became an ache in my chest. It felt like a betrayal, given everything I would seen, everything I knew. But I was still human, or at least, I thought I was. I still craved warmth, laughter, the simple comfort of another person's presence. And that is how, against every fiber of my being, against the screaming protest of my tuning, I found myself back on the dating apps. I screened profiles with meticulousness that bordered on obsessive. No red flags. No vague, artsy bios. No pictures that looked too perfect or too unsettling. I was looking for bland. I was looking for unremarkable. I was looking for safe. And then I found Ethan. His profile was a masterclass in beige. A slightly blurry picture of him smiling awkwardly at a picnic. His bio mentioned a love for hiking, but not extreme hiking, just nature walks, reading historical fiction, and trying new coffee shops. He worked in accounting. Accounting. It was perfect. It was so utterly, gloriously mundane that my tuning barely registered a flicker. He seemed normal. So normal it almost hurt. We matched. Our initial messages were exactly what I hoped for polite. A little stilted, focused on surface-level interests. He asked about my job. I vaguely described it, omitting the part where I spent half my day fighting off panic attacks. I asked about his. He seemed genuinely interested in my answers, and his own replies were straightforward, devoid of any hidden meanings or unsettling undertones. I thought this could be it. This could be my tiny, desperate step back into the world of the living. We agreed to meet for coffee. A well-known, brightly lit chain cafe in the middle of a bustling shopping district. The kind of place where nothing truly terrifying could hide. I hoped. I chose it specifically for its overwhelming, artificial normalcy. The day of the date, my tuning was a low thrum, a nervous tremor beneath my skin. I tried to suppress it, to focus on my outfit, on my hair, on the mundane anxieties of a first date. But as I walked toward the cafe, I could feel the tendrils of the city pressing in, a vast, unseen network of connections and influences. The abyssal eyes and the puddles on the sidewalk seemed to follow me. I pushed it all down. Just for today. I told myself, just try to be normal. Ethan was, already there, sitting at a small table by the window. He stood up when he saw me, offering a polite, slightly shy smile. He was exactly as his picture suggested, average height, neat brown hair, dressed in a sensible plaid shirt. Nothing remarkable, nothing threatening. My tuning remained relatively quiet, a dull hum I could almost ignore. "Hi," he said, his voice mild. "You must be my name." "I am Ethan." "Hi, Ethan." I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. We ordered our drinks, a latte for me, a black coffee for him. The conversation flowed easily enough, if a little stiffly. We talked about our jobs, about mundane hobbies, about the weather. He asked about my favorite books, and I carefully chose a few innocuous titles, avoiding anything that might hint at the horrors that now consumed my life. He listened attentively, nodding, his gaze steady. There was a quiet intensity to him, but I attributed it to first date nerves, or perhaps just his personality. Halfway through our coffee, he excused himself to use the restroom. "Be right back," he said, pushing his chair back. He left his phone and a small, leather-bound journal on the table. My tuning, which had been mostly dormant, suddenly flared. It was not a scream like in Havenwood, but a sharp, insistent tug, like an invisible string pulling at my consciousness. It was directed at the journal. A cold knot of dread began to form in my stomach. "Do not look," a voice in my head screamed. "Just leave it alone. It is nothing." But the pull was too strong. It was the same insidious curiosity that had led me to open that library book in Havenwood. The same morbid fascination that drew me to the edge of the abyss. My hand, seemingly of its own accord, reached out. My fingers brushed the worn leather cover. It felt warm, almost alive, beneath my touch. I glanced around. No one was paying attention. The cafe was bustling with the usual lunchtime crowd, absorbed in their own conversations, their own screens. My heart hammered against my ribs. I picked it up, my fingers trembling slightly. The leather was soft, supple. It smelled faintly of old paper and something else. Something metallic and faintly sweet, like a drop of blood on a copper coin. I hesitated for a moment, Then, unable to resist, I opened it. The pages were filled with neat, precise handwriting. It was not a diary. It looked more like a planner or a logbook. My eyes scanned the first entry. October 27th, 2:15 p.m. My name will be at the Daily Grind coffee shop. She will order a large latte with oat milk. She will be wearing a gray sweater and black jeans. She will be nervous but attempting to appear composed. My breath hitched. I looked down at my own outfit. Gray sweater, black jeans. My latte, still half full, sat on the table. My hand, still holding the journal, felt like it was encased in ice. I flipped to the next page, my fingers fumbling. October 27th, 2:40 p.m. Ethan will return from the restroom. My name will attempt to act normal, but her heart rate will be elevated. She will make an excuse to leave the date early, citing a sudden headache. A sudden, sharp headache bloomed behind my eyes. My vision blurred for a second, and then the tuning slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. The cafe twisted. The air shimmered, revealing faint, translucent tendrils coiling around Ethan's empty chair, around the coffee machine, around the heads of the unsuspecting customers. Abyssal eyes, too many to count, blinked from the shadows beneath the tables. The hum in my head became a deafening roar. I slammed, the journal shut, a gasp escaping my lips. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped it. This was not a coincidence. This was not a prank. This was impossible. Just then, Ethan reappeared, walking back toward the table with a casual air. My eyes locked onto him. His smile, which had seemed polite and shy moments ago, now felt fixed, like a mask, like Sarah's smile, just before her face began to dissolve. A cold dread, far deeper than any first date nerves, seized me. I quickly placed the journal back on the table, trying to make it look like I had not touched it. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. I forced myself to take a sip of my latte, but it tasted like ash. He sat down, his eyes briefly flicking to the journal, then to me. "Everything all right?" he asked, his voice still mild, but I thought I detected a subtle shift, a hint of something deeper, colder, beneath the surface. "Yes," I lied, my voice a little too high. "Just a bit of a headache, actually. Must be the caffeine." He nodded slowly. "Ah, that is a shame." I was enjoying our conversation. I could feel the tendrils around him now, thick and dark, pulsing with energy that made my skin crawl. They seemed to weave into his clothes, to emanate from his very being. The abyssal eyes peered from the depths of his pupils, tiny pinpricks of blackness that seemed to expand and contract with his words. My tuning was screaming now, a cacophony of warnings. "Me too," I said, trying to force a smile. "But I really should get going. I have a thing." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze unwavering. "A thing? What kind of thing?" The question, so innocuous on its own, felt like a trap. He already knew. He had read it. He had written it. Just a personal appointment. I stammered. "I really am sorry. I was having a great time." His smile tightened just a fraction. "Of course. No need to apologize. I understand." He paused, then picked up his journal, running a thumb over the leather cover. My eyes were glued to his hand. "This little book," he said, his voice a low murmur. "It helps me keep track of things. Important things." He looked up, his eyes meeting mine. The abyssal eyes within them seemed to grow, consuming the brown. "It helps me plan." A shiver ran down my spine. I knew he was talking about me, about my future. "Well," I said, pushing my chair back, "it was really nice meeting you." "Ethan." "It was," he agreed, his voice still soft, but now with an unsettling undertone of certainty, of possession. "I look forward to our next meeting." I did not reply. I just turned and walked away, trying not to run, trying to keep my pace even and calm. Every step felt like an escape. I could feel his eyes on my back. I could feel the tendrils of his influence reaching out, trying to snag me. The hum in my head was a full-blown siren now, an agonizing screech of pure terror. I burst out of the cafe and into the street, gulping down lungfuls of the cool, autumn air. I walked faster, then broke into a jog, then a full-on sprint. I did not care who saw me. I just needed to get away. I needed to get home. The journey was a blur of panic. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking shape. Every reflection in a shop window seemed to show his face, his fixed smile. The tendrils of the city pulsed and throbbed around me, now seeming to point in his direction, to lead back to him. The abyssal eyes in the cracks of the pavement seemed to mock me. I finally made it back to my apartment building, fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock the door. I slammed it shut behind me, engaging every lock, every deadbolt. I leaned against it, gasping for breath, my chest heaving. I was safe. For now. But the journal, the words in that journal, they replayed in my mind like a broken record. October 27th. 2:40 p.m. Ethan will return from the restroom. My name will attempt to act normal, but her heart rate will be elevated. She will make an excuse to leave the date early, citing a sudden headache. It was all true, every single, horrifying detail. He did not just know what I would do, he had written it. My phone buzzed. I jumped, nearly dropping it. It was a text message from Ethan. Had a really lovely time today. I hope your headache gets better. Maybe we can try again soon. I was thinking, next Tuesday, you usually go to that little bookstore on Elm Street. The Book Nook around 6 p.m. They have that new historical fiction you were looking at last week. We could meet there. My blood ran cold. The Book Nook, Elm Street, Tuesday, 6 p.m. I did go there. I had been looking at a new historical fiction release. How could he possibly know that? I had not mentioned it to him. I had not even mentioned it to my closest friends. I would just thought about it yesterday, a fleeting impulse. He was not just predicting. He was not just observing. He was knowing. And the way he knew felt like a violation, like he was reaching into my mind, into my very being, and pulling out the threads of my future. I did not reply. I could not. My fingers felt numb. I deleted his number, then deleted the dating app itself. It would not help. I knew he had found me once. He would find me again. The journal was not just a record, it was a map. And I was the destination. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and terror. I barely left my apartment. I kept the blinds drawn, the lights off. Every shadow seemed to stretch, to morph into Ethan's silhouette. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent a jolt of fear through me. My tuning was a constant, agonizing roar now. The tendrils of my apartment were thicker, darker, pulsing with a malevolent energy. The abyssal eyes seemed to multiply, staring at me from every surface, every reflection. They were not just observing, they felt like they were waiting. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just a really good stalker. Maybe he had found my social media, pieced things together. But the specificity of the journal, the things he knew that no public information could reveal, it defied logic. It defied reality. Then, on Tuesday, despite my resolve to stay hidden, a strange compulsion began to build within me. A morbid curiosity. A need to know. To see if he would really be there. To see if his words were still true, even if I actively tried to change them. I fought it for hours, pacing my apartment, arguing with myself. But the hum of my tuning seemed to intensify, urging me, pulling me towards that bookstore. It was not just my own fear anymore, it was something else, something external, guiding me, against my better judgment. I dressed, pulling on a nondescript hoodie and a baseball cap, hoping to be less recognizable. I slipped out of my apartment, my heart pounding, every nerve screaming. The walk to Elm Street was a gauntlet. The tendrils of the city were thick and oppressive, coiling around me, seeming to pull me forward. The abyssal eyes in every dark corner felt like they were guiding me, herding me towards my fate. I felt like a puppet on strings, pulled by an unseen force. When I reached the book nook, it was exactly 6 p.m. The quaint, old-fashioned bookstore glowed with a warm, inviting light. I hesitated outside, my hand on the cold brass doorknob. My tuning was a dizzying symphony of static and whispers, telling me to run, but also compelling me to enter. I pushed the door open. The familiar scent of old paper and coffee enveloped me. The bookstore was quiet, with only a few other customers browsing the shelves. And then I saw him, Ethan. He was standing in the historical fiction aisle, exactly where I knew that new release would be. He was not browsing. He was just standing there, facing the shelf, his back to me. He was wearing the same plaid shirt from our date. My blood ran cold. He had not just predicted it, he had manifested it. He was here. As I watched, a sudden, horrifying realization dawned on me. The tendrils, those translucent, pulsing veins of unseen energy that my tuning revealed, they were not just around him. They were emanating from him. They were weaving into the shelves, into the books, into the very fabric of the store, and beyond, into the city itself. And the abyssal eyes, those countless pinpricks of blackness, they were not just in his pupils. They were part of him, a terrible, swirling vortex of dark perception that resided behind his human facade. He slowly turned, as if sensing my presence. His eyes met mine, and there, deep within their depths, I saw it, the journal. Not just a book, but a swirling vortex of pages, of words, of potential futures, all contained within his gaze. He was not just carrying the journal. He was the journal. Or perhaps the journal was a conduit, a window into him. His smile appeared slow and deliberate. It was not polite or shy anymore. It was wide, utterly devoid of warmth, and utterly, terrifyingly knowing. It was the smile of someone who held all the cards, who had already written the ending. "I knew you would come," he said, his voice a soft murmur that seemed to echo through the bookstore, even though no one else seemed to react. It was in the book. My tuning exploded. The whispers became screams, the static a deafening roar. The tendrils around him thickened, pulsed, revealing their true, grotesque nature, not just energy, but living, writhing filaments of something ancient and hungry. The abyssal eyes within him seemed to grow, consuming his face, turning it into a swirling void of pure, unadulterated darkness. He took a step towards me, and then another. "You see it. Do not you," he whispered, his voice no longer human, but a chorus of dry, rustling pages, of scratching pens, of whispers from forgotten corners. The strings, the paths, the future, all laid out. You are special. My name, your tuning, it lets you glimpse the truth. It lets you see the connections. And I need that. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the horror. He was not just a stalker. He was like Havenwood, a living, breathing entity that fed on something. And that something was me. My perception. My unique, terrible gift. You were like Sarah. I choked out, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. His smile widened, stretching impossibly. Sarah was an amateur, a crude lure. I am the architect, the chronicler. And now he took another step. I am the one who will write our story. Panic seized me, a primal, desperate urge to flee. But this was not Havenwood. There was no flimsy wall to break through, no escape route. He was the world now. He was the future. My tuning, however, was not just about seeing danger, it was about seeing possibilities. In the midst of the roaring static and the horrifying vision of his true form, a tiny, almost imperceptible flicker caught my attention. A tendril, thinner than the rest, almost transparent, stretched from him not towards me, but toward forgotten, dusty section of the bookstore, towards an ancient leather-bound volume on a high shelf. It was not pulling me, it was pulling him. A weakness, a distraction. You can't write my story. I screamed, my voice raw, filled with desperate defiance. I am not a character in your twisted book. He laughed, a sound like crinkling parchment. Oh, but you are. You always have been. And now you will be mine. He lunged. My tuning flared, showing me the trajectory, the speed, the precise angle of his attack. It also showed me the path. A sudden, desperate inspiration. I did not run away. I ran toward him, veering sharply at the last second, ducking beneath his outstretched arms. As I passed him, I grabbed the ancient, leather-bound book from the shelf, the one the tendril seemed to be fixated on. It felt heavy, cold, and strangely resonant in my hands. No, he shrieked, his voice losing its composure, becoming a raw, guttural sound of pure rage and alarm. His abyssal eyes flared and the tendrils around him writhed violently, tearing at the air. I did not know what the book was, or why it mattered, but his reaction told me everything. It was a weakness, a key, a counter. I did not stop to read it. I did not even look at the title. I just turned, and with all the desperate strength I could muster, I hurled it, not at him, but at the ground, at the exact spot where the tendril from him seemed to anchor itself to the bookstore. The moment the ancient book hit the old wooden floor, there was a terrible, echoing crack. Not just a sound of it splintering, but a deeper, more fundamental rupture. The bookstore shuddered. The lights flickered violently. The tendrils around Ethan recoiled, as if burned. The abyssal eyes in his face seemed to shrink, to scream in silent agony. He staggered back, clutching at his head, his face twisting in a rictus of pain. The carefully constructed facade of Ethan, the mundane accountant, began to unravel. His skin seemed to shimmer, to peel away, revealing glimpses of something dark, papery, and impossibly ancient beneath. "You fool," he hissed, his voice now a cacophony of whispers and screams, like 1,000 tiny voices trapped in a paper-thin cage. "You have broken the narrative. You have torn the page." The bookstore itself seemed to unravel. The shelves buckled, the books flew from their places, pages tearing and scattering like autumn leaves. The walls rippled, like paper caught in a strong wind. The hum in my head reached a crescendo, threatening to shatter my skull. This was my chance. My only chance. I did not look back. I sprinted for the door, dodging falling books and collapsing shelves. The ground beneath my feet buckled and twisted, the air filled with the acrid smell of ozone and burnt paper. I heard a final, agonizing shriek behind me, a sound that was both human and utterly alien, a sound of pure, unmaking horror. I burst out of the book nook and into the night. The street was still there, the cars still driving, the people still walking, seemingly oblivious to the cataclysm that had just erupted behind me. But to my tuning, the world was a maelstrom. The tendrils of the city were thrashing wildly, like severed nerves. The abyssal eyes were wide with a terror that mirrored my own. I did not know what I had done. I did not know if I had destroyed him or merely disrupted him. But I knew one thing: I had rewritten the page. I had defied the narrative, and the cost, I suspected, would be immeasurable. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until screams of my tuning faded into a dull, agonizing throb. I ran until I collapsed in a dark alley, gasping for air, clutching my chest. I had escaped. Again. But freedom? No, this was not freedom. This was just another level of the nightmare. I had pushed back against the unseen forces, but I had only confirmed their existence, their power. And now, I knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones, that my tuning was not just a curse. It was a beacon, and the entities that lurked beneath the surface of reality, the ones who wrote the stories of our lives, they now knew my name. They knew I could see them, and they would come for me. The tendrils still pulsed in the shadows. The abyssal eyes still watched from the darkness, and the hum would never stop. It is funny how life works. You think you have hit rock bottom. You think you have seen the worst of it. And then something else comes along to remind you that the universe has a much darker sense of humor than you could ever imagine. I thought I would escape. I thought I would outrun it. I was wrong. After what happened with Mark, I became a ghost. I left everything behind: my apartment, my job, my entire life. I packed a bag, bought a one-way ticket to a city I would never even visited, and just vanished. I changed my name, got a new phone number, even dyed my hair. Anything to shed the old me, the me that they knew, the me that they wanted. For a while it worked. The new city was a blur of unfamiliar faces and anonymous streets. I found a small apartment, a job in a warehouse, something that did not require much interaction. I kept to myself. Every shadow, every flicker of movement in my peripheral vision made my heart jump into my throat. I would walk down brightly lit streets, always scanning, always hyper-aware. I would sleep with a nightlight on, something I had not done since I was a kid, just to keep the deepest corners of my room at bay. The fear was a constant companion, a cold knot in my stomach. But at least, I told myself, I was safe. I was free. Months turned into a year. The raw terror dulled into a persistent anxiety. I started to think, maybe, just maybe, I would have been overly paranoid. Maybe it was just a nightmare, a breakdown brought on by stress and a bad relationship. I mean, people do not just turn into shadow creatures, right? Their hands do not just stretch and contort like that. It had to be a hallucination. It had to be. The loneliness started to gnaw at me. I was so isolated, so afraid of making any real connections, of letting anyone close enough to see the haunted look in my eyes. But humans are social creatures, and after a year of self-imposed exile, the urge for companionship became too strong to ignore. I started to think about dating again. Online dating, of course. It was the only way I knew how to meet people anymore, even though it had been the catalyst for my previous nightmare. I figured I would be more careful this time, more discerning. I would not let my guard down. That is how I met Sarah. Her profile picture showed a warm smile, kind eyes, and a cascade of dark, wavy hair. She looked normal, wholesome, even. We started chatting, and she was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. She laughed at my jokes, shared stories about her life, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a flicker of something akin to hope. Maybe this was it. Maybe I could actually have a normal life after all. After a few weeks of texting and video calls, she suggested we meet in person. I was nervous, of course, but excited too. We had a great first date at a coffee shop, easy conversation. No awkward silences. The second date was dinner, and by the third, I was starting to feel a genuine connection. She was everything I thought I wanted. She made me laugh, made me forget, even for a little while, the constant dread that gnawed at the edges of my mind. One evening, after we had been seeing each other for about a month, she invited me over to her place. "I will cook for you," she said, her voice soft and inviting over the phone. "It will be cozy. We can watch a movie. Just relax." My stomach did a little flip. Going to someone's house, especially after dark, felt like a huge step, a leap of faith I was not sure I was ready for. But I wanted to trust her. I wanted to believe that this time it would be different. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a date, a normal, everyday date. "Sounds great," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "What time?" She gave me an address in an older part of the city, a neighborhood I had not really explored. It was a bit further out than I expected, nestled among winding, tree-lined streets that seemed to grow darker as I drove deeper into them. The houses were mostly older, Victorian-era homes, some well-maintained, others showing their age. Her house was one of the latter. As I pulled up to the curb, my headlights cut through the gloom, illuminating the front of the house. It was a two-story, slightly dilapidated structure, painted a faded, peeling blue. The yard was overgrown and a crooked porch sagged precariously. My first thought was, not exactly what I pictured. But then my eyes drifted to windows. And that is when the first spike of real fear hit me. Every single window on the front of the house was boarded up. Not just boarded, but crudely, haphazardly nailed shut from the outside. Thick, rough planks would cover every pane, some overlapping, others leaving small, irregular gaps. It was not just a few windows for renovation. It was all of them. Every single one. My mind started scrambling for explanations, renovations, security. But why so aggressively? And why from the outside? It looked less like someone was protecting the house, and more like someone was trying to keep something in, or keep something out. A cold dread started to seep into my bones, a familiar chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. My old trauma, the one I would tried so desperately to bury, clawed its way back to the surface. Shadows. No windows meant no natural light. No natural light meant deeper, darker shadows. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the gear shift. I should just leave, turn the car around, drive away, and never look back. But Sarah was expecting me. She would cook. What kind of excuse could I possibly give? And part of me, the foolish, hopeful part, still wanted to believe there was a perfectly rational explanation. Maybe she was just quirky. Maybe it was an old house with a weird history. Taking a deep breath, I killed the engine. The silence that followed was unnerving, broken only by the distant hum of the city and the frantic thumping of my own heart. I got out of the car, my eyes still fixed on those boarded-up windows. Each nail head seemed to glisten menacingly in the faint light from the street lamp down the block. As I walked up the cracked concrete path, the porch light flickered on, casting long, distorted shadows of the overgrown bushes onto the house. The front door, a heavy, dark wood, opened just as I reached the bottom of the steps. Sarah stood there, smiling brightly. She was wearing a simple dress, her dark hair falling loosely around her shoulders. She looked utterly normal, utterly beautiful. "Hey," she said, her voice light and welcoming. "You made it. Come on in." She stepped back, holding the door open wider. I forced a smile, trying to push down the rising panic. "Hey, Sarah, smells good in here." The moment I stepped inside, the heavy door clicked shut behind me with a solid thud that echoed through the house. The interior was dim, even with the lights on. The air was thick and still, almost suffocating. It smelled faintly of old wood, dust, and something I could not quite place. Stale, earthy. My eyes immediately scanned the room. The living room was sparsely furnished: an old sofa, a coffee table, a couple of armchairs. And just like the outside, all the windows were covered. From the inside, they were boarded up with what looked like thick plywood, painted over in a dark, nondescript color that blended into the walls. No light, no view, nothing. Just solid barriers. So, I began trying to sound casual. Interesting choice with the windows. Renovations. Sarah chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. "Oh, those... Yeah, kind of. The previous owner had a bit of a thing about privacy. And the neighborhood can be a little noisy sometimes. It actually makes it super cozy. Do not you think? No distractions." She gestured vaguely. "Come on, dinner's almost ready. I made your favorite chicken Alfredo." She led me through a narrow hallway into the kitchen. The kitchen, too, was windowless, or at least the windows were covered. The lack of natural light was oppressive, making the fluorescent overhead light feel harsh and artificial. My senses were on high alert. The silence in the house was profound. No traffic sounds, no distant sirens, no chirping crickets. It was like being in a soundproof box. While she bustled around, stirring a pot on the stove, I tried to calm myself. Privacy, noise, That makes sense, right? Some people are just like that. But the rationalizations felt thin, transparent. My gut screamed otherwise. I leaned against the counter, trying to act normal. So, how long have you lived here? Oh, not long, she said, without turning around. Her voice was a little too cheerful, a little too even. Just a few months. It was a bit of a fixer-upper, but I liked the bones. Plenty of character. She finally turned, a bright smile on her face. Her eyes, usually so warm, seemed to hold a flicker of something unreadable, something that made a cold prickle run down my spine. As she turned, her shadow, cast by the harsh kitchen light, stretched long and distorted across the floor and up the wall. For a split second, I thought I saw it move independently, a tendril of darkness reaching out, then snapping back. I blinked and it was gone. Just a normal shadow. My breath hitched. No, not again. Not here. My mind reeled back to Mark, to the shadow that had lingered on my wall, to the way his shadow had peeled off the wall and whispered. Finally, I gripped the counter, my knuckles turning white. Sarah, I said, my voice a little strained. About the windows, it really is quite something. Do not you ever miss the sunlight. She paused, spoon in hand, and turned to face me fully. Her smile remained, but it did not quite reach her eyes. Sunlight's overrated, do not you think? It blinds you, makes you miss things. She gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug. Besides, some things are better kept in the dark. The air in the kitchen suddenly felt heavy, charged with an unspoken threat. My gaze darted to the corners of the room, to the deep pockets of shadow under the cabinets, behind the refrigerator. They seemed to ride, to thicken, to watch. It was just my paranoia. I told myself. It had to be. We sat down at a small, round table in the dining room, which was just as dim and windowless as the rest of the house. The chicken Alfredo was delicious, but I could barely taste it. Every bite felt like chewing cardboard. My eyes were constantly flicking around the room, searching, assessing. Are you okay? Sarah asked, her voice laced with concern. You seem a little distracted. Yeah, I am fine. I lied, forcing a laugh. Just a long day at work. You know, she nodded, but her gaze lingered on me, a strange intensity in her eyes. I felt like a bug under a microscope. I wanted to get out. I needed to get out. As we were finishing dinner, the house seemed to grow colder, the shadows deeper. I could almost feel them pressing in, a silent, unseen presence. I saw a shadow under the dining table, a formless blob of darkness, stretch and contract as if breathing. This was not my imagination anymore. This was happening. Again, Sarah, I said, trying to keep my voice even. I think I should probably head out soon. Got an early start tomorrow. Her smile vanished. Oh, already. She stood up, clearing the plates. But we have not even had dessert yet. I made a special chocolate cake. There was an edge to her voice now, a subtle shift in her demeanor. The kind eyes from her profile picture were gone, replaced by something cold and empty. My stomach plummeted. This was it, the moment of truth. No, really. I insisted, standing up myself. Thanks for dinner. It was great, but I really do need to go. I started to back away from the table, towards a hallway that led to the front door. She moved surprisingly fast, stepping in front of the hallway entrance, blocking my path. Her movements were fluid, almost too smooth. Her head tilted slightly and her smile returned, but it was a predatory, chilling grin that sent shivers down my spine. You can't leave, you know, she said, her voice dropping to a low, guttural whisper that was utterly unlike her usual tone. Not yet. We have been waiting for you to come home. My blood ran, cold. Home. That word echoed in my mind, a terrifying callback to Mark's chilling confession. It has been waiting for you to be ours. What are you talking about? I stammered, my heart hammering against my ribs. Let me go. Sarah, her eyes, those once kind eyes, went completely blank, devoid of any warmth or humanity. You saw it, did not you? She whispered, her voice layered with an unnatural resonance, like multiple voices speaking at once. You saw us before. You tried to run. But you can't run from your own shadow, can you? The shadows in the room around us began to move, not just shifting with the light, but actively coiling, thickening, solidifying. From the corners of the room, from under furniture, from behind Sarah herself, they started to peel away from the walls, taking on vague, indistinct shapes. Featureless, three-dimensional entities of pure darkness, just like the one I would seen with Mark. My breath caught in my throat. This was not a hallucination. This was real, and it was happening again. No, I yelled, pushing past her with a surge of adrenaline. She stumbled slightly, but recovered with unnatural speed. Her hands, as she reached for me, seemed to stretch, her fingers elongating into dark, claw-like appendages. I ran. I sprinted down the hallway, my mind screaming. The front door. I had to get to the front door. The hallway was suddenly darker, the shadows forming indistinct barriers, almost tripping me. I could hear Sarah's footsteps behind me, light and quick, almost gliding. A whisper snaked through the air, right next to my ear. You are ours now. I reached the front door, fumbling for the doorknob. My fingers slipped on the cold metal. It was locked, and not just locked with a simple deadbolt. There were multiple locks, heavy-duty bolts, and what looked like a chain latch, all secured from the inside. This door was not just meant to keep people out, it was meant to keep people in. Let me out. I screamed, desperately pulling and twisting the knob, rattling the heavy door. Sarah was right behind me, her presence a cold weight on my back. I could feel her breath, icy and stale, on my neck. There is no escape, she purred, her voice a chorus of whispers. You tried once. You should not have come back. I turned, my back pressed against the door. Sarah stood just a few feet away, her form wavering, almost shimmering. Her face was still recognizably hers, but her eyes were twin pits of blackness, and her mouth stretched into an impossibly wide, grotesque smile. Behind her, the shadows converged, coalescing into several towering, amorphous figures, their forms shifting and rippling like smoke. Panic seized me, sharp and absolute. I could not fight them. I could not reason with them. I had to get out. My eyes darted around the small entryway. No other doors. Only one way out, and it was sealed shut. Then I remembered the windows. The boarded-up windows. Maybe, just maybe, I could break through one of them. It was a long shot, but it was my only shot. I lunged towards the nearest window, a large bay window in the living room. Sarah shrieked, a sound that was less human and more like the tearing of fabric, a chorus of grating whispers. The shadows surged forward, reaching out with their tendril-like extensions. I slammed my shoulder into the plywood covering the window. A dull thud, but no give. It was solid, unyielding. I hit it again, harder, grunting with effort. The wood did not splinter, did not crack. It was incredibly thick, reinforced. You won't get out that way. Sarah hissed, her form growing taller, more distorted. Her arms stretched, unnaturally long, reaching for me. We made sure of it. I could feel the cold, grasping tendrils of the shadows brushing against my back, my legs. They were not solid enough to hold me, but they were chilling, sapping my strength, filling me with pure terror. I turned and ran, blindly, deeper into the house. I burst into what looked like a study or an office. More boarded windows. A large, heavy wooden desk. I scrambled over it, knocking books and papers to the floor. There's nowhere to hide. Sarah's voice echoed through the house, coming from all directions. You are ours now, truly ours. I saw a small, almost hidden door in the back of the study, tucked away behind a tall bookshelf. It looked like a closet door, but it was slightly ajar. Desperation fueled my movements. I yanked it open, revealing a narrow, dark passage, a crawl space, a hidden staircase. I did not care. It was an escape. I squeezed through the opening, pulling the door shut behind me, plunging myself into absolute darkness. I could hear Sarah's enraged screams, the rustling and whispering of the shadows on the other side. They were trying to force the door open. I could feel the vibrations against the thin wood. I scrambled forward, on my hands and knees, feeling my way through the pitch-black passage. It smelled of damp earth and decay. The air was thick and cold. I could hear my own ragged breathing, the frantic pounding of my heart. After what felt like an eternity, my hand brushed against something cold and metallic, a doorknob. I twisted it, pushed. The door groaned open, revealing a sliver of moonlight. I practically fell out, landing hard on overgrown grass. I was outside, in the backyard. I did not stop to think. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the scrapes and bruises, and ran. I ran past skeletal trees, past a dilapidated shed, towards a back fence. It was tall, but not as tall as a house. I threw myself at it, scrambling up, my fingers tearing on the rough wood. I could hear the sounds of the house behind me, a cacophony of whispers and hisses, and Sarah's chilling laughter. I pulled myself over the top, dropping ungracefully onto the other side, into another overgrown yard. I did not look back. I just kept running through yards, over fences, until I reached a street I recognized. My car. It was still there, a beacon of hope in the terrifying night. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the lock. Finally, the satisfying click. I yanked the door open, threw myself inside, and locked it immediately. I started the engine, slammed the car into reverse, and peeled out of there, tires screeching, not caring who I woke up. I drove. I drove aimlessly, frantically, until the sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of orange and pink. I pulled over on a deserted stretch of highway, miles away from the city, and just sat there, shaking, gasping for breath. My clothes were torn, my hands were bleeding, and my mind felt shattered. It was not a hallucination. It was not paranoia. It was real, and they had found me. They had lured me back. Sarah, she was just another one of them. A puppet, a lure. They knew I was lonely. They knew I was vulnerable. They had been waiting for me to be ready, waiting for me to be theirs. I looked at my reflection in the rear view mirror. My eyes were wide with terror that went bone deep. I was no longer safe. I was no longer free. The world, even in the bright light of dawn, seemed to hold a new, insidious threat. Every shadow I see now, no matter how small, no matter how faint, makes my heart lurch. The shadows under the trees, the shadows cast by buildings, even the shadow of my own hand on the dashboard. They seem to pulse, to shift, to whisper. I know they are watching. I know they are waiting. They are everywhere. And I know it is only a matter of time before they finally come for me, before they finally make me one of them. Because you can't outrun your own shadow. And eventually, the dark always catches up. All right, so you know how it goes, right? You hit your late 20s, maybe early 30s, and the dating pool feels less like a pool and more like a murky, stagnant pond. Everyone's either taken, a walking red flag, or still living in their parents' basement playing video games. I would been through my fair share of duds. Believe me. Ghosted. Stood up. Dates that ended with me wondering if I would accidentally stumbled into a human size meme. So, when Mark messaged me on that app, I was cautiously optimistic. His profile picture was a little blurry, but he had kind eyes, or at least they looked kind through the pixelation. He worked in research, which was vague enough to be intriguing, and he loved hiking, which I did too. We exchanged a few messages, then graduated to text, and within a week, we had our first date planned. Dinner at a trendy little Italian place downtown. I remember feeling a flutter of nerves, the good kind, the ones that tell you maybe, just maybe, this one could be different. He was already there when I arrived, sitting at a small table by the window, a glass of water in front of him. Taller than I expected, with dark, neatly combed hair and a smile that seemed to reach his eyes. His clothes were simple, a dark button-up shirt and slacks, but they fit him well. Not flashy, not trying too hard, just put together. He stood up as I approached, pulling out my chair, and for a moment, I actually felt a little old-fashioned swoon. Chivalry, who knew? We talked for hours. And I mean hours. It was not just small talk, it was genuine conversation. He was incredibly articulate, intelligent, and had this calm, thoughtful way of speaking that made me feel instantly at ease. We discussed everything from our favorite books to the ethics of artificial intelligence, our travel dreams, even our families. He talked about his work in biological preservation, which sounded a bit like something out of a sci-fi movie, but he explained it in a way that made it sound like cutting-edge medical research. He was passionate, but not overwhelmingly so, just engaged. He listened intently when I spoke, asking follow-up questions that showed he was not just waiting for his turn to talk. It felt real. By the time the restaurant was starting to clear out, I was practically buzzing. This was not just a good date, it was an amazing date. As we walked out into the cool night air, a light drizzle beginning to fall, he suggested we go back to his place for a nightcap. I've got some pretty decent scotch, he said, his smile still warm. Now, usually, I am pretty cautious. I have heard all the horror stories, seen all the true crime documentaries. But with Mark, honestly, I felt no alarm bells whatsoever. He felt safe, genuine, maybe a little too perfect, but I chalked that up to my own cynicism. I mean, after all those bad dates, I was probably just due for a good one, right? So, I said yes. His place was about a 15-minute drive, tucked away in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood. It was a modest two-story house, nothing grand but well-maintained. The kind of place you would imagine a sensible, professional single guy living in. The interior was just as tidy, almost meticulously so. Clean lines, minimalist decor, everything in its place. Not a speck of dust anywhere. It felt a little impersonal, perhaps, but I figured he just valued order. He led me to the living room, which had a comfortable sofa and a large, flat-screen TV. He poured us each a glass of amber liquid. The scotch was indeed excellent, and we settled in, continuing our conversation, the easy flow of it making the late hour feel irrelevant. After another hour or so, I realized I probably should have eaten more at dinner. The scotch was hitting me harder than I expected, and my stomach was rumbling. "Hey, Mark," I said, "do you happen to have any snacks? Like anything? I am starving." He chuckled. "Of course. Chloe, I think I have some cheese and crackers. Let me grab them for you." He stood up, and for a fleeting second, I thought I saw a different expression flash across his face, something less warm, more calculating, but it was gone so fast, replaced by his usual genial smile, that I dismissed it as a trick of the low lighting in my tired eyes. "Actually," I said, pushing myself up from the sofa, "I will come help. I need to stretch my legs anyway." He hesitated for a fraction of a second, just long enough for me to notice. "Oh, you do not have to," he said, but his voice was still light. "I know where everything is." "Nonsense," I replied, already heading towards the kitchen, which was visible from the living room. I am a good assistant. The kitchen was predictably spotless. Stainless steel appliances, gleaming countertops, not a dish out of place. It smelled faintly of lemon cleaner. I walked over to the fridge, a large, modern, double-door model. "So, where are these elusive snacks?" I asked, turning to Mark, who had followed me in and was now leaning against the doorframe, watching me. His expression was unreadable. Top shelf, usually, he said, his voice a little lower now, a little less casual. I reached for the handle of the fridge, pulling open the right-hand door, and that is when it hit me. Not a smell, not at first, but a sight that slammed into my brain with the force of physical blow. It was not food, not in any recognizable sense. The shelves, from top to bottom, were lined with jars. Glass jars of various sizes, some clear, some tinted amber, all meticulously labeled. And inside them were things that made my stomach lurch violently. My breath hitched in my throat. My eyes, wide with disbelief and a rapidly blossoming horror, scanned the contents. There was a jar with what looked unmistakably like a human heart, suspended in a cloudy, yellowish liquid. Its muscle fibers, the intricate network of veins and arteries, were sickeningly clear. Next to it, a smaller jar held what could only be an eye, its iris a startling shade of blue, gazing out with unnerving stillness. Further down, a brain, a gray, convoluted mass, floated in its own chilling bath. Livers, kidneys, lungs, they were all there, perfectly preserved, each in its own macabre display. The labels, written in neat, precise handwriting, were the worst part. They were not just heart or brain. They had names, dates, and sometimes a single chilling adjective. Eleanor Vance Hart, July 2018 brave. Thomas Chun Brain, March 2019 brilliant. Sarah Miller Eyes, November 2020 beautiful. My mind reeled, trying to process what I was seeing. This was not a joke. This was not some prop for a medical student. This was real. These were human organs, and they belonged to people. People who were now presumably dead. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a terror unlike anything I had ever known. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure adrenaline. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there, frozen, staring into that grotesque collection. I could feel Mark's eyes on me, even without looking at him. The air in the kitchen, one smelling faintly of lemon, now seemed thick with a metallic tang of blood and formaldehyde. Or maybe that was just my imagination, my mind conjuring up the most sickening scent it could. I slowly, very slowly, pulled my gaze away from the fridge and turned to face him. He was still leaning against the doorframe, his arms crossed, but his smile was gone. His face was utterly devoid of warmth, replaced by an expression that was chillingly calm, almost expectant. His eyes, which I had once thought were kind, now seemed to pierce right through me, cold and assessing. "Mark," I whispered, my voice barely a tremor. "What is this?" He pushed himself off the doorframe, taking a slow, deliberate step towards me. His movements were fluid, almost predatory. "It is my work." "Chloe," he said, his voice soft, almost conversational, which only made it more terrifying. "My passion." Another step. My mind was screaming, "Run, run, run." But my feet felt glued to the floor. My hands were shaking so violently I had to clench them into fists to stop them from trembling. "These are human organs." I managed, the words catching in my throat. He took another step, closing the distance between us. He was close enough now that I could feel the faint warmth radiating from his body, a sickening contrast to the icy fear gripping me. "Indeed," he said, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. It was not the warm smile from dinner. It was something else entirely, something that made my blood run cold. "They are magnificent, are not they? Each one a testament to the unique essence of a person. A fleeting moment of existence, captured, preserved, admired." He reached out, not for me, but for the open fridge door. With a gentle click, he pushed it shut, plunging the grotesque contents back into darkness. The sudden closure echoed in the silent kitchen like a gunshot. "You see, Chloe," he continued, his voice still unnervingly calm, "most people just fade away. They live, they die, and their unique qualities, their spark, their very essence is lost to the earth. But I prevent that. I ensure their most remarkable attributes are immortalized. I finally found my voice, a desperate, hoarse plea. Mark, who are these people? What have you done? His eyes narrowed slightly. They were interesting individuals, people I admired, people who possessed something truly special, a rare kind of bravery, an unparalleled intellect, a captivating beauty. He paused, his gaze sweeping over me in a way that made my skin crawl. Much like yourself, Chloe. My stomach dropped. The implication hit me like a physical blow. He was not just a collector, he was a creator of his collection. And I was standing right in front of him, a potential new exhibit. I need to go, I said, my voice firmer now, fueled by a surge of pure terror. I took a tentative step backwards, my eyes darting toward the kitchen exit, then to the living room, searching for an escape route, anything. He chuckled, a low, humorless sound. Oh, I did not think so. Chloe, we have only just begun our conversation. He moved with shocking speed, blocking my path to the kitchen door. His hand shot out, not to grab me, but to simply rest on the doorframe, effectively cutting off my escape. He was much stronger than he looked. The genial facade had completely crumbled, revealing the chilling predator beneath. Mark, let me out. I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady, but a tremor betrayed my fear. His smile returned, wider this time, but it was a wolf smile. Now, why would I do that? We are having such a fascinating discussion, are not we? About preservation, about legacy. He took another step, cornering me against the counter. Besides, I have just discovered something truly remarkable about you. My mind was racing, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I looked around desperately. A knife block on the counter, a heavy ceramic mixing bowl, anything. My eyes locked onto the knife block. It was too far. He was too close. What do you want? I asked, trying to buy myself time, trying to think. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Your resilience, Chloe, your spirit, the way you face that discovery. Most people would scream, faint. You just ask questions. You are remarkably composed, a truly unique quality. I think I would like to preserve that. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. He was not just talking about a single organ. He was talking about me, the whole of me. My gaze darted to the back door, a glass-paneled entry that led to what looked like a small patio. It was probably locked. Everything was probably locked, but it was my only shot. I did not think so, I said, and before he could react, I lunged, not for the back door, but for the kitchen door leading into the living room, the one he was currently blocking. I feinted left, then darted right, hoping to catch him off guard. He was fast, too fast. His arms snaked out, wrapping around my waist, pulling me back with surprising force. I gasped, struggling, my nails raking against his arm, but he did not even flinch. He was like solid rock. Naughty, naughty, he murmured, his voice losing its calm edge, a hint of irritation now seeping in. We do not want to make this difficult, do we? I kicked hard, aiming for his shin. My boot connected, and he grunted, but his grip did not loosen. He just tightened it, lifting me slightly off my feet. I screamed a raw, terrified sound that ripped from my throat. He clapped a hand over my mouth, muffling the sound. His grip was like iron. Shoo, shoo, he whispered into my ear, his breath warm and sickeningly close. No need for theatrics. This can all be very peaceful. Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. I thrashed wildly, desperate, my legs kicking, my arms flailing. I felt a sharp pain as my head hit something, probably the counter, but the adrenaline numbed it instantly. I bit down hard on the hand covering my mouth. He let out a sharp cry of pain, his grip loosening for a split second. It was all I needed. I twisted, squirmed, and managed to break free, stumbling backwards, my eyes fixed on him. His hand was bleeding, a dark crimson stain spreading across his palm. His face was contorted in a snarl, the mask completely gone. He looked less like a human, and more like a furious, wounded animal. "You little bitch," he hissed, his voice raw with rage. I did not wait. I turned and sprinted, not toward the kitchen door this time, but towards the back door, the glass one. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and desperate hope. If I could just smash it, just get out. I slammed into the glass door, expecting it to shatter. It did not. It was reinforced, thick, unyielding. I bounced off it, my shoulders screaming in protest. I heard Mark close behind me, his heavy footsteps thudding on the tile floor. "It is no use. Chloe," he said, his voice a low growl. "All the windows, all the doors, reinforced, soundproofed. You are my guest now." I spun around, my back pressed against the unyielding glass. He was advancing slowly, deliberately, his bleeding hand clutched to his chest, but his eyes were fixed on me, gleaming with a chilling intensity. There was no escape. My eyes scanned the kitchen frantically. The knife block, it was still there, and it was closer now, just a few feet away. I had to risk it. As he closed the final few feet, I feigned another lunge towards the kitchen door, drawing his attention. He moved to block me, anticipating my move. But instead, I pivoted, ducking low, and with a desperate lunge, grabbed the largest chef's knife from the block. The cold steel felt surprisingly heavy in my hand. It was not elegant, it was not graceful, but it was a weapon. Mark stopped dead, his eyes widening slightly as he saw the glint of the blade. His predatory confidence wavered for the first time. Now, Chloe," he said, his voice attempting to regain its calm, but there was an edge of caution there now. "Let us not be hasty. You do not want to hurt anyone. Get away from me." I screamed, my voice cracking, the knife held out in front of me, point aimed squarely at his chest. My hand was shaking so badly, I thought I might drop it. He took a step back, slowly. "You are making a mistake. You do not understand. I am offering you immortality, a place among the truly exceptional. I do not want your sick immortality." I yelled, tears streaming down my face now, mingling with the sweat. "I want to live." He stood there, assessing me, his eyes flicking from my face to the knife. For a moment, I thought he might back down. He might actually let me go. But then, a flicker of something dark, something truly monstrous, passed through his eyes. The rage was still there, simmering beneath the surface, but now it was mixed with chilling resolve. "A shame," he said, his voice flat. "Such a vibrant spirit. It would have made a truly exquisite collection." And then he moved. Not a lunge, not a sprint, but a strange, gliding motion, like a shark through water. He was incredibly agile, despite his size. I barely had time to react. He swatted my arm, sending the knife clattering to the floor, and then his hand was around my throat, squeezing. My vision blurred. Air was suddenly a precious, unattainable commodity. My lungs burned, screaming for oxygen. I clawed at his hand, but it was like trying to pry apart steel. His face was inches from mine, devoid of any humanity, just a cold, terrifying gaze. "Such a waste," he whispered, his voice oddly soft, almost regretful, even as he choked the life out of me. But some things must be acquired. Dark spots danced at the edges of my vision. My legs buckled. I felt myself falling, slipping away. This was it. This was how it ended. A bad date, a preserved organ, a lost life. Then a sudden, piercing shriek. Not from me, but from somewhere outside. A siren, faint at first, but growing rapidly louder. Marks had snapped up, his grip momentarily loosening. His eyes, still filled with murder, now held a flicker of something else, annoyance. No, he growled a frustrated sound. The siren was directly outside now, wailing, joined by the distinct sound of car doors slamming. Footsteps pounded on the porch. Mark hesitated, his gaze darting between me and the front of the house. He was faced with a choice: finish me or escape. He must have realized he did not have time for both. With a final, disgusted look, he shoved me away from him. I collapsed to the floor, gasping, sucking in ragged breaths, my throat raw and burning. I lay there, coughing, my body trembling uncontrollably, watching him. He did not run toward the front door. Instead, he darted towards a small, innocuous-looking door next to the pantry, one I had not even noticed. He fumbled with a key, unlocked it, and slipped inside, pulling the door shut behind him just as a loud, insistent knocking began to pound on the front door. "Police. Open up," a muffled voice boomed from outside. I lay on the floor, gasping, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Why were the police here? How did they know? Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up, my throat still burning, my body aching. I crawled toward the front door, my legs too weak to stand. The knocking continued, urgent and relentless. With trembling hands, I reached up, fumbling with the lock, then the deadbolt. I pulled the door open, just as it was about to be battered down. 2 uniformed police officers stood on the porch, their faces grim, their hands on their holsters. Their eyes widened when they saw me, my hair disheveled, my clothes torn, my face streaked with tears and dirt, a purple bruise already forming on my neck. "Chloe Vance," one of them asked, his voice firm but laced with concern. I could only nod, my voice still lost to the trauma. "We got an anonymous tip about suspicious activity here," the other officer said, his gaze sweeping past me into the meticulously clean, yet now deeply sinister, house. "Is everything all right?" I finally found my voice, a raspy whisper. "He tried to kill me. He has human organs in his fridge." Their faces hardened. One officer immediately called for backup, while the other gently guided me out onto the porch, away from the house of horrors. I never saw Mark again. The police searched the house. Of course. They found the fridge, confirmed my terrifying story, and discovered the hidden passage Mark had used to escape. It led to a network of tunnels, apparently. A pre-planned escape route that he would likely use before. They never caught him. Not that night, not in the weeks and months that followed. He simply vanished, leaving behind his chilling collection and a very traumatized survivor. I still have nightmares. The image of those jars, those labeled organs, is seared into my mind. The feeling of his hand around my throat, the cold, calculating look in his eyes, the way he talked about preserving me, it never leaves me. I have moved, changed my number, done therapy, but some scars just do not heal. Sometimes, late at night, when I am alone, I wonder if he is still out there, meticulously curating his gruesome collection. I wonder if he ever thinks of me, the one that got away, the resilient spirit he could not acquire. And I wonder if, somewhere right now, another unsuspecting person is going on a first date, thinking they have finally found someone special, someone kind, someone who just might have a very well-stocked fridge. You just never know, do you? The monsters, they do not always look like monsters. Sometimes, they look like a charming, intelligent man with kind eyes and a perfectly normal house. And sometimes, they are just waiting for you to open the fridge. It is funny, is not it? How you put yourself out there, hoping for something good, something normal, and instead, you just open the door to things you never even knew existed. That is what dating apps are. I guess, a lottery. And sometimes you win big, but it is not the kind of winning you ever wanted. My name's Chloe. I am 32. For most of my life, I was pretty independent, focused on my career. But then my friends started pairing off, getting married, having kids, and suddenly my quiet evenings with a book and a glass of wine felt lonely. Not in a sad way, just empty, So, against my better judgment, I downloaded a few dating apps. Swiped left on a lot of shirtless mirror selfies and blurry group photos. Swiped right on a few guys who looked decent enough. Most of them were duds. Awkward conversations, uncomfortable silences, or just plain boring. Then I matched with Alex. His profile picture was a clear, well-lit shot of him smiling, a genuine, easy smile, against a backdrop of what looked like a hiking trail. He had kind eyes, dark hair, and a neatly trimmed beard. His bio was simple software engineer, loves hiking, cooking, and good conversation. No red flags. He seemed normal, refreshingly normal. Our first date was at a coffee shop downtown. He was exactly like his pictures, maybe even better in person. Taller than I expected, with a calm, confident demeanor. We talked for hours. It was not forced, it just flowed. He asked about my job, my hobbies, my family. He listened intently, really listened, not just waiting for his turn to speak. He even remembered little details I would mention about my childhood. When he walked in my car, he did not try anything, just gave me a warm smile and said he would love to see me again. I felt good, hopeful. The second date was dinner, then a movie. The third was a walk in the park, followed by ice cream. With each date, I found myself liking him more and more. He was attentive, thoughtful, always opening doors, pulling out chairs. He would send a sweet text the morning after, just to say he had a good time. He remembered my favorite coffee order, the obscure indie band I would mention loving, even a tiny scar above my eyebrow from a childhood accident. He was almost too perfect. That thought, too perfect, would occasionally prickle at the back of my mind, a tiny, annoying mosquito bite. But then I would dismiss it. Why could not someone just be genuinely good? Why did I have to be so cynical? Maybe I was just used to the usual dating app disappointments. We would have been seeing each other for about a month when things started to get a little off. Nothing major, just small things that in isolation meant nothing. But strung together, they started to form a pattern. One evening, I was at home, curled up on my couch with a book, when my phone buzzed. It was Alex. Hey, just finished up at the gym. Thinking of grabbing some takeout. Want to join? I smiled. It was sweet. I told him I had already eaten, but thanks. He replied, no worries. Enjoy your book. Looks like a good one. I frowned. I had not told him what I was reading. I had not posted it on social media. I certainly had not mentioned it to him. My eyes flicked to the book on my lap. It was an old, obscure fantasy novel, one I would picked up from a second-hand store. I typed back, how did you know I was reading? His response was immediate. Oh, I just meant generally. I figured you are a big reader. What are you reading? I felt a slight unease, but again, I chalked it up to paranoia. He was right. I was a big reader. It was a reasonable guess. I told him the title, and he responded with an enthusiastic, oh, I have heard good things about that one. The conversation moved on. The mosquito bite lingered. Another time, I was having a particularly bad day at work. My boss had been on my case. A project had gone sideways, and I just wanted to crawl into bed and pull the covers over my head. I had not told anyone about my day, not even my best friend, Sarah, who lived a few states away. When I got home, there was a small package waiting on my doorstep. Inside, a box of my favorite gourmet chocolates and a handwritten note from Alex, rough day. Hope these help. Thinking of you. My heart fluttered. It was incredibly thoughtful. But then the familiar prickle returned. How did he know? I had not complained on social media. I had not texted him. Had I mentioned my boss in passing on a previous date? Maybe. Had I complained about my job generally? Probably. I told myself he was just being observant, picking up on subtle cues. He was just a good guy, but the incidents piled up. He would mention a new coffee shop I would try that morning. even though I would only gone by myself. He would comment on a specific outfit I would worn to the grocery store, an outfit I had not posted online and had not seen him while wearing. Each time, he had a plausible, if slightly stretched, explanation. Oh, I just happened to be in that neighborhood. Or I saw someone with a similar bag the other day. Reminded me of you. My logical brain tried to accept it, but my gut was starting to scream. The real tipping point came a week later. We would plan a cozy night in at his place. He was going to cook for me, something elaborate he would been raving about. I arrived at his apartment, a modern, minimalist place with sleek furniture and surprisingly few personal touches. I complimented his cooking skills, and we settled in for dinner. The food was incredible, and the conversation was, as always, easy and engaging. After dinner, we moved to the living room. He put on some music, a mellow jazz playlist, and we just talked, comfortable in each other's company. He got up to grab us some drinks, leaving his phone on the coffee table. It buzzed with notification, and my eyes naturally drifted to it. That is when I saw it, his lock screen. It was a picture of me. My heart stopped. My breath caught in my throat. It was not a picture from my social media. It was not a selfie I would send him. It was me, asleep in my bed. My hair was fanned out on the pillow, one arm was thrown over my head, and the covers were slightly rumpled around me. It was undeniably me. In my bed, in my apartment, a cold, sickening wave washed over me. My blood ran cold. Every single hair on my body stood on end. My mouth went dry. This was not a guess. This was not a coincidence. This was proof. Irrefutable, terrifying proof. My mind raced, trying to find any explanation, any way this could be normal. Had I sent it to him and forgotten? No, I never took pictures of myself sleeping. It was too intimate, too vulnerable. Had he taken it while I was sleeping at his place? No, I would never spend the night. We had not reached that stage yet. This was my bed, my apartment. The image was clear, well focused. It was not blurry or dark. It looked like it had been taken from a vantage point in my bedroom, perhaps near the window or the door. I stared at it, frozen, a knot of pure terror tightening in my stomach. I could feel the blood draining from my face. My hands started to tremble. Everything okay? Chloe. Alex's voice, suddenly too close, too calm, shattered the silence. He was standing right beside me, holding 2 glasses of wine. I snapped my gaze away from the phone, my eyes wide with fear I could not hide. I tried to force a smile, but my lips felt stiff, my face numb. Yeah, just zoning out. I guess. I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. I could feel his gaze on me, probing, assessing. He handed me a glass. You look a little pale. Are you feeling all right? Fine, just a bit tired. I lied, taking a sip of the wine, hoping to steady my shaking hands. The wine tasted like ash. I forced myself to look at him, to meet his eyes. They were still kind, still warm, but now, beneath the surface, I saw something else. A flicker of something predatory, something possessive. Or maybe it was just my imagination, fueled by panic. I needed to get out of there. Now, you know, I said, trying to sound casual. I just remembered I have an early meeting tomorrow. I should probably head home. His smile did not falter, but his eyes seemed to darken slightly. Oh, already. I thought we were having a nice time. We are. I am. Really. But this meeting is super important. Big client. Gotta be sharp. I tried to project an air of professional responsibility. Anything to make my exit seem normal. He nodded slowly. Of course. I understand. He did not press. He did not argue. That almost made it worse. It was too easy. Too calm. He walked me to the door. Can I walk you to your car? He offered. No, it is fine. Really, you have done enough. I practically bolted out of his apartment, down the hallway, and into the elevator. I did not breathe until the doors closed and I was alone. My heart was pounding like a drum against my ribs. My hands were still shaking so badly, I almost dropped my keys trying to unlock my car. As I drove away, I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I would see his car following me. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every passing vehicle felt like a threat. I drove faster than I should have, my mind screaming. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex, the familiar building looked alien menacing. I felt a profound sense of violation. My home, my sanctuary, had been breached. He had been there. He had seen me. He had taken that picture. I parked my car and ran inside, fumbled with my keys, my fingers clumsy with terror. The moment I was through the door, I slammed it shut and locked it, then chained it, then pushed a heavy chair against it. I flicked on every light in my apartment. I walked slowly through each room, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. The window in my bedroom. Was it unlocked? Had he picked the lock? Had he had a spare key? The thought made me sick. I checked all my windows, all my locks. They seemed secure. But when? How? The picture flashed in my mind again me. Asleep, vulnerable. The angle of the shot, it looked like it was taken from the foot of my bed. Or maybe from the open doorway. My stomach churned. I spent the rest of the night in a state of hypervigilance. I could not sleep. Every creak of the building, every rustle of leaves outside, every car passing on the street sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I sat on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, clutching my phone, my finger hovering over Sarah's number, then over 911. But what would I say? My date has a picture of me sleeping on his phone. They would probably think I was crazy, or that I would have forgotten sending it to him. I had no proof, no tangible evidence of crime, just a gut-wrenching feeling, and a photo I would only seen for a second. The next morning, exhaustion weighed on me, but fear kept me awake. I called Sarah. I told her everything, the whole story, from the subtle hints to the lock screen. She listened patiently, her voice full of concern. "Chloe, that is really messed up," she said. "You have to be careful. Do you think he broke in?" "I do not know. Sarah, I do not know. My locks all seem fine. But that picture was so clear. It was definitely taken inside my apartment." "Okay, look," she said, "do not, under any circumstances, go near him. Block him. Everything. Change your locks. Get some security cameras. Seriously, this is not okay." I took her advice. I blocked Alex on every platform. I deleted his number. I tried to erase him from my life, but the image of that lock screen was burned into my memory. That afternoon, I called a locksmith and had all my locks changed. I also ordered a couple of discrete security cameras online, the kind that connect to your phone. For the next few days, I was a wreck. I barely ate, barely slept. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound was amplified. I jumped at my own reflection. I kept my blinds drawn, even during the day. I felt like a prisoner in my own home. Then the text started, from an unknown number. "Why are not you answering my calls? Chloe, is something wrong? I miss you. We had something special, did not we? I know you are upset, but I can explain. Just talk to me." My blood ran cold again. How did he get my new number? I had not given it to anyone except Sarah and my parents. I blocked the number. Another one popped up. And another. He was relentless. "You can't just cut me out. Chloe, you are mine. I know where you live. I know what you do. You look so peaceful when you sleep. So beautiful." That last one sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. He was still watching. He knew I was home. He was taunting me. I called the police. I showed them the text. I told him about the lock screen, about the subtle ways he would seem to know my movements. The officer listened, polite but unimpressed. "Madam, these texts, while unsettling, do not constitute a direct threat of violence," he said, his voice flat, and the photo without proof of how he obtained it. "It is hard to build a case for breaking and entering. He could claim you sent it to him, or that it was taken in a public place with similar decor. We can file a report, and if he escalates, we can look into a restraining order." I left the station feeling utterly defeated. They could not help me. I was on my own. That night, the new security cameras arrived. I installed them, immediately, one pointing at my front door, another covering my living room, and a third in my bedroom angled towards the door. I connected them to my phone, watching the live feeds, a constant knot of anxiety in my chest. The first night with the cameras was hell. Every time I heard a sound, I checked the feeds. Nothing. Just an empty hallway, an empty living room, an empty bedroom. The silence was almost worse than the fear of seeing something. It meant he was still out there, lurking, unseen. Then, 2 nights later, it happened. It was around 3 a.m. I was finally drifting into a fitful sleep, exhausted from days of fear and sleeplessness. My phone buzzed violently on my nightstand. An alert from my security camera app. Motion detected. My heart leaped into my throat. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling. I clicked on the notification. It was the camera in my living room. The feed was dark, but I could make out a figure. A tall, shadowy figure, standing in the middle of my living room. He was wearing dark clothes, a baseball cap pulled low over his face. He was just standing there, perfectly still, looking around. My blood ran cold. It was Alex. I knew it. Even with the cap, the way he carried himself, the slight lean of his head. It was him. I gasped, a small, strangled sound that died in my throat. I could not believe it. He was in my apartment. Again, I stared at the screen, paralyzed with fear. He moved slowly, deliberately, his head turning, as if he was surveying his domain. He walked over to my bookshelf, ran a finger along the spines of my books. Then he moved to a small framed photo of me and Sarah on an end table. He picked it up, turned it over in his hands, then placed it back down gently. He was not ransacking the place. He was not stealing anything. He was just observing, taking it all in, like he belonged there. Then he looked directly at the camera. My breath hitched. My eyes were glued to the screen. He lifted a hand, and slowly, deliberately he waved. Not a friendly wave. A chilling, possessive, "I see you watching me, watching you" kind of wave. Then the feed cut out. Darkness. Panic seized me. He knew. He knew about the cameras. He knew I was watching. And now, he was coming for me. I scrambled out of bed, my mind screaming. I grabbed my phone, my keys, anything I could use as a weapon. I fumbled for my emergency pepper spray, which I kept in my nightstand drawer. My hands were shaking so violently, I almost dropped everything. I had to get out. I crept to my bedroom door, my ears straining for any sound. Silence. A terrifying, oppressive silence. I slowly, carefully turned the doorknob. It was unlocked. He had not locked it from the outside. I peeked out into the hallway. Darkness. My living room was dark. He must have turned off the lights. My heart was hammering against my ribs, so loud I was sure he could hear it. I took a deep, shaky breath and stepped out of my bedroom. The air in the apartment felt heavy, thick with his presence. I could almost feel his eyes on me. Even though I could not see him, every nerve ending in my body was screaming danger. I tiptoed through the living room, my bare feet silent on the cold hardwood floor. My eyes darted around, trying to pierce the gloom. The chair I would pushed against the front door was gone. He must have moved it. I reached the front door, my hand trembling as I reached the deadbolt. It was already unlocked. Suddenly, a voice, soft and calm, came from directly behind me. Leaving so soon. Chloe. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pure terror. I spun around, pepper spray clutched in my hand, ready to unleash it. He was standing there, just a few feet away, a dark silhouette against the faint light from the hallway window. He was not wearing the cap anymore. His eyes, even in the dim light, seemed to glow with an unsettling intensity. Alex. I choked out, my voice trembling. He took a step closer. You should not have tried to run. Chloe, you are mine. You always have been. Get away from me. I screamed, raising the pepper spray. He chuckled, a low, chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. You think that will stop me? I have been watching you for months. I know your every habit. I know your fears. I know you. How? I whispered, tears stinging my eyes. Why? Because you are special. Chloe, so unique. I knew the moment I saw you. You just resonated with me. And I knew you needed someone to truly understand you. Someone to protect you. Someone like me. He took another step, and I instinctively backed away, pressing myself against the front door. There was nowhere to go. I took that picture. Chloe, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. I was there. You look so peaceful. So beautiful. I just wanted to capture it. To keep it. To keep you. My mind raced, trying to find an escape. Any escape. The pepper spray felt like a toy in my hand. He was too calm, too confident. Do not you understand? He continued, his voice laced with strange, unnerving tenderness. We are meant to be. I know everything about you. More than anyone else ever could. I know your favorite color, the way you hum when you are cooking, the little scar above your eyebrow. I know the dreams you have, the ones that make you wake up sweating. I know the exact moment you fall asleep each night. He closed the distance between us, slowly, deliberately. I could smell him now, a faint, clean scent, overlaid with something metallic, something vaguely earthy. Please, I begged, my voice cracking. Just let me go. He shook his head, a sad, almost pitying look on his face. I can't do that. Chloe, not now. Not ever. You are mine, and I am going to make sure you never forget that. He reached out, his hand moving with surprising speed, and grabbed my wrist. His grip was impossibly strong, like steel. I cried out, struggling, trying to pull away, but he held me fast. The pepper spray fell from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor. He pulled me closer, his eyes locking onto mine. There was no kindness in him now, only a terrifying, unwavering intensity. A possessive hunger that made my blood run cold. It is okay, Chloe, he whispered, his face inches from mine. You will get used to it. You will get used to me. And as his other hand came up, covering my mouth, muffling my desperate scream, I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that he was right. I would, because there was no escape, and he would always be watching. Always. The image of those blank white masks, their featureless visages concealing pinprick abysses, still clawed at the back of my eyes. It had been weeks since I bolted from that restaurant, leaving Mark and his silent entourage behind. But the terror had not faded. If anything, it had festered, growing into a constant, low hum beneath the surface of my sanity. My tuning was no longer a new, unsettling perception. It was simply my reality. The world was a canvas of constant whispers, static distortions, and fleeting shadows that danced at the periphery of my vision, always just out of reach, always just there. Every mundane interaction felt like a performance. I would nod, smile, make small talk, all while my internal world screamed with the knowledge of what truly lurked beneath the polite smiles and ordinary facades. The grocery store aisles were a labyrinth of potential horrors, the faces of strangers a terrifying lottery. Was that woman truly just buying milk, or was her vacant stare a prelude to something far more sinister? Was the faint, sickly sweet smell I sometimes caught just a leaky perfume bottle, or the scent of something other? I hated it. I hated every single second of this new existence. Nix had warned me, but knowing did not lessen the burden. It felt like I was perpetually walking a tightrope over a chasm of pure, unadulterated dread, and my balance was getting worse with every passing day. My desire for human connection, that desperate, primal need to feel normal again, had not vanished. It had, in fact, intensified, burning brighter against the backdrop of an increasingly alien world. I craved a hand to hold, a voice that did not sound like static, a presence that did not feel like a predatory gaze in the shadows. So, foolishly, inevitably, I found myself back on the dating apps. It was a masochistic act. I knew, but the alternative was complete isolation, and that felt like a different kind of death. This time, I was more cautious, my tuning a hyper-alert alarm system. Every profile picture was scrutinized, every bio dissected for hidden meanings. I swiped left on anything that felt even remotely off too perfect, too vague, too intense. I was looking for bland, normal, for utterly unremarkable. And then I saw her. Sarah. Her profile picture was a warm, slightly blurry selfie taken outdoors. Sun in her hair, a genuine, easy smile on her lips. Her bio was simple loves hiking, quiet evenings, and discovering new places. Looking for someone who appreciates the beauty in the small things. She seemed safe, unremarkable in the best possible way. No red flags, no unsettling vibes. My tuning remained mercifully silent. I swiped right. We matched. Our initial messages were exactly what I was hoping for, light, friendly, utterly mundane. She talked about her job in graphic design, her cat, her love for old movies. I found myself relaxing, a tiny flicker of hope igniting in my chest. Maybe, just maybe, this could be different. Maybe I could still find a sliver of normalcy. After a few days of chatting, Sarah suggested a date. I know this amazing little town, she typed. It is super secluded, almost off the grid, perfect for a quiet dinner and a walk under the stars. It is called Havenwood. Ever heard of it? My heart gave a little lurch. Off the grid was a phrase that now sent a shiver down my spine. Havenwood. I typed back, trying to sound casual. Can't say I have. Where is it? Oh, it is a bit of a drive, she replied. Up in the mountains, maybe 2 hours east of the city. It is not on most maps, a real hidden gem. My aunt used to have a cabin there. We could make a day of it, grab lunch, explore, then dinner. Not on most maps. That phrase echoed in my head, a cold whisper against my fragile hope. My tuning began to stir, a faint static building at the edges of my hearing. But Sarah's enthusiasm was infectious, and the idea of escaping the city, even for a day, held a strong appeal. Maybe it was just a small, isolated community, the kind that did not bother with gut-goo maps. I told myself it was fine. I wanted it to be fine. I spent the next hour trying to find Havenwood. Gut-goo maps, old road atlases, obscure travel forums, nothing. Not a single mention. It was like the town simply did not exist. A knot of dread began to tighten in my stomach. I messaged Sarah, trying to keep my tone light. Hey, I tried looking up Havenwood, but I am not having any luck. Are you sure you have got the name right? Her reply came almost instantly. Totally. It is super exclusive, like I said. They do not want a bunch of tourists flocking there. It is more of a local secret. Do not worry. I know the way like the back of my hand. I can drive, if you want. My car is good on gas. Her offer to drive felt like a small relief. At least I would not be solely responsible for navigating into the unknown. But the unease persisted. My tuning was now a low hum, a persistent thrumming behind my eyes. It was not the full-blown cacophony I would experience with Mark, but it was there, a warning. Still, the lure of normalcy, the desperate need for a real connection, was a powerful drug. I agreed. The day of our date. Sarah arrived in an older model sedan, well-maintained but definitely not new. She looked even better in person, her smile as warm as it had been in her profile picture. Ready for an adventure? She asked, her eyes sparkling. I tried to ignore the faint, almost imperceptible shimmer I saw around her, a distortion that my tuning was only just beginning to register. The drive started out normally enough. We chatted easily about our lives, our hopes, our fears. Sarah was a great conversationalist, engaging and genuinely interested. For a while, I almost forgot the whispers, the static, the constant vigilance. We drove east, out of the sprawling suburbs and into rolling hills, then higher into the mountains. The cell signal died about an hour in, which Sarah cheerfully dismissed as part of the charm. As we ascended, the landscape began to change. The trees grew taller, denser, their branches interlacing overhead, creating long, shifting tunnels of shadow. The air grew colder, heavier, and a strange, almost sweet scent began to permeate the car like old wood and damp earth, but with an underlying artificial sweetness, like cheap air freshener trying to mask something unpleasant. My tuning was now a steady buzz, a pressure building behind my temples. I started seeing things in the shadows of the trees, fleeting shapes, eyes that were not there, branches that seemed to writhe like limbs. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, then opened them, trying to focus on Sarah's profile, her calm, smiling face. "Almost there," she said, her voice a little too bright. We turned off the main highway onto a narrow, unpaved road. The gravel crunched under the tires, and the forest closed in even further. The sunlight, already sparse, became almost non-existent. It felt like we were driving into a tunnel of green and brown, leaving the world behind. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. This was the threshold. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it. Haven Wood. It was not what I expected. No grand entrance, no welcome sign. Just a sudden clearing in the forest, and then a town. It looked old, quaint, almost ridiculously so. The buildings were all made of dark, polished wood and stone, with steep, gabled roofs and small, paned windows. They were perfectly maintained, not a single loose shingle or faded paint job in sight. It was like stepping into a postcard from a century ago. There were no power lines, no satellite dishes, no visible signs of modern technology. The cars parked along the cobbled streets were all vintage models, polished to a gleam. Wow, I managed, the word catching in my throat. It was too perfect, unnaturally perfect. Sarah beamed. Is not it wonderful? Like a little slice of time forgot. My tuning was screaming now. It was not just static, it was a cacophony of distorted whispers, like 1,000 voices speaking just out of range, their words twisting into meaningless sounds. The air felt thick, heavy with an unseen presence. I saw faint, shimmering distortions around the edges of the buildings, like heat haze, but it was cold. And the people, they were everywhere, walking along the streets, tending to small, impossibly vibrant flower beds, sitting on park benches. They were all dressed in old-fashioned clothing, long skirts and blouses for the women, vests and trousers for men. They were slender, almost gaunt, with pale skin and dark, unblinking eyes. And they all smiled. A uniform, serene, unmoving smile that never quite reached their eyes. As we drove slowly through the town, every single one of them turned their heads in unison, their smiles fixed, their eyes following our car. It felt like 1,000 tiny needles pricking my skin. They are so welcoming, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Oh, they love newcomers. Sarah chirped, her own smile unwavering. It is a very close-knit community. She parked the car near a small, impossibly charming cafe with a sign that read the Gilded Spoon. As we stepped out, the silence hit me. There was no traffic noise, no distant sirens, no hum of electricity. Just a faint rustle of leaves, the chirping of unseen birds, and the soft, almost imperceptible murmur of the townspeople. It was too quiet. A deep, unsettling quiet that felt like a void. Inside the Gilded Spoon, the air was warm and smelled faintly of lavender and something else, something metallic and sweet. The cafe was busy, but the patrons moved with a strange, deliberate slowness. Their conversations were hushed, their voices flat and monotone. They ate from plates of food that looked perfectly sculpted, almost artificial. I noticed no one actually chewed with any real vigor. It was more like they were performing the act of eating. Sarah ordered for us the Havenwood Special. It arrived quickly, a plate of what looked like a perfectly roasted chicken breast with impeccably steamed vegetables. It smelled delicious, but my tuning was flaring, making the food seem to shimmer, to distort the edges. I saw faint, dark tendrils curling around the plate, invisible to the normal eye, but sickeningly clear to me. "You are not eating," Sarah observed, her smile still fixed. "Oh," just admiring the presentation. I lied, pushing a piece of chicken around with my fork. It felt cold to the touch, despite appearing hot. I managed to take a tiny bite. It tasted like ash and something else, something indescribably wrong, like decay masked by perfume. I swallowed, forcing a smile. It is unique. Sarah ate with a delicate grace, her movements precise, almost mechanical. Her eyes, those dark, unblinking eyes, watched me steadily. I tried to make conversation, to ask her about the town, its history, its people. She answered vaguely, her responses always steering back to the peace and tranquility of Havenwood, the simplicity of life here. After lunch, she suggested we explore. My stomach churned, but I felt a growing sense of dread that kept me from outright refusing. We walked the cobbled streets, past shops filled with antique-looking goods, handcrafted dolls with blank, painted faces, intricate wooden carvings that seemed to twist and writhe. When I looked at them too long, books with leather bindings and titles written in an archaic script I could not decipher. Everywhere we went, the townspeople watched us. Their smiles never wavered. Their eyes, dark and fathomless, followed our every move. I noticed an unnerving detail. None of them seemed to blink. Not once. Their gazes were unwavering, like painted eyes on a portrait. My tuning was a roaring inferno now, making the world around me feel like it was vibrating. I saw flashes of what lay beneath the town's perfect facade. The buildings seemed to sag and rot at their edges. The vibrant flowers were shriveled and black. The people's faces flickered, revealing gaunt, desiccated skulls beneath their pale skin. "It is beautiful, is not it?" Sarah murmured, her hand brushing mine. Her skin felt cool, like marble. So much history. It is a lot to take in. I replied, my voice hoarse. I needed to get out. I needed to leave. "Do you have signal here? I should probably let my family know I am okay." Sarah giggled, a sound that grated on my ears. "Oh, no signal. Remember, part of the charm. No distractions. Just us and Havenwood." A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Right? Of course. But I really should try. I am feeling a little under the weather. Maybe we should head back. Her smile finally, almost imperceptibly, tightened. Already, but the day's just begun. We have not even seen the clock tower yet. It is the heart of Havenwood. She began to steer me toward a tall, Gothic-looking tower that dominated the town square. Its face was blank, no numbers or hands, just a dark, smooth stone. As we approached, a low, rhythmic thrumming began to emanate from within it, a sound that vibrated deep in my bones. It was not the sound of gears or chimes, it was something organic, something alive, like a giant, slow heartbeat. My tuning was now a full-blown assault on my senses. The air was thick with whispers, impossible to decipher, but undeniably malevolent. The ground beneath my feet felt spongy, like walking on something decaying. The townspeople, who had been merely watching, now began to move, slowly converging on the square, their unblinking eyes fixed on me. Their smiles seemed wider, their faces paler, their movements more synchronized, like puppets on invisible strings. "Sarah," I whispered, pulling my hand away from hers. Her skin felt colder now, almost icy. "I really need to leave. Now." She turned to me, her smile finally dissolving, replaced by an expression of serene, almost predatory calm. Her dark eyes, which had always seemed so deep, now appeared to churn with the same inky blackness I was seeing in the masked figures. The shimmering distortion around her intensified, revealing fleeting glimpses of something truly monstrous beneath her human facade of gaunt, elongated form, eyes that glowed with malevolent pinpricks of light. "But you have only just arrived," she said, her voice dropping to a flat monotone, devoid of any warmth. "Havenwood has so much more to show you, so much more to take." The thrumming from the clock tower intensified, and I felt a strange pull, a draining sensation, as if something invisible was tugging at my very essence. The whispers around me coalesced into a single, terrifying phrase, repeated over and over, just at the edge of comprehension: "Join us. Join us. Join us." Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. This was not just a bad date, it was a trap. Havenwood was not a town, it was a cage. These were not people, they were something else entirely. Something that fed on life, on hope, on the very fabric of human existence. And Sarah was the lure. I turned and ran. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from the clock tower's heartbeat, away from Sarah's chilling gaze, away from the unblinking stares of the townspeople. My tuning was a blinding, deafening roar, showing me the true horror of Havenwood. The buildings were not wood and stone, but organic matter, pulsating faintly, drawing energy from the air. The flowers were not flowers, but fleshy, tentacle growths. The townspeople were hollow husks, their forms maintained by a pervasive, dark energy that seeped from the very ground. Beneath their perfect facades, I saw the decaying, skeletal structures, the swirling abysses where their eyes should have been. It was like the white masks, but worse, because here, the illusion was so much more complete, so much more insidious. I sprinted down a narrow alleyway between two ancient-looking shops, their windows reflecting my terrified face, distorted and stretched. The whispers chased me, growing louder, more urgent. I could hear the shuffling of feet behind me, a slow, deliberate pursuit. They were not running, but they were definitely coming. I burst out onto another street, hoping to find my way back to Sarah's car, but the layout of the town seemed to shift, to twist. Every street looked the same, every building identical. The sun, which had been setting, now seemed to hang perpetually at a twilight hour, casting long, distorted shadows that writhed and stretched like grasping fingers. I passed a small, quaint-looking library. Desperate, I yanked on its heavy wooden door. It creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior. Bookshelves lined every wall, filled with ancient leather-bound volumes. The air inside was thick with the smell of dust and something else, something cloying metallic, like old blood. My tuning surged, and I saw faint, glowing lines of energy connecting the books to the shelves, and the shelves to the walls, like a vast, interconnected nervous system. This was a place of knowledge, but not human knowledge. As I scanned the room, my eyes fell upon a large, open book on a central pedestal. Its pages were filled with strange symbols and crude, disturbing illustrations of gaunt, elongated figures with featureless faces, performing rituals around a blank, pulsating tower. My blood ran cold. This was their history. This was their truth. A soft click behind me made me spin. Around. Sarah stood in the doorway, her unblinking eyes fixed on me. Two other townspeople, a man and a woman, stood silently beside her, their identical, serene smiles chilling me to the bone. You really should not have come in here, Sarah said, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. This is where we keep our memories. Our stories. She glided into the room, the others following, their movements eerily fluid. You see, Havenwood needs to be sustained. It needs guests, visitors who appreciate its unique charm, visitors who are willing to stay. I backed away, my hand reaching behind me for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers brushed against the spine of a heavy book. We saw you. You're tuning. Sarah continued, taking another slow, deliberate step towards me. It is rare. A gift. You see the world as it truly is. Do not you? The static, the whispers, the things that hide in plain sight. It is a powerful energy. And Havenwood is very, very hungry for it. The other townspeople began to spread out, slowly surrounding me. Their smiles widened, stretching their pale faces into grotesque parodies of human expression. The whispers in my head intensified, now accompanied by a high-pitched whine, like feedback from a broken speaker. My vision blurred, the library walls seeming to pulsate around me. We can help you, Sarah purred, her voice now a low, seductive hum that vibrated in my chest. You won't have to perform anymore. You won't have to pretend. You can be truly yourself here, a part of Havenwood, forever. I saw the truth in her eyes, in the swirling abyss that now consumed them. Forever meant becoming one of them, a hollow husk, a smiling sentinel, feeding the town's insatiable hunger. I would not, with a desperate surge of adrenaline. I grabbed the heavy book from the pedestal and hurled it at Sarah. It struck her, square in the chest with a sickening thud. The impact did not seem to faze her, but it did make her pause, her head tilting slightly. It was enough. I lunged to the door, shoving past the two townspeople who barely reacted. They were slow, deliberate, unhurried. They knew I could not escape. I burst out of the library and back onto the street, my lungs burning. The twilight was deeper now, the shadows longer. The clock tower thrummed louder, its pulse accelerating, as if the town itself was rousing. The townspeople were no longer merely watching, they were moving, slowly, inexorably, toward me from every direction. Their unblinking eyes, now glowing faintly with a sickly green light, were all focused on me. I ran as fast as I could, ignoring the pain in my legs, the terror in my heart. My tuning was a tempest, showing me the true, monstrous forms beneath the perfect illusions, elongated limbs, gaping maws, eyes that were not eyes but burning embers. The entire town seemed to be breathing, its streets and buildings an enormous, hungry organism. I spotted Sarah's car, miraculously still where she would parked it. It was my only chance. I sprinted towards it, the whispers now a deafening roar in my ears, the thrumming of the clock tower shaking the very ground. I could feel their presence closing in, a cold, suffocating dread. I fumbled with the car door, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grasp the handle. It was locked, of course. A shadow fell over me. I spun around. Sarah stood there, just a few feet away, her face utterly devoid of emotion, her eyes blazing with that abyssal light. The book I would thrown at her lay undamaged at her feet. She raised a hand, her slender fingers reaching for me. I could see the faint, dark tendrils coiling around her arm, connecting her to the very essence of Havenwood. "It is time to stop fighting," she whispered, her voice a dry rustle of leaves. "It is time to become part of the beauty." Just as her fingers brushed my arm, I saw it a tiny, almost invisible crack in illusion, a fleeting glimpse of a dark, narrow fissure in the side of the building next to the car. It was small, barely a gap, but my tuning screamed at me that it was a weakness, a way out. Without thinking, I twisted, pulling free from Sarah's grasp, and threw myself at the fissure. The wood splintered, giving way with a sickening crack, and I tumbled through, landing hard on damp earth. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding like a drum. I was behind the buildings in a narrow, overgrown space between the town and the encroaching forest. The air here was different cold, damp, smelling of decay, but not the perfumed decay of Havenwood. This was natural rot. I could hear the townspeople, their slow, deliberate footsteps on the other side of the wall. Sarah's voice, now a guttural snarl, echoed. He is trying to escape. Do not let him leave. I did not look back. I crashed through the undergrowth, tearing my clothes and scratching my skin, but I did not care. I just ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until the whispers and the static began to fade, replaced by the natural sounds of the forest. I ran until I collapsed, gasping for breath, miles from Havenwood, or what I hope were miles. I lay there, shivering, for what felt like hours, listening to the silence, the true silence of the forest. The sun finally rose, casting long, golden rays to the trees, pushing back the shadows. I was battered, bruised, and utterly traumatized. I eventually found my way back to a main road, hitching a ride with a bewildered trucker who took one look at my wild eyes and ragged appearance and wisely asked no questions. I made it back to my apartment, but the sense of relief was fleeting. Havenwood was gone from my mind, but it was not gone from me. The tuning was no longer a partial perception. It was a permanent, overwhelming state. The whispers never truly stopped. The static was a constant companion. Every shadow held a potential horror. Every face a potential mask. I saw the tendrils, the distortions, the abyssal eyes everywhere now, no longer fleeting glimpses but stark realities. I knew then that my escape from Havenwood was not an escape at all. It was just another step further into the darkness Nyx had unveiled. I was irrevocably changed. The world was a constant performance, and I was perpetually backstage, seeing the ropes and pulleys, the grim faces and puppeteers. I still blink, but I know it is a habit I am slowly losing. And I am just waiting for the day I stop blinking completely and fully embrace the horrors that have now become my entire world. And that concludes today's daily story. Remember, behind every profile is a real person with a story you may never know. Subscribe to hear the ones we uncover.